Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 2 of What If Naruto was in Cyberpunk 2077. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Night City was a rough place to live, mostly scrapped by day to day, often sacrificing one thing or another just to make it by for another day. The area outside NC was rougher. Not only did you scrape by, but you had to scrape by with even less, as barely anything made it to these areas in terms of goods or services. But beyond even that, there was a reason it was called the Badlands. No medical services. No police presence whatsoever. Dust, dirt, and sand as far as the eye can see, and after a while the roads started chipping and cracking from age and a long lack of maintenance. Hell, even now he was starting to get long stretches of dirt road broken up by patches of pavement that tested the archer's suspension. And to make matters worse, once you get far enough in, even your GPS starts to go. Hell, he barely gets a signal on his holo or the radio for that matter. Although that did explain why Rico gave him a boombox hooked to a small cyberdeck loaded with music and a "you'll thank me later" smirk. Naruto laughed as he swerved around a large pothole in the road, the tires squealing on the patch of asphalt before hitting the dirt road with a roar. On the seat next to him, the boombox was blasting some chroma rock held in place with the seatbelt as he pushed the little two-door car to the max. There was something about this, the roar of the engine, the air blasting him through the open windows, the music blaring, he felt so free and alive. I gotta drag Cammy out here for a joyride when I get back, he thought to himself with a grin. He'd already been driving for a couple days, stopping to take a break and stretch every now and then when he felt the need. Sometimes he just climbs on the roof and meditates for a bit to get a feel for the nature around him. It was struggling, but nowhere near as bad in the city. He even spotted some wildlife for the first time in hell ever since he got to this place. They were coyotes, but they were actual animals. It wouldn't be too long before he made it to the area where the Raffin smugglers were supposed to be. Depending on how long he had to wait for them, he could actually be headed back to Night City earlier than expected. According to the intel he acquired, the rival faction of 6th Street hired Raffin Shiv to smuggle contraband through here, and according to Rico, if they were using Raffin, it could be anything from weapons to a biological agent, since most nomad clans would straight up refuse to deal with anything too hot. They were traveling through the Badlands to avoid Nusa entities and Night City customs agents, so it was definitely something that couldn't be ignored, since most contraband could be slipped through with a lost on arrival form and a small donation to the right person. Now that he thought about it, if he sealed everything away, he could probably smuggle nearly anything past customs with little trouble at all. Maybe he'll look into that. Chink. A long series of spiderweb cracks formed on the windshield in front of him, making him flinch. Following them back to the source, he cursed, seeing the bullet hole. Another hole sent small flakes of glass flying, and the passenger headrest exploded into chunks of cheap foam, causing him to jerk the wheel. The car jerked hard as he went fully off-road, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and shaking violently as he hit several things one after the other while slamming both feet on the brake pedal. It was a rough and bumpy stop, but he managed not to kill himself. Now he had to deal with a sniper. Luckily, he was temporarily concealed in the dust his car kicked up, and these attackers didn't know who they were dealing with. XXX. Earlier. Life deep in the Badlands could be summed up as kill or be killed and survival of the fittest. Traveling alone was just asking for trouble from marauding bandits more than happy to pick your corpse clean. So when a lone car was spotted kicking up dust all on its lonesome, it was like ringing a dinner bell. Don't fuck up and miss. Fuck off, I want. Quote. What's taking so long? I'll shoot you with this if you don't shut your fucking trap. Standing on the back of a Thornton that looked to be pieced together from several other trucks and cars, two dirty-looking men wearing leathers watched the car as it shot down the broken highway without a care. One was shouldering a large rifle and making small adjustments on the scope, while the other looked on through another banged-up-looking optic. A couple other cars were nearby, all as rugged and rough-looking as their truck, with equally rugged-looking Raffin at the wheel. The rifle barked and the recoil dampener in the gun worked overtime as it spit out the sniper round with a massive ball of flame. Nailed it. The shooter smirked. Nah, winged it. Send another. He fired a follow-up and laughed when the car jerked and kicked up an even bigger dust cloud. Hell yeah, now that's how you shoot. He pounded his fist on the roof of the truck. Let's get after M. There was a small cheer as all four vehicles revved their engines and tore down the open plains in pursuit of their prey. Shit-talking and egging each other on over the short-wave comms connected to each other's rides. It took only a few minutes for them to find and surround the car, circling it with their own vehicles like vultures and scanning the car to see the damage and locate the driver. Scan ain't picking up anything. One Raffin called, even jumping out and running over to peer inside the car only to find a boombox was still playing. Nothing here. She screamed out over the boombox blaring, turning to look at the others around her. What? Nothing, no one here. Gonk pulled a runner. The sniper raised his scope and looked around them. Look around, make sure they're not hiding nearby. His spotter called. Even if the driver did delta the fuck out of there, they were fucked, this far out in the shit. They'd be dead in 48 hours. They'd take this car and add it to their own. He didn't hit anything vital to the car itself, he was a Noosa-trained sniper after all. The car behind him erupted into flames, two of his buddies gone in a sudden flash as an explosion rocked the area and sent car parts flying through the air as deadly shrapnel. If anyone was hit, he didn't know. Was it a grenade or a mine? Panic started to set in amongst the group. His spotter looked to be screaming something but, shit, ears won't stop ringing. The spotter was trying to coordinate the remaining Raffin, pointing and yelling over the blazing fire behind them. The sniper shook his head and held his ears in pain. He then felt someone grab his arm and shake him, making him look up to see his partner looking him over, mouthing, "You'll be okay," slowly, already realizing that he couldn't hear. That grip on his arms tightened and he felt something wet hit his face. Wiping it with his hand, he stared at the crimson staining his glove and looked back up in a panic to see his best friend gasping with blood pouring from his lips and slowly sagging down, falling into his chest and sending both down into the truck bed. Several shuriken were lodged in his back, one buried just below the back of his head and deep into his neck. The ringing in his ears lessened and the sniper soon heard the sound of his own screaming as he held the body in his arms, half pinned against the cab of the truck. Gunfire erupted around him and suddenly, he wasn't in the Badlands anymore. He wasn't a disgraced Noosa sniper making ends meet by ambushing desperate travelers anymore. He was back in the shit again, fighting in the metal wars in some hole with his commanding officer in his arms. Ambushed, trapped, abandoned and alone. Several holes opened alongside the walls to the truck bed, one lodging into the body he held with another spurt of blood. Rasengan. There was this awful whirring sound and something slammed into the truck, making it lurch to the side with a groan of metal and breaking glass. He clenched his eyes trying to block it all out. The flames, the screams, the gunfire, the smells of war, the sounds of slaughter. What seemed like eons of battle to him lasted less than a minute in reality. As he gathered his wits and tried to get his shit back together, the sniper pushed the body of his dearest friend off of him, rolling it to the side and crawled to peek over the edge. Their cars were wrecked, two were in flames, one still had the bodies of the driver and passenger inside, reduced to a charred husk. One of the others in the group laid in a bloody heap, her chest was ripped over like a beast tore into it. Some of the others that he could see shared his spotter's fate, knives or shuriken lodged in them. One man was indented in the passenger side of the door, most of his torso looking like paste while the door was caved in around him, but the most shocking thing. 12 men were standing around the area, all the same identical blonde man. Some carried weapons that he recognized as belonging to his comrades, some were stripping them of anything useful, much like they did to their victims, one was simply twirling a knife on his finger and staring, right at him. Something tapped the side of his head and the bandit slowly turned to look at it, only to look down the barrel of a rather large overture revolver. He could see the bullet in the barrel along with a couple others in the next chamber, they were hollow points. Please, don't. Naruto stared down the sights at the man and felt nothing. They'd attacked him first after all and didn't deserve his mercy. He didn't even feel any pity. Would you have shown me mercy? He asked evenly, cocking the hammer. Why yeah, the overture echoed and the man's head snapped to the side, a red mist spattering the back of the truck cab while the body collapsed atop the other. He shook his head and holstered the weapon, yeah right. 20 minutes later, he and the clones had gathered up anything useful they could find and sealed it all away. Various beat-up guns and ammo, a few knives, grenades, and not much else. Any clothing they wore were worthless, especially now that they were bloodied and damaged from his attacks. The best thing he found was the rifle they must have taken the first shots with, a large bolt-action sniper called a grad. It was a beast, and considering that he didn't notice them at the time, it must have a hell of a range. He'd have to play with it and figure it out some more later, so for now he'd just seal it away. His car was a little worse for wear. One of the explosions must have cracked the back glass and some stray rounds punched holes in his doors. The front bumper was damaged all to hell and one of the headlights was missing. But it cranked back up, and after pushing back a little and pulling all the scrub brush and debris out of the grill, he was back on the road and paying a lot more attention to the area around him. XXX. OD, I'm so proud of you. David groaned in embarrassment as his mother latched onto him as soon as he got home from school. The door hadn't even shut all the way when she ambushed him and pulled him into her chest, grinning like a madwoman. I knew you could do it. My baby, he's gonna shoot right to the top. Mom, stop. He whined, voice muffled against her before she rubbed his head vigorously. Hey, ow mom, stop it. He tried to swat her hand, messing with his hair with a laugh. For real, stop. What's gotten into you? Gloria pulled him over to the terminal by the door and pulled up her messages. Look D, I submitted your test scores and you were accepted. David looked over the screen and read the text. David Martinez, blah blah blah. You have been accepted into Arasaka Academy, and upon further review of your transcript we have approved you for our scholarship program. Mom, what in the world? It's great, isn't it? He hid his grimace. She looked so excited. My boy, going to Arasaka Academy and a guaranteed job with the company after graduation. I can see you now, shooting your way to the top of Arasaka Tower. David quickly put on a smile. Yeah, you know it Mom, but, how can we afford it? He had to ask. Things were tight as it is. How she managed to get him tutors for his exams he didn't know. I applied for the scholarship, she told him with a grin. I mean, it won't cover it all, but I'll make do. We got some savings just in case, and I'll pick up an extra shift every now and then if I need to, but in a few short years you'll be making the big eddies. That did appeal to him, but he didn't want her to go back to killing herself with work. The past few months had been awesome. She cut down on her double and triple shifts, and they even spent time together that wasn't her napping on the couch. Sure, she still worked doubles, but she actually came home on time at least 3 days a week, even took a day off. He'd have to work hard and study, and as soon as he could get a job he'd make sure she never had to work like this again. Yeah Mom, just you wait. I'll blast my way past everyone else and be at the top of Saka Tower before you know it. XXX. As David got changed out of his school clothes, Gloria sat back down and went over her banking information. The money from the silver and gold had been put to good use as far as she was concerned. Rent was paid up for a couple months. She had hired a tutor from David's school to help him prepare for the exams, and she still had enough to cover the first part of the tuition fee. With her working an extra double or maybe a triple shift every now and then, she should be able to keep things going pretty easy. Of course, if things got really bad she could always sell chrome from the flatlines she finds herself bagging and tagging most days. Her partner wouldn't care. Hell, he'd probably help her if asked. And if needed, she still had a half dozen or so silver coins just in case. Hey Mom. She turned from the screen to where David was looking through his clothing. Yes mijo. Have you seen my shorts? In the dryer, D. Thanks. Her mijo was smiling more. That's all that mattered, honestly. She'd ripped the chrome out of 1,000 dead gonks to make sure he had what he needed. Although, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret thinking about that blonde guy. She took from the dead. They didn't need it after all, and even then it was an extremely rare thing for her to do, but he was alive when she did it and couldn't help but feel that guilt of stealing from him. After all, those coins were worth a lot. She was able to spend time with her baby boy and still have a bit of a safety net on top of it all. Hey Mom, what are we having for dinner? She didn't have time to worry about that now though. How about we go and find something, huh? XXX. Fuck. Naruto shivered as night fell in the Badlands. Out of nowhere the temperature fell and he'd forgotten to start a fire. Luckily it was more uncomfortable than deadly, but he didn't really pack for this chill, so all he had was a few extra sets of clothing and a couple sheets, one of which smelled like cami, much to his enjoyment. There were several dead trees and scrub brush for him to burn, and after sending his clones out to gather all they could, he got the fire going and bundled himself up under both sheets while leaning against the car's front tire, using the remaining heat from the engine to help stay warm. Beep. The fuck? He had a message. Out here. How the hell did he manage that? Hey baby. Hope you're staying safe out there. Wanted to let you know I miss you. Just below the message was a picture of Cammy and Mama Wells at the Coyote Coho. Me and Mama Wells rearranged the bar today. Well, we made Pepe and Jackie move stuff. We just told em where to put things. Law. Smiley face. Another picture followed showing how they had the main floor rearranged differently. I know reception out there sucks, but I'll keep sending you messages every now and then, alright? Remember what I said? Don't be fucking no nomad putas now, K. Law. If you're feeling a certain way, use this and think of me. He grinned at the last couple of pics. She was such a tease. XXX. It took a whole week of travel to make it this far, between massive patches of disgusting mire caused by what looked like oil spillage, toxic pools of water, sinkholes, and the odd outlaw. Naruto was glad to finally reach what the piece of shit GPS claimed to be the target area. Oh, and let's not forget his first storm out here. He'd been so excited until he realized it was burning the shit out of him. Fucking acid rain. The area the GPS brought him to seemed to be what looked like an old town long since lost to time. Several old houses were basically left to rot years ago, with remnants of cars, toys, and other such things scattering the area. Some buildings were mostly intact while others weren't much more than a rusted frame and some steps leading to where a doorway once stood. A good section of the area around him went up in smoke. Alright guys, half of you scout the area around town, the other half search any buildings. Try not to disturb the area too much so we can set up an ambush here. Upon closer inspection, he even found evidence that this place had been looked after in some capacity. Some buildings looked like they'd been repaired, their electrical systems overhauled and replaced, some even had canned kibble stocked up in sealed crates. That had to be a smuggler's stash of supplies, so this had to be the place. Once all the clones finished combing over the place, he planned to prepare the area for an ambush. He'd have multiple shadow clones go out in all directions to act as an early warning for when the smugglers were close, and have even more in position around the town in hiding. Some would use henge to blend in and hide in plain sight, while others would use any little hideaways they found while scouting. Once the Raffin smugglers showed up and got relaxed, he and the clones would spring the trap and take them all down. Then he could find what they were transporting, probably steal it or destroy it, and finally get back to Night City. A pretty simple and straightforward plan in his opinion. The only downside was that now he had to wait. XXX. Blasting through the Badlands, a small convoy of Raffin outlaws tore through the open plain, dodging rocks or anything that could damage their cars. Some larger trucks plowed through the brush and smaller trees without a problem, where smaller cars would take some decent damage. And out here in the middle of nowhere, you had to take good care of your car so it'd do the same for you. Look alive, boys and girls. The voice of their caravan leader crackled over the short-range radios they had. Checkpoints up ahead, so remember, make sure we ain't got no pests before you get fucked up. Don't need a repeat of last time, remember. That made several people among them chuckle and joke about the responsible party. Tinker, you go on and get the power going. Roger, Roger, came the voice of the crew's tinkerer and handyman extraordinaire. I'll have em humming in no time, bossman. Scop, you know the drill. Yeah, I'll get us some chow going. Groaned a woman in response. Still got that coyote to skin, so we'll have some actual meat tonight. That brought a few whoops over the radio in response. Good, Vince. I know dude, cough, I'll get the signal tower up. Cough, Scop's gotta have her net access and shit. Gotta have her weird porn. Cough. Hey, fuck off, deckhead. The woman hissed. Wait a minute, are you smoking? You fucker, you said we were out. Out. He shared some with me not too long ago, preem shit too. Tinker's voice crackled over the comm, followed by several others voicing the same, causing the woman to rage on the other line, much to their amusement. Look out, Chumba, ya done went and pissed off the cook. Might want to check your kibble tonight. Couldn't be worse than the usual kibble she fixes. Hell, her trying to poison me might actually make it taste better. Another wave of laughter and curses came through the comms. Enough, you gonks. The rest of you know what to do alright, no fucking around now. This runs gonna net is some serious scratch with those NC linefoots, so don't any of you fuck it up. The old town was in view now and everyone could feel the travel fatigue hitting home. XXX. Fucking hell, what else could go wrong? Rico slouched in the booth at the General's HQ, the Pigboy's Delight, Irish pub, and watched over his people. His DB4 Palika sawed-off smart shotgun weighed heavily in his lap, ready to fire at any moment due to his SmartLink. Fucking Gunner went too far. Since they've been sabotaging him and weakening his support within the gang, Gunner decided to get a bunch of idiots together to push the Valentinos out of Haywood. Why? Maybe to make himself look better. Who knows what that gonk had running through his mind. There had been talk of expanding and removing the Tinos from Haywood for a while, but they didn't have the manpower or backing to do it, so Morton refused to greenlight it. Maybe Gunner thought that if he showed that he was getting shit done he'd be able to oust Morton and take his place. They put together a coordinated series of drive-bys in Haywood targeting Valentino shot callers and their hangouts, the biggest target being Gustavo Orta, who was apparently visiting some family at the time when a squad rolled in and unloaded on the home with their rifles. Fuck, the drive-by was one thing, but with the family there, for fuck's sake, that set a dangerous precedent that family was far to flatline as well. And they didn't even kill him, hurt his girlfriend and a neighbor, and worse yet, killed his little sister. Word was out on the streets that Orta was on a rampage and several retaliation hits had already taken place. 6th Street had close to 2,300 members in total. The fucking Valentinos had over 6,000. Typical fucking Gunner kicked a nest and now they were suffering the fallout. 6th Street may have an edge with most of their members having training and decent gear, but the Valentinos had numbers and an even tighter familiar bond that guaranteed a united front against them. Morton's was raging for hours over the should've, would've, and could've, how he should've just had Gunner flatlined and just dealt with the fallout it caused. And at this point Rico could only agree, maybe his nephew would still be alive. Diego's mother, his little sister, wouldn't speak to him. She was inconsolable and terrified that something would happen to her daughter next because of him. His niece had called crying as well, trying to help her mother, but all they could really do was be there for each other in their grief. She said she understood and didn't blame him, but it was probably best he stay back for now. That hurt the most. They couldn't even give the kid a proper funeral. Some gangers pulled up on his ride and tossed a few grenades through his windows, reduced the boy and his friends to a bloody paste with frags, and burnt everything else it with a fucking incendiary. Fucking brutal. Oh God. He was broken from his thoughts by the gasp coming from an uncharacteristically serious and somber Ortiz. She was typing away at her laptop before something caught her attention and caused her to yell out. Turn on the holo. There were a few mutters around the room. Fuck off, Ortiz, we don't have time for. I said turn it on. Now. Morton raised an eyebrow, then nodded to the owner behind the bar, whose eyes lit up as he connected to the holo screens hanging on the wall, which soon popped on to reveal an emergency N54 news broadcast underway. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Gillian Jordan looked slightly disheveled compared to her usual professional attire, with a stock photo of a mushroom cloud behind her. We're receiving reports of what appears to be an explosion deep in the plains near the Sierra Sonora to the east of Night City, and she stopped momentarily as her eyes flashed, and we are just now receiving access to satellite footage of it now. The screen flashed to a view from orbit, zoomed in to get a top-down view of a massive cloud of dust and debris. Rico, isn't that? He nodded. Yeah, the kid was running an op up that way. You don't think? It just didn't make sense. Was Gunner trying to smuggle a goddamn nuke into the city? There was no way. He wasn't that stupid. Was he trying to pull a fucking Silverhand? But it was right there on the screen. That was a mushroom cloud, and a fucking massive one. Oh fuck. There was no way the kid made it out of there alive. It wasn't the first time he's had people die on an op he organized, but damn, it never got any easier. Data comparison roughly estimates the size of the blast to equate to that of a megaton bomb. Investigation is underway to discover whether or not the explosion is radioactive and who's responsible. Catching Morton's eye, Rico motioned for him to come over and leaned over to mutter in his ear, I think this shit's part of what the kid was looking into. That got a muttered curse from the man. We need to handle this ASAP. XXX. Hours earlier. Naruto hid his car a little ways from the area hidden by some brush and dead trees and watched the approaching dust cloud through the spotter's scope he'd taken from the raffins that ambushed him days before. He took extra care not to let the sunlight cause a glare that could be seen for miles, and he didn't want to tip off the approaching smugglers. 1, 3, 4 trucks and 3 cars. He mused to himself watching as the vehicles entered the main road of the town. 2 of the trucks broke off and went towards the old gas station while the other 2 went towards some electrical equipment. The cars split up and each drove around the buildings slowly, probably trying to check out the area if he guessed correctly. A little time passed, and since he had not heard any shooting or got any influx of memories from his clones, he knew that they hadn't stumbled across anything making him grin. Just wait, when they suddenly find themselves surrounded by a bunch of his clones, they don't know what hit him. Suddenly, there was a burst of sparks that caught his eye, and to his shock, the town started lighting up. Several neon lights that somehow hadn't been broken lit up. The gas station lights blinked on, illuminating the trucks by the gas station where several people were stretching. One of them started pointing and gesturing, so he figured him as the boss. He'd have some questions to ask that one later. For now he'd lay low and try to get an accurate head count before starting the mission. Beep 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 beep. He jerked in surprise as his holo started going off non-stop. Notifications kept piling up one after the other with missed calls and messages popping up rapidly. How the fuck was he getting a signal out here, he wondered, scrambling to mute the damn thing and take a deep breath. Then he chuckled. That scared the shit out of him. I got plenty of time till I go down there, he thought to himself while moving to lean against the front panel of his car. Let's see what's going on. He looked at his messages and whistled. Damn, he quite a few. The first was from Cami, dated a few days ago. Cami. Hey Naru. Been thinking of you. 3 checked out a few apartments around the city today, even a few outside Haywood. There's a cute little one in Japantown. Nice and cozy but a little far, lol, sad face, although the rent's decent. We can check it out when you get back. Cami. Thinking of you. Attached to the text was a picture of her winking at the screen. She was wearing one of his orange vests and nothing else while sucking her finger. He grinned. Of course she would be teasing him like that, and not only that, but it looks like she sent him one almost every night. Once he handled these raffin, he would go through the rest of them and see what the others said. Rico. Hey kid, good luck out there. Rico. Don't know if you're getting these messages or not, shit's getting heavy here in the city. Rico. Gunner's making a move on the Valentinos, wants to try and muscle M out of the area ahead of schedule. Tried to zero some of the leadership and got a bunch of people hurt. Rico. It looks like a war is coming, kid. Keep a lookout on your way back. The fuck? He looked over the messages from Rico again. This was sent to him just a few days ago. He'd need to finish this up and go find out what the hell was going on back in NC. Padre. Word on the streets is that things between the Valentinos and 6th Street may heat up. When you return from your journey, come and find me. I will have work available if you are interested. Padre. I just heard the news myself and offer my sincerest condolences for your loss. Mrs. Wells tells me that you have yet to return from your workout in the Badlands. I cannot imagine the shock of getting this so suddenly. He got a bad feeling deep in the pit of his stomach and quickly backed out to read the next message. It was from Jackie. Jackie. Shit Holmes, I don't know how to say this. Mama's been trying to get up with you for the last few days to tell you, but it's Camilla, she's gone, man. Jackie. She got caught in the middle of a drive-by targeting her brother. She's dead, bro. I'm so sorry. Medics said she couldn't have felt a thing when it happened. Jackie. Jesus Christ, man, I'm so sorry. His breath caught in his throat. No, oh no no no, he gasped out. His stomach clenched. This had to be a sick fucking joke. Mama Wells. Naruto, I'm so sorry. Jackie told me he's already sent you a message. I wanted to tell you in person, but she loved you so much. You're all she thought about these days. I want to wait until you return so you can say goodbyes. I'll be holding an ofrenda for her at the bar, so please let me know when you're back. His heart sank the more he read over the messages. Again and again, hoping that he'd misunderstood something, but there it was, she was gone. Cammy was dead. This couldn't be happening. His chest heaved. He felt like he was about to be sick. He did the only thing he could at the moment and sobbed, the sound more akin to that of a wounded animal than any human cry. Clutching at his face with each hand as the tears overwhelmed him with all the pain, frustration, and anger he's kept bottled up inside. Both from before and after arriving in this cursed world that wouldn't let you have anything, not a single good thing. His fingernails dug painfully into the skin on his face as they sharpened, his teeth doing the same shortly after as he bit his lip and broke the skin. But none of it came anywhere close to the wretched pain tearing a hole in his chest. His cyber arm twitched, fingers malfunctioning while the tech in his right eye glitched. All of his clones in the area dispelled, filling his mind with the location of every person down there. He was no longer standing in the Badlands but in the crater that was once the Hidden Leaf, facing Nagato. Because of the existence of love, Naruto trembled and slowly looked down at the man's feet where Hinata laid, blood pooling around her. Sacrifice is born, as well as hate. Hinata's figure was replaced with Kami's body. When one comprehends, one knows pain. Do you hate me now? Hatred boiled and bubbled under his skin, pure anger and rage coursed through his entire being and wanted out. He threw his head back and screamed at the world, unleashing a wave of crimson that devastated the immediate area around him, sending the archer courts flipping and tumbling like a toy car across the sand. A crimson pillar of energy shot into the sky, parting the clouds visibly for miles, and the shockwave from it all kicked up what many would assume to be a mushroom cloud. And in the center of it all, Naruto hunched over on all fours, twitching as his body disappeared underneath a haze of crimson chakra, his eyes a-glowing and mouth a gaping jagged maw. Yells and calls from the town caught his attention and he let out a hissing growl as the forms of the Raffen outlaws glitched and took the form of Nagato in his eyes. XXX. Down in the old abandoned town, the Raffen were winding down after a long drive by breaking out a few bottles of shitty moonshine that someone in their camp distilled. It tasted awful but did the job, so they didn't complain more than a few times. Scop was busy skinning the coyote that they managed to catch, and by catch they meant someone hit it with their car. Several others were sitting around the small bar next to the gas station talking shit and drinking. The boss man had disappeared with one of the girls. No one commented on it but they knew he was screwing her. Vince and Tinker were in the gas station garage, working on a truck and sharing a smoke while cracking jokes. A few others pulled the short end of the straw and were stuck on guard duty, which was mostly just chilling on a rooftop with a sniper and trying not to fall asleep. All of this came to a sudden end as everything shuddered, several items hanging on the walls fell and even the lights flickered off and on for a moment. Those that had been around during the war likened it to an artillery shell going off nearby and rushed outside yelling. What the hell's going on out here? Did you gonkbrain fucks set off another explosion? Their boss reappeared, shirtless and zipping up his pants. Behind him a frazzled, half-dressed woman was trying to put on the rest of her clothing. He stopped and stared at the crimson beam shooting up into the sky. What the fuck? He gaped, following it up into the sky then back down to where it seemed to collect. From the distance, he saw something flipping and rolling away from it and recognized it as a car before yelling out, "Arm up, boys. We might have company." He then noticed that much of the town was filled with smoke. What's going on? Someone report. One of the younger guys he recruited ran over with a panicked look on his face. Don't know boss, everything shook then smoke filled the place. Is that a mushroom cloud? Did a nuke go off? Don't be stupid, if a nuke went off this close we'd all be. He stopped and everything started spinning. The leader had just enough time to register that his body was still standing there as his head hit the ground. A glowing red thing with clawed hands then ripping his body in two. We're under attack. The underling yelled, bringing his gun up and firing wildly. What is that thing? He soon joined the older man as a massive fist crushed him, leaving nothing but red chucks on the ground. The girl inside the small room screamed upon seeing all this, covering bare chest with one arm and snatching a pistol from her holster. The bullets from the rapid-firing pistol tore into the glowing monster's back, sending what looked like liquid fire spattering from its back and side before it turned to glare at her with glowing eyes. No, stay away. She screamed as it leapt towards her. A few more rounds impacted it before the beast was upon her, its clawed hand gripping her wrist and severing it with its other. Ah! Her scream was silenced with another swipe, opening her throat and ripping part of her face with another spray of crimson. Several more bullets pierced the walls and impacted his back, making Naruto turn to glare at the holes in the wall only for another to snap his head back, making him roar. The beast charged through the open door, tearing it off the hinges as he did only for another round to hit him in the chest, making it stumble for a split second. Hissing, he spat several pulses of his own chakra like a cannon towards the shooter, body flinching with each large bullet that tore through him but healed just as quickly. The rooftop the snipers were perched on erupted into flames, parts of the building exploding outward and killing a few inside, as well as the superheated chakra caused the building to burst into flames. Several Raffen fired at him from other positions, many of the bullets missing, but some still found their marks, which only enraged the beast more. What is that thing? Shoot it. Our guns ain't hurting it. Fall back to the garage. As they tried to do so, Naruto chased after them, passing them in the blink of an eye and slaughtering the one in the lead, which made the following group stop in a panic. One shook herself out of it and raised her rifle, firing round after round as he slammed his fists into the ground. Several glowing tendrils pierced the ground near them, forming into enlarged claws that slashed, crushed, or pierced each Raffen without mercy, one after the other. The tendrils retreated back into the ground, leaving the remains of what used to be human smeared along the ground while he pulled his arms out of the soil only to snap his head to the side just as a truck slammed into him, attempting to run him over with 2 tons of metal. The truck carried him for a bit before shuddering, glowing claws tearing into the ground and forcing the truck to a slow halt. The driver slammed down on the gas, pressing the pedal to the max and causing the tires to squeal and smoke against the broken pavement. "Die, you monster!" screamed the outlaw over the roaring engine. Seeing his truck slowed to a halt, he continued trying to crush the beast only to see it raise its head over the hood and glare with glowing eyes. "What the fuck are you?" He leaned over and snatched a SMG off the seat next to him and aimed. The windshield didn't even slow the rounds that punched through and pelted the beast, which seemed to only flinch and close its eyes before turning his head with a hiss. "That's right, you goddamn monster, take that." Naruto dug his claws into the front of the truck, hissing as the bullets tore through him, and snarled before rearing up and roaring at the man behind the wheel. Flames burst from his gaping maw, engulfing the cab of the truck, which in turn quickly superheated the interior, cooking the Raffen alive and causing the SMG to half melt and its ammo to explode. But he didn't stop. The beast continued to spew flames until the truck was completely disabled and exploded, sending him tumbling and skidding back along the ground. By now, the few remaining Raffen had given up on fighting and were trying to hide. He could feel them trying to hide themselves away inside the buildings he hadn't destroyed, but he wouldn't let them escape. Leaping on top of the gas station, he jumped a few more times across the town and settled on a rooftop at the edge of town and raised his head. Small particles of his chakra broke off and slowly gathered above his gaping maw to form a swirling orb that glowed. More and more joined the orb. Back at the gas station, Scop, Vince, and Tinker peeked out the doors, trembling in fear at what they just saw. "Jesus Christ, what was that?" The girl whimpered, holding a bloody vest to her chest. It was the only thing left of her best friend that she watched get ripped in half. "Don't care," Vince gasped, holding his arm where a piece of shrapnel had broken it. "I don't fucking care, I just want to get out of here." Tinker trembled in the back seat of the truck they'd been working on, eyes clenched shut in an attempt to make himself as small and invisible as possible so that the monster would maybe leave them alone. "I think it's gone," she muttered, peeking a little further out. "Think anyone else made it?" Vince winced as he stood and looked out of another doorway for a few moments. "I think I see Jimmy across the street. In that trailer." He motioned to the person across the street with a wave. "Yeah, that's him. Him and his inputs probably hold up over there." She snorted, saved by a game of grab-ass. "Seriously though, what the fuck was that?" "I don't know and I don't want to find out," he told her. "Tinker, get out of there. We need to delta the fuck up outta here." "Hold on," Scop whispered loudly, making him move closer to the truck for cover just in case. "What's that light?" When he turned, the last thing he saw was a blinding light before a massive pressure lifted him off his feet. Scop vanished in the flash, and for barely a moment he felt everything get hot before he knew no more. The beast that Naruto had become grinned even as he was engulfed in the blast of his own attack and sent flying away, tearing large chunks of terrain as he bounced along the ground trying to catch himself. Now they were all dead. Everything that hurt him here was dead. What was once one of many abandoned towns in this desolate hellscape was now nothing more than a smoldering hole in the ground. Disintegrating everything in the immediate area, flattening and killing anything around with the pressure wave while kicking up a massive mushroom cloud. No, he wasn't finished yet, there were still people that needed to pay. His clawed hand gripped a stone and shattered it in his grasp. He still had to get back to the city, to destroy the ones that caused this pain. In a flash he took off in the direction of Night City, vanishing with a sonic boom that tore the already devastated area up worse. He tore long fissures through the ground as he ran, clawing at the ground and pushing himself harder and faster. Anything that got in his way was shredded with a swipe of his claws. Trees, boulders, animals, abandoned cars, all ripped apart and thrown like tissue paper as he continued his mad dash, the words from the message playing over and over in his mind, adding fuel to the raging fire within. Naruto ran, day and night. Rage pushing him to go faster and further. Where it had taken several days by car, he pushed himself past his limits and soon found himself tearing past the holographic projections stating that he was leaving Nusa lands and entering Night City territory. Setting off alarms with the border units but was miles away before they even got close. It wasn't until he crouched on one of the many rocky overlooks a few miles away from the city, looking out at the highway and the massive towers in the distance, did he take a moment to slow down. The crimson flames surrounding him flickered and faded, leaving him feeling physically exhausted, mentally wiped, and emotionally worn thin. He wanted to stay angry, let his rage continue to push him forward, make it so he didn't feel the ache anymore, but he just couldn't. Chakra cloak vanished, leaving him crouched in place for a moment before falling back to sit on his ass with a huff. Looking down at himself, his clothing was a mess of bullet holes, tears, and rips. His cybernetic arm twitched several times, looking half burnt and covered in deep scratches. Hell, some of the small wires by the elbow joint looked close to snapping and partially melted. And now that he thought about it, the implants in his head seemed offline too. The small overlay he normally had over his right eye for connecting to his messages and phone didn't even show up anymore. Not even an error message popped up. In fact, it was getting harder to stay focused. Naruto slowly fell back, smacking his head on the stone as he did. The jolt did little though, he just needed a break. Yeah, just a quick breather. His eyes slowly fluttered closed as days of no-stop exhaustion caught up to him, and before he knew it, he was out cold. Left to bake in the afternoon sun. XXX. Hey Naru. Hearing his name, Naruto rubbed both eyes with his fingers and looked to the voice, smiling at the sight of his blue-haired girl friend lying mostly on top of him in her tiny apartment on her twin-sized bed. He grinned and snaked his arm around her, pulling her closer. Hey baby, something wrong? She giggled as he pulled her closer. No, nothing's wrong. She sighed, stretching up to peck him on the lips. Just thinking, like, what do you want? I don't know, I wouldn't be against laying here with you all day. He grinned, raising up and propping his head on his metal arm to look at her better before joking, although, I think after a while we'll do a different kind of laying. That made her snort, burying her face against him. Oh, that was terrible, but maybe a little bit. She nipped at his flesh and winked. But I mean, what do you want as in, I don't know, outta life. Her hand traced over his chest, trailing over the numerous small scars on his body, paying a little extra attention to the large one over his heart. The blonde looked puzzled for a moment. I hadn't really thought about it. She hummed against him and continued tracing the scars. I can't really follow my dream anymore. For years I wanted to be the best and become the leader of my home, but now, well, I guess I'll have to find me a new dream then, won't I? He grinned and traced his finger along her back, making her twitch as he lightly followed her spine. Yep, she smiled at him, his grin infectious. And whatever you decide, I'll back you up alright. Oh. He patted her rear, and what if, I don't know, decide to clean up the city and fight its corruption? Oh, I can see it now, be like one of those hollow movie heroes. Wear your underwear on the outside, oh. She patted him excitedly, and the spandex. Your ass would look great in spandex. Naruto's sweat dropped. She clearly didn't take him seriously, and she was right, his ass did look great in spandex. I am serious, Kami, he groaned. One day I want to do something about how inhumane this city is. Even if I can't fix everything, if I could make at least one thing better for people, then I'd be happy. Oh, she sounded smaller. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean to laugh at you like that. The girl hugged his chest tighter for a moment before looking up at him again. That's a great dream to have, honestly. It won't be easy for you, but I'll be there for you. They smiled at each other and just stared before he asked, how about you, baby? What's your dream? She hummed and rested her head against his chest. I want to open a restaurant. She finally admitted, as if expecting him to laugh. When he didn't, she looked back up at him. Not some scop shack either. Mama Wells taught me some of her secrets and I wanna open a place. Show these gonks around here what some good food is. The girl stared at him for a moment, waiting for his input. That's a great dream, Cammy. He smiled. You'd make an awesome chef. You'd have all the customers. Hell, I bet you'd be able to open up a bunch of other restaurants too all over the city. That made her blush a bit. Not used to someone actually believing in or encouraging her dream, she buried her face again to hide the blush and cuddled into him again, this time throwing her leg over his and, oh hello there. She grinned up at him and peeked under the blanket. Is someone getting a little excited? His cheeks turned a little pink despite all that they've done in the past. She trailed her hand down and fondled him. Were you saying all that so I'd blow you? She teased, slowly pumping him up and down. Nope. I meant every word, babe. Cammy leaned up and kissed him. Good, cause you know, all you gotta do is ask. She winked and trailed kisses down his chest, and I'll reward my hero whenever he wants. XXX. Eyes snapping open, Naruto sat up with a gasp and looked around for Cammy, only to realize that it was only a memory. Once again, his heart clenched. That's right, Cammy was gone, murdered, by 6th Street. His eyes flickered from his usual blue to enraged crimson several times as he clenched his teeth. But no, he couldn't lose control, not again. Not now. The stone beside him crumbled as he punched it, the dull throbbing in his hand only adding to the throbbing in his chest. Hello once again, fellow traveler. Naruto jumped at the sudden voice and turned to see a man in orange monk robes kneeling by the edge of the overlook, looking over at him with a kind smile and understanding eyes through his orange-tinted glasses. Once again we meet on the crossroads of our journeys, or perhaps benefactor will suit you more. The monk gave him a thoughtful look for a few moments. What the? Naruto looked around. He was still miles outside of the city and didn't spot a car or anything. All he saw was an umbrella. I thought you could use the shade, dear benefactor. He smiled at the unspoken question, though not explaining why he had one in the first place. No, that's not. I mean, what are you doing out here, man? I am merely going where my feet may take me, he answered without answering. Our paths have merely crossed once again on our respective journeys, dear benefactor. Last time you aided me, but this time I feel that you are the one in need of aid. The monk patted the stone next to him. Would you care to join me, dear benefactor? You seem even more lost than when we last met. Thinking about it for a moment, Naruto nodded slowly and moved over to where the monk was kneeling and joined him, sitting with his legs dangling over the edge with a sigh. I don't think you could really help me with this. I may not be able to provide you with advice, dear benefactor, he told the blonde as he got settled, but what I can provide to you is an open ear. Oftentimes one can provide aid simply by listening, so tell me what troubles you, dear benefactor. Why are you calling me that? He couldn't help but ask. How am I your benefactor? I haven't given you anything, have I? The monk slowly turned his head to look at the blonde with a peaceful smile. You've given me more than you may think. When my faith in my master's teachings wavered, you opened my eyes and revealed to me that his teachings are sound. In our last meditation I saw the beauty of the natural world as it truly is and should be. I must admit, it inspired me to find a BD of nature to use in my own meditations. Naruto watched as the monk moved to face him and was surprised when he gave a small bow. You have truly aided me more than you think. I can think of no better way to honor you than to name you my benefactor. He then straightened up and resumed kneeling next to him, facing the city. It would be an honor to listen and aid you upon your journey, dear benefactor, but only if you wish. I'm glad I could help. I guess, he muttered the last part before sighing and leaning back, propping himself up on his hands. A few moments passed in silence, only the distant sounds of cars on the highway reaching them every now and then. What the hell? Naruto huffed. I lost someone. I see. My condolences, were you close? He gave the monk a hollow laugh. Oh yeah, we were close. Fuck, I think I love her. I am truly sorry, dear benefactor, did you know her long? Naruto sighed, not long enough. While your journey together may have been brief, it would seem that your companion has had a most profound effect on you. The monk observed softly, would you care to speak of this companion? Oh, where to begin? He chuckled, she was amazing, a fireball really, she was passionate, she was hard, then soft then hard again, she didn't fear anything, she was just so full of life. His eyes started tearing up. Oh god, she was great. We found each other when we were both at a pretty low point, she actually really laid into me. I tried to help her out to be nice and she thought I had a different reason, you know. Actually kinda scared me. Not many believe in helping others on their road simply for the sake of doing so. He nodded, yeah, I guess so, but we clicked. He thought about all the fun they had and a single tear fell down his cheek. She helped me so much. I was new here and she showed me around, introduced me to some good folks. I don't know how I'd have made it this far without her help. It seems like you found yourself a wonderful traveling companion. In the words of my master, do not fear the sudden sounds. Stay free like that of the wind in a net. Be like the horn of the rhinoceros of old and walk alone. However, should you happen upon a companion whose soul you can rest yours with, then face all adversity and brimming with joy, walk with her. But she's gone, Naruto snapped, feeling his heart clenched as he deflated. She was murdered, they killed her and there's nothing I can do about it, and now I'm alone. Benefactor, if I may, I would like to share a portion of my master's teachings with you. Looking at the monk for a minute, Naruto shrugged, yeah, sure, why not? My master teaches that we were all once a part of the same great energy, every living being from the smallest insect to the largest animal and everything in between. We split off from this energy to begin anew and start our own personal journey, to experience all that life has to offer for ourselves. This solitary journey is why we fear to be alone, split off from the great source, why we seek companions to share this journey with until our energy returns brimming with these new experiences. This energy is everywhere, it's the breeze that we feel now. It's in the air we breathe. Your companion has merely finished her journey and returned back from where we all began. So I believe that she has not left you, dear benefactor, she's all around you. Your companion is the breeze we feel, she's the warmth of the sun, the gentle glow of the moon, she's in the calming sway of the grass, she will always be with you so long as your memories of her keep her there. Naruto leaned forward and wiped the tears from his face. Fuck man, I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything, dear benefactor. If my words and the words of my master have helped you even the smallest amount, then that will be enough for me. After a few more minutes, Naruto stood up and closed his eyes as the breeze caressed his face. Thank you, I needed to hear that. The monk gave a small bow. Think nothing of it, you aided me, so it is only right that I repay my benefactor. Who are you? That got a smile from the man, merely a simple traveler blessed to cross paths with another fellow traveler. He mused, but if I might ask, what will you do now, dear benefactor? Naruto clenched his fist again. I'm gonna find the ones responsible for killing her and make them pay. I'll make them all pay, he growled. I can't say that I agree with your plans, but I understand your feelings and wish you luck, dear benefactor. The man gave him another small bow. I pray you find the peace you deserve along your path. Should you ever need, I will always lend you an ear. Naruto nodded. His heart still ached at the loss of the woman he cared so deeply for, but he felt a bit lighter after this. Closing his eyes, he felt the wind blow against him and smiled at the thought that maybe it was her. Rest easy, baby girl, I won't let them get away with hurting you. But first, he needed to get back to Haywood, he needed to see Mama Wells, and her. Then, he'd find everyone that had a hand in her death and do what needed to be done. Still haven't heard from him yet. Hearing the voice of her son, Guadalupe, Mama, Wells looked up from her pad covered in handwritten notes and shook her head. No mijo, I've tried and couldn't get through. She sighed while he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall next to her booth upstairs above the bar. I couldn't even send a message today, unable to connect at all. Mirda, he shook his head. Well, he's deep in the Badlands, maybe he's just too far out there. I don't know, Jackie, I hope that's the case, but I hate that he'll get the news this way. Seeing the look her son gave her, she reached out and placed her hand on his elbow. Do not worry, mijo, you did the right thing by sending him a message. If you say so, mama. Jackie placed his hand over hers, but damn though, I still can't believe it. I never expected Camilla to go out like that. That made the woman look away, back down to her notepad to hide the tears welling up. See, mijo. I still expect to see her come through those doors at any minute. Have you spoken to Gustavo? Jackie pinched the bridge of his nose. Oh yeah, both he and Campo are fucking pissed. It's looking like there's gonna be a war on the streets, mama. That made her sigh a string of curses. Not that I blame them, Camilla was Gustavo's little sister and he knocked the shit out of me when I left her. Does he know about Naruto? He nodded with a little chuckle. Yeah, Camilla told him not too long after he left the city, probably to give Gustavo some time to chill out. You should have seen him, mama. He went all over protective brother, wanting to find her new output and have a talk with him. They both shared a little laugh at the thought. Oh, and before I forget, he said he appreciates you handling the arrangements for her. While I wish I never had to, it's the least I could do for her. Pepe appeared from around the corner to the stairs, holding a can of Nicola. Hey Jaquito, how are you holding up? He asked, patting the man on his back while setting the drink down in front of Mama Wells. You heard anything from Naruto yet? Both Jackie and his mother shook their heads. Netta. Damn, hope he's alright. Yeah, but I really doubt he's okay. Mama Wells muttered, popping the can open. You should have seen how they looked at each other. I can't imagine what he's going through. There was a loud bang from downstairs, making their heads snap over towards the noise. The hell? Jackie muttered, doors are locked, right? We don't open for another couple of hours, Pepe responded, walking over to the rail and looking down at the floor below and leaning forward. Santa Mierda, he turned back to them, eyes wide, it's Naruto. Jackie bounded over and looked with his mother hot on his heels, both looking over the edge to see the familiar blonde looking like hell warmed over. Before he could say anything, his mother called out, Naruto. Hold on, we'll be right there. And quickly turned to make her way downstairs with Pepe close behind. He took an extra minute to look at him. He looked rough. Clothing all ripped and torn, still covered in dust and dirt, he probably hadn't rested at all since getting the news. Turning from the railing, Jackie followed after the other two and made his way downstairs. XXX. Making his way through Night City, Naruto contemplated on where to go first. Should he go to his storage unit and get a change of clothes? What he had on was pretty much ruined, he looked rougher than when he first got to this place. Or should he go to her apartment? No, he wasn't quite ready to go there just yet. Mama Wells' bar. Yeah, he wanted answers, he'd change later. Making his way through Santo Domingo proved to be a test of his self-control. Every time he saw a member of 6th Street he could feel anger bubbling up inside. He wanted to give in to the urge and make them pay but couldn't let himself do it. He wouldn't kill indiscriminately, he wanted the ones responsible. He had planned to run all the way to Haywood, taking the rooftops like before, but found himself taking the same path that Cammy took him down that first night through Arroyo, over to the NCART station, taking it over the river and into Haywood. Every familiar place that she had pointed out to him made him smile bitterly. He almost expected to turn and see her grinning at him or hear her voice telling him about something she knew about the place. But she wasn't there, and as far as he was concerned, Night City was a much worse place without her. El Coyote Cojo was the same as always, actually, maybe it was a little duller now. He stared at it for a minute, remembering all the little stories she'd tell him about the place before going up to the doors and trying to push it open. When the doors didn't budge, he growled lowly and pushed, instantly regretting it as they swung open with a loud chatter. He'd apologize to them the first chance he got and pay for the damage. He had some cash saved up at the storage unit. Inside was indeed different from how he remembered it. Cammy had told him that they rearranged the place and the pictures she sent didn't really show just how much had changed. Naruto. His head snapped up to see Pepe, Jackie, and Mama Wells looking down at him from the second floor. Hold on, we'll be right there. Mama Wells came down the steps and met him halfway to the bar. Oh dear boy, I'm so sorry. she told him, surprising him slightly by throwing her arms around him and pulling him close. He stiffened slightly before slowly returning the hug. She was taken from us far too soon. He trembled, eyes tearing up as he nodded into her embrace. She held onto him for a good minute, willing to stay there as long as he needed until he was ready. Thank you, I don't really know what to say. You don't have to say anything, she replied with Pepe and Jackie nodding. She was dear to us all. Come on and sit, let's talk. The woman looped her arm around his and led him towards the bar. Jackie grabbed a seat beside them while Pepe made his way around behind the counter. Pepe, grab us all a beer would you? You got it Jefe. 4 beers were opened and handed out. Naruto took the offered beer and downed it in one go, making the other 3 share a glance. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, he told them. I never thought that. We're all still processing it. Mama Wells sighed, taking a sip of her beer while he fiddled with the empty bottle. It was all so sudden. What happened? He kept his voice even as best he could, not looking at any of them. How did she drive by? Jackie answered, making the blonde turn his head slightly. 6th Street bangers tried flatlining Gustavo Orta, Camilla's brother. She was caught in the crossfire. They all flinched when the Brosif bottle shattered in his hand, his organic hand. I'll get the first aid kit, Pepe told them, already turning as blood dripped on the bar top. Mama Wells nodded and stood up from her spot, moving closer and grabbing his wounded arm. Santa Cristo, look at what you've done to yourself. She reached over the bar and grabbed a clean towel before opening his fist. Be still, let me look at it. Jackie grimaced. The guy broke a beer bottle with his hand and didn't flinch, even as his mother pulled a long jagged shard of glass from his hand while blood poured out. It was then that he noticed that Naruto had turned his head to look at him, making chills run up his spine. Your message? You said it was quick. He cut him off. Yeah bro. They said it was instant. Didn't feel a thing. By now Pepe returned and opened the small first aid kit on the bar, handing the woman a small spray that she sprayed on his bleeding hand before wrapping a bandage around it, not seeing that it was already in the process of healing. Where is she? Once again they shared a look, before Mama Wells stood. Hold on, let me wash this blood off my hands and I'll be right back. An awkward moment of silence passed by before the blonde broke it. Guys, I am sorry. I know this has to be uncomfortable. They waved him off and sipped their beers. It's okay hermano. We lost our friend but you lost your girl. Pepe responded, setting his beer down and taking another towel to clean up the blood and glass. I don't know what I'd do in your place. I already know what I'm gonna do. His tone was deadly serious and cold as ice. I'm gonna find every person involved with that shooting and make them pay. He told them, looking at his bandaged hand. It was mostly healed but the blood had already seeped through and turned the cloth over his palm red. Every single person involved, then the ones who ordered it. You'll be going up against the entire 6th Street gang if you go there Vato. I'll tear them apart too if they get in my way Jackie. Jackie finished off his beer, the first one he's finished in a while. He mused to himself and thought about it. This guy was gonna get himself killed, he understood though. Even though their relationship soured and ended the way it did, he still cared about her in his own way, and the thought of the fuckers responsible getting away with it pissed him off. But joining in on a gang war. He left the Valentinos because of shit like this, and promised his mama he'd quit when he saw her crying over him in the hospital all those years ago. Fuck it, he decided, need a hand. You don't have to help Jackie. He snorted, fuck that gunk shit. He turned on the barstool and ignored the disapproving look Pepe sent him. We might have spilled up but she was my friend. Not only that, but if I don't and you wind up zeroed out because of this, she'll haunt my ass till the end of days. Looking at the larger man for a moment, Naruto saw the determined look Jackie had and nodded. I appreciate it Jackie. Hell yeah Holmes. Tell you what, we plan it out right and we can get Gustavo and Campos to help out too. They'd give anything to get even with the gonks responsible. I can't believe you two, they heard Mama Wells say from behind them, making Jackie cringe. Haven't even had her a frienda yet and you two want to charge out there and get yourselves killed trying to avenge her. His teeth clenched. Naruto swallowed the words he wanted to say back to her. The way she just talked to them pissed him off, but Cammy would never forgive him for cursing the woman she thought of like a mother, especially when she was right for the most part. He never saw Pepe's eyes widen at his anger. Turning on his stool, Naruto was about to give a small apology to the woman but felt himself go numb. Standing just a few feet away, Mama Wells held a simple metal urn to her chest with both arms, Camilla Orta, engraved on the side with a few small roses etched around it. Sliding to his feet, Naruto took the urn from her with trembling hands. She didn't seem to want to hand it over at first but relented with a small sad smile. He didn't even get to see her one last time. It hit him like a ton of bricks. He'd never see her again, never hold her hand, hold her to him, feel her warmth, hear her laugh. He'd never get to tell her how much she mattered to him. He'd never be able to tell her how much he loved her. He didn't know how long he held the urn to his chest or when he started silently crying. All he knew was that Mama Wells had wrapped her arms around him again and just held him until he managed to pull himself together. Pepe and Jackie acted like they hadn't noticed, Jackie fiddling with the bottle while Pepe wiped the bar. Thanks Mama Wells, he told her as she let him go. He ran a finger over her name one last time before handing her urn back over. Sorry about the She shook her head and took Cammy's urn back. It's okay dear, don't mention it. But now that you're here, we can arrange her memorial. What do you need me to do? Mama Wells explained what the plan was. He didn't actually have to do anything, she just felt that he should be there seeing how close he was to Camilla. It'll take a couple of days or so to get everything ready. I need to get up with everyone and make a few arrangements. I want to help out somehow. The best way you can help then is to find an offering for her, something special to you both. He nodded slowly and she reached out to squeeze his arm with a sad smile, her other arm holding Cammy's urn protectively. You should go home and get some rest. You look awful. Naruto looked down at himself and sweat dropped. Ah yeah, I guess so. He already knew he looked like shit but her outright telling him really pushed the fact home. She turned to Jackie and cleared her throat. Miho, be a dear and give him a ride would you? Take my car. You got it mama. Jackie stood up and walked over to the ninja, slapping him on the arm. Come on Holmes, I wouldn't try arguing with her. The woman hugged him again. If you need anything at all, just ask okay? She said softly. He nodded against her shoulder before she let him go. I will, oh and I'm sorry about the door, I'll bring you some eddies to pay for it later. I'll hold you to it dear. Naruto followed Jackie over to the doors and out onto the sidewalk. The pair walked around to the small parking lot and over to an older model Archer Hella parked by an Arch motorcycle. So what's the deets Holmes? He asked as the pair got situated in his mother's car. It rumbled to life with the radio starting to play before Jackie reached down and turned it almost all the way down. Seeing the blonde's raised eyebrows, he smirked. I know that look, there's no way you're letting this go. Naruto turned to look him in the eye for a moment before looking forward. I know some people who'll tell me what I want to know. He leaned back and rested his head on the headrest while Jackie nodded. Got yourself a info bro huh? Nice, he was a solo runner, of course he'd have some helpful connections he'd be able to call on. Gonna need some scratch to grease the wheels. The car pulled out onto the street. By the way, where are we going? Actually Jackie, I need a favor. I got you Mono, what's up? Holding up his chrome arm, Naruto showed Jackie the damaged cyberware making him whistle. Damn man, he looked back and forth between the damaged arm and the road before stopping at a light. Your chrome all good. It works mostly, but feels a little slow at times though. The biggest issue is this, he tapped the side of his head where the chrome for his shard slots and other basic day-to-day implants were. Cyber's fried, optics, communication, personal link, everything's down. What? Naruto looked back at the man when he heard the genuine shock in his voice. Your neural ware's fried. Santo Mierda, change of plans, you need to see a ripper now. You know a good one. Hell yeah Holmes, I'm taking you to Vic's. Solid guy, best ripper in the city. He was already turning around, pulling a U-turn in the street and pissing off another driver that honked his horn at them. Wait, stop by my place first, I need to grab some eddies. Sorry but no dice. I'm no pro but I know neuralware is connected to all kinds of shit in your head, you need a checkup ASAP. Vic's cool though, he actually cares about his patients. He'll even let you pay later on too. The car sped through the city center just fast enough where the NCPD wouldn't raise a fuss, bypassing Corpo Plaza and taking the bridge into Watson. Watson had a strong Asian influence in its style, with much of it coming from Arasaka-backed interests in the area at first, then overtaken by the many Chinese immigrants that flooded the district. Many of the buildings were once owned by Core, but now a good few now housed immigrant squatters of various ethnicities. Some were dangerously falling apart from within, and those who went inside often found the remains of poor souls killed by something collapsing on top of them. "Welcome to Little China," Jackie told him as they crossed the bridge. He grinned and gave a little wave to a pair of officers leaning against their squad car on the corner of the street next to the bridge. They drove a little ways away and stopped at a light. "Yeah, playground to the fucking tiger claws," Naruto groaned, nodding his head across the road. 3 members of said gang were busy threatening some poor street vendor, all of them wearing bright biker leathers and neon-colored masks with a pair of what he thought were the ugliest bikes he'd ever seen. "Poor fucker," Jackie sighed as they passed. "Fucking claws, man." They went deeper into Little China, passing more and more street vendors, homeless people, and numerous stores before Jackie pulled up on the curb beside a strip club. Naruto looked at the windows lined with glowing pink neon strips where some girls were dancing, teasing the guys and girls standing on the street before slowly turning to look at Jackie with the same look he used to give pervy Sage. "Gamora, really? What?" Jackie looked at the club, then back at him. "No pendejo," across the street. He leaned forward and pointed to the building directly across from it. "Misty's Esoterica." "Yeah, well no, the entrance to Vix is in the alley behind her shop." That didn't make him feel any better. "Misty's good people too, we've known each other for years. Grew up on the same streets," he told him while opening the door and climbing out. "Well, you coming?" Yeah, I'm coming. Though I have to say, Jackie, if this guy's so good, why's he running a clinic from an alleyway?" They started walking towards Misty's shop. "It's not in an alley, it's in the basement. It's actually really nice down there, he's got a ton of room down there. Look, just wait and see." Naruto nodded slowly. After all, what did he have to lose now anyway? The door to Misty's Esoterica slid open and the smell of incense hit his nose. Not strong, but it kinda reminded him of the stuff Cammy used to burn before she stopped smoking resin out of nowhere. "Hey, welcome to Misty's." "Oh hey Jackie." "Hey Misty, good seeing you again. Is Vic in? I got a buddy here that needs to see em pronto." Naruto walked in behind Jackie and saw the woman he was talking to. She was young and pale with a gothic vibe to her, dark eyeshadow and lipstick with a spiked collar around her neck. She had on an old oversized sweater from what he could see as she stood behind the counter surrounded by New Age spiritual symbols and statues that he couldn't make heads or tails of. "Oh wow, your aura, it's so heavy." She sighed in a breathy voice, looking at him with pitying eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto saw Jackie make a little gesture with his hand with a small shake of his head. "Oh yes, Dr. Victor is in." She seemed a little put off by that but smiled either way, head on through. "Thanks Misty." Jackie smiled at her and motioned for Naruto to follow him. "Oh, and before I forget," he introduced the 2 blondes to one another and promised to talk to her again in a little bit before leading him to the alleyway and down a set of stairs a little ways away. "Vix is right down here." They descended the steps and as the door opened, Naruto heard the sounds of a boxing match going on. Jackie stepped forward and opened the metal gate, motioning for him to follow. "Hey Vic. Got a customer for you." "Jackie, good to see you kid." Naruto took a moment to look over the Ripper doc. He was an older man with a 5 o'clock shadow, wearing square plastic-framed glasses, dark paramedic pants, and a blue button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up showing off his muscled arms. The man stood up from his stool and met them halfway, glancing at him for a moment and slapping Jackie on the back. "Good to see you too, but we're here for him." He motioned to Naruto, his neural wear burned out. Victor lost any hint of a smile and quickly turned serious. "He what?" Turning to the blonde, he stepped over to him and looked at him with genuine concern, shocking Naruto. "You in the chair now," he ordered, not giving the blonde a chance to speak and following him as if he'd collapse at any minute. "Jackie, I'll handle it from here, but I need to speak to my patient alone." "No worries, I got it Vic." "Hey Naruto, I'll be at Misty's when you finish up, alright?" Got it, Jackie. Before he could even finish, Vic had him sitting on the Ripper's chair and had a light shining in his eyes. Damn Vic, it's not that serious. The hell it ain't, kid. He shot back. These implants interface with your organic nerves. The man pulled a link from the terminal next to the chair. I need to jack into your personal link, get any readings I can. What were you doing when it happened? Naruto thought about it for a moment. He sure as shit wasn't gonna tell him exactly what happened. What would he say? Oh yeah, I lost my self-control and channeled a ton of demonic chakra to wipe a band of smugglers out along with anything in the general vicinity. Hunted down a band of Raffen Shiv. Must have overdone it somehow. Overdid it. The Ripper repeated, looking at the readings. Diagnostics can barely get a reading on your chrome, hold on a minute. He turned the blonde's head and shined a light at the slot behind his ear. How are you even alive, kid? Your shard slots are warped. No, they're melted. Can you fix it? Fix it. This. Sorry to say, kid, but I doubt anyone could fix this. The old Ripper typed a few things out on the console. Tell me, were you experiencing anything unusual before this? Overloaded, I guess is the best way to put it. Pain, double vision, phantom smells, numbness maybe. Naruto took a breath. Look, doc, just between us. Patient to doctor. Before things got crazy, I found out my girl was killed. That made Victor stop. I lost it. Those Raffen I was after, they changed into someone I fought a long time ago. I could hear him. It was like I was there again. My arm couldn't stop shaking. It felt like my eye was burning. I'm sorry for your loss, kid. He sighed, but that sounds like signs of cyberpsychosis. But don't that only happen to chrome junkies? All I'm chipped with is my neural implant and this. He raised his right arm. It couldn't be that. No one's really sure how it's caused, but you're right. There's never been a case of someone going cyberpsycho with so little chrome, But what? You went through a sudden and traumatic shock. Add in the stress of a fight and your chrome burning out like that. It's theoretically possible. Victor scratched his head with a thoughtful look. Visual and auditory hallucinations, feedback causing your arm to shake. While it sounds like cyberpsychosis, there's also pretty strong evidence that it wasn't the case. When he saw the questioning look Naruto gave him, he shook his head. You're still here, kid. I'm not aware of anyone who's fallen over the edge and got back up. Naruto couldn't even pretend to know much of anything about cyberpsychosis. All he really did know was that when someone snapped, they usually murdered anyone that came close to them until Maxtack showed up to put them down and put them down hard. Alright, he snapped out of his thoughts. I can replace your dome chrome. A little tricky, but I can do it. This is a pretty standard package. If you want, I got some pretty preem pieces in stock that you can check out. Same for your arm. It's no gorilla arm or mantis blade, but it'll look more natural than what you have now. Probably stand up to the heat better too when you decide to try and melt this one. Naruto grinned at the look Vic gave him. XXX. You're not gonna tell him, huh? Mama Wells turned to look at Pepe for a moment and shook her head. I was going to, but you saw how he reacted. I don't blame you, Hefe. Never seen a guy crush a bottle like that. Well, not with a organic hand anyway. He looked to the side where he'd tossed the bloody towel out of the way to be washed later. Not to mention that look he had when you mentioned going after revenge. I can't really blame him. She sighed before giving a little laugh. The way Cammy would go on and on, she was madly in love with him. We spent all day looking at apartments, she was a sight. She wanted to have as many options for them to choose from when he came back. I think you should still tell him. He deserves to know. I don't know what I'd do in his place if anything happened to my Cynthia. He opened the ice chest in the bar and double-checked it. The bar would be opening soon. I know, Pepe. I know. She looked miserable, but he just lost her. You saw how he was. How can I tell him? The man slammed the door shut. She was carrying his child Hefe. The thought of being in Naruto's position had gotten to him. Dios mío, he was gonna be a father, and you saw how excited Cammy was when she told us. The usually unflappable woman covered her face. I know, Pepe, I know. Oh Dios mío, I know. She wiped tears from her eyes and looked at the man who looked ashamed for snapping at her. They'd spent days running around Night City, just her and Cammy. Looking at apartments and homes, trying to find the best ones where they could raise a family. When she found out that she was pregnant, Cammy never had a single thought of getting rid of it and joked about having to call her grandmama Wells. Hefe, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you like that. She stepped over and patted his hand. No, it's okay, Pepe. You're right. I'll tell him before the ofrenda, so he can say goodbye to them both. They soon got back to work and opened the bar. Both feeling down at the whole situation and accepting the condolences of their closer patrons who wished them the best. XXX. Yo main, what's shaking my choom? The man in question looked up from his conversation with Dorio and raised his head in greeting. Nisavya to make it. He bumped fists with the smaller girl, his fist 3 times the sizes of hers before looking her up and down with a raised eyebrow. Any trouble getting here? She looked down, huh? Seeing a few wet spots on her black hoodie she groaned. Aw man, I just got this washed. She rubbed the spot and her fingers came back bloody. Stupid Gonk remembered me from Lizzie's and was asking for trouble, so I gave it to him. You're not hurt are you? Dorio asked, leaning up from her chair to give her a once-over, only for the girl to wave her hand. Nah, I'm preem. That chump on the other hand's gonna need 2 new pieces. The girl fished out a Lexington auto pistol and grinned, took this from him and shot off his Mr. Stud. Main grimaced while Dorio laughed. Well, so long as you're fine, hear anything from your bro. Rebecca groaned. Gonk's probably stopped by that junk shop. She walked around and fell back onto the couch next to the much larger woman with a bounce. Said something about, hell if I know, some kinda tech. Main's eyes lit up as he shot the techie a message to hurry it up. Their little base wasn't much, just a little abandoned gas station for now they cleared out a while ago as one of their first gigs together as a crew. Some scavs had tried setting up shop here but they were tasked with shutting that shit down early. The crew claimed it as their own afterward as their little meeting spot here in Haywood. Mainly due to the fact that none of the crew wanted the others to outright know where they all lived, at least not this early into the partnership. The door opened up again, getting their attention. Hi guys. Dorio waved at the new arrival. Sasha, been wondering when you'd finally make it back around. Sasha was a pale young woman although not as pale as Rebecca, with short black hair in a bob cut, blue and pink eyes and a small cat-like smirk on her face. The cyberware lines on her face added to her cat-like features and though most of the crew hadn't seen M yet, she chipped herself with a pair of cat's paw rippers, giving herself a set of devastating claws when needed. Sorry. She grinned, that runner gig sucked big time, but it was a favor for a choom you know. The woman walked over and joined them, dressed in her tight plug suit and carrying her bag over one shoulder. So what's up main? Figured we need to have a discussion, he answered with a serious look at the 3 of them. This dust-up between 6th Street and the Valentinos has a lot of folks nervous and both teams are wanting to bring in outside hustle. You're thinking of signing up? Sasha asked with a shocked look, only for him to shake his head. Not really, but word's out on the street about it and I figured I'd bring it up and get some thoughts on it. Not really a fan of either if I'm being real. Main grumbled while crossing his arms. Didn't you and Main get tangled up with some 6th Street guy a while back? Rebecca asked the woman next to her, getting a nod from Dorio and a grunt from Main. Yeah, El Captain was kind enough to do some digging for us since he's the one that got us tangled up with the guy. Flatlined a whole scav crew and tortured one of them. He's some kinda heavy hitter ninja for 6th Street. Call him the 6th Street Shino last I heard. Dorio explained. I hear he's the one hunting down scavs in the area, ghosted the lot of them too. Sasha's eyes lit up as she quickly checked the net. So if we did join in and help the Valentinos, we run the risk of that psycho targeting us. Dorio nodded while Main cleared his throat. Help the Tinos and risk fucking with the Shino or help 6th Street and face probably the biggest fucking gang this side of NC. Neither option sounds pretty good honestly. Sasha looked at the others and shrugged, let's not then. Let the 2 gangs fight it out on their own, there's plenty of work we can score. Our only fixer right now is based here in Santo. Kinda hard to pick up any gigs right now with 6th Street on edge. He mused back. Ain't got the street cred to just walk up to any other fixer, they'd sooner zero us than hire us. Talk about being between a rock and a hard place. Rebecca leaned against her new choom Dorio, who grinned at her antics. There's no other fixer who'll give us a shot. Most only deal with those they trust or who have the representative to back 'em up. We ain't got shit at the moment. The door slammed open, causing them all to turn and pull their iron. Maine and Dorio with matching overtures and Rebecca dual-wielding the new Lexington she took earlier and the highly customized Liberty pistol from her time with the Mox while Sasha was in mid-hack ready to fry any chrome the attacker had. Hey chooms, sorry I'm late. Came the voice they all instantly recognized as Pilar. He came backing into the room holding the door open with his ass and holding a box of scrap tech with a grin on his face. Got a hell of a deal on this and he turned to see them all ready to zero him and froze. Ah, bad time. You goddamn gonk-brained fool. His sister screamed at him, what's the big idea huh? What? He cried, what the fuck did I do? Bustin' up in here like a gonk. Rebecca jumped up and stood on the couch, still aiming her pistols while the others put their guns away. Coulda shot your dumb ass. Pilar rearranged the box in his arms and stuck his middle finger up at her. Oh bite me half pint. The gremlin hissed and pulled the trigger, shooting the tip of his chrome finger. XXX. Naruto grinned as the overlay in his eye rebooted. Hey I'm seeing something now. He had been under Vic's tender care for a few good hours now. The process of replacing his neural wear was a delicate process and dealing with his nerves and gray matter made Vic take his time while walking him though every step in the process. If he was honest, after the Ripper gave him a shot of anesthetic and started removing the fried chrome, he kinda lost him. All he knew was that Jackie was right, Vic was awesome. His last Ripper doc was good, sure, but Vic went above and beyond. Made sure to warn him when he did something, let him know when making connections and that he might feel certain things. Why the man ran his clinic here in such a hidden location instead of somewhere he could show off his skill he didn't know. Replaced your OS with a Militech Paraline over the standard civilian OS you were chipped with before. Not the latest and greatest mind you, but you should see a decent improvement when it comes to syncing with your communications package and optical screen. I'd recommend replacing that. By the way, the newer optics are much more stable and less prone to irritation and glitches. Naruto grimaced. The idea of fully replacing his eye with a cybernetic one sounded cool, but he really didn't know enough about it to commit. Hell, the optical tech he had now was basically a small contact that his old Ripper installed in his eye that was just a small HUD with the most basic overlays for information and communication. Arms online too. Just take it easy for a bit and let your body adapt to the chrome. Vic rolled away on his stool and grabbed something off a shelf before rolling back. Here, take 2 puffs of this and another tonight. Immunosuppressants, although it looks like your bodies adapt pretty well, but this is just in case. Naruto nodded and did as directed, feeling a cool sensation spreading from his lungs with each inhale. You're the best, Victor. Just call me Vic. The man shrugged, and I know we didn't talk about it before, but your payment. I promise I'll get you the eddies. Oh, I trust you. Anyone Jackie says is good in my book. I was just gonna say feel free to pay me back when you're able, or we can even have a payment plan if you're strapped for it. He watched as the blonde set the inhaler down and studied his new arm. The arm's pretty basic but way better than what you were chipped with before. He grinned, a little embarrassed. Yeah, I couldn't really afford anything better at the time. The blonde then started poking at the skin covering the arm. Dude, this feels so weird. Weird. Not bad, just doesn't feel like my actual skin. Oh, well that's normal. Some of the newest models can simulate the feeling of actual skin, but this synth skin covering the chrome is purely cosmetic. It'll heal itself over time from small scratches and cuts, but don't expect it to hold up to whatever you did to your other arm. He finished it off by looking over to where his other chrome had been set aside. Naruto chuckled nervously. I'll try, but like I said, I'll get you the eddies for this soon, a day at least. Vic raised an eyebrow behind his glasses. That's 20,000 eddies, kid. No need to break the bank, but hey, you do you. I won't complain about getting paid. He chuckled. Besides, who knows, I might just bite it pretty soon. So you're certain about this? He had told Vic about how he planned to hunt down the people responsible for his input's death, no doubt making an enemy out of all of 6th Street in the process. He didn't try to dissuade him either. He was just his Ripper. Hell, he'd only met the guy today, so he didn't feel like he had a right to talk him out of it. Naruto nodded and clenched his new fist. Believe it. They won't know what hit em. Vic sighed and crossed his arms. Alright then, kid, give em hell. Just promise me one thing. Once it's all over, How about you come back and I'll give your chroma once over alright? Vic, I'm planning on only using your clinic from now on so don't you worry, that made Vic laugh. Besides, I'm kinda interested in one of those arm upgrades. Gotta make it back to chip it in don't I? Damn straight kid. XXX. Even with war looming over the districts of Haywood and Santo Domingo, biz still needed to be handled. It was mainly old biz, gigs that were already underway or ones that clients had already paid up front to be done. Until he got a sense of where things were going, he wouldn't be adding to any chaos on the streets by sending a trigger-happy runner out to possibly fan the flames. But Padre, we can't let them get away with it. They killed her, I can't just sit here and do nothing. Sebastian, Padre, Ibarra sat at the small folding table in one of the many old lawn chairs while Gustavo ranted and raved. The man came to him wanting information to use to strike back at 6th Street for the attacks but mainly because of his little sister's death. Normally he would have happily provided him with such details, after all, he had been there when both Gustavo and Camilla were born and kept an eye on them all throughout their lives. Gustavo, this is information that I am unable to provide. He raised a hand to halt the man's next outburst. I have people looking into it. But for now you must mourn and be there for your input. That made him deflate a bit. Ms. Young is still recovering, is she not? Yeah, he muttered, pulling a chair out for himself and sitting down. They were sitting in the back lot of one of the fixer's usual hangouts, a basketball court near a highway ramp. Several of Gustavo's people were standing around on the lookout along with the hustle he kept around the area while one pair of young Valentinos fought each other in a friendly match with several others betting and cheering them on. Have faith, Gustavo, I assure you that their sins will not go unpunished. Go and be there for Ms. Young, she will appreciate your presence more than you think. He stopped short as his driver and bodyguard walked over. Yes, Marcus. Ever the cool and collected man, Marcus leaned down and spoke quietly in his ear. Sir, our contact reached out. A Mr. Uzumaki was seen entering El Coyote Cojo. His eyes widened just a hint. I see, thank you, Marcus. The man straightened and nodded before returning to his spot a little ways away, giving him sightlines to both the entryway to the courts and where his employer sat. I am glad to see you as always, Gustavo, but I must cut our meeting short. Everything Nova. Yes, just some biz that needs my attention. He waved it off. I will be in touch. Go and be with your loved ones and prepare for little Camilla's ofrenda. I'm certain that I'll see you there. Yeah, that's right, Ms. Wells called and said she's got a date for it. Gustavo deflated the rest of the way. Never thought she'd go before me. The fixer stood up from the table and laid a hand on his shoulder. She will be missed, I am certain she's looking down on us now and smiling. Go with God, little Gusto. The last part made the man groan and chuckle. Oh, I thought I'd outgrown that name. You may be the man you are today, but I'll always see the little shit that tried stealing the communion wine. That got him another groan. Until next time, Gustavo. Later, Padre. The man left, meeting Marcus halfway and following him to the car, stopping every now and then to say hello to a few locals he hadn't seen in a while before moving on and climbing into his car as his driver held the door. Thank you, Marcus. As he got situated, Marcus climbed into the driver's seat in front of him and got them on the road. How long has he been back in the city? Unknown, but our contact believes that he just arrived and made the bar his first stop. They pulled out onto the road and into traffic. So the lad has returned, and hell will follow with him. Marcus glanced at the rearview mirror. What was that, boss? He waved it off. Nothing, just the musings of an old man. When Camilla started hanging around someone new and vouched for him so early, he couldn't help but look into the blonde. Not only as a fixer but as her godfather. Naruto had no history at all, and that did indeed set off some warnings to him, as no one had absolutely no trail. He had one of his people trail them when they went out one night, and his contact had a rather interesting picture from that night of them buying masks. At the time he didn't think too much of it. It wasn't until later when he managed to get a hold of a copy of that damaged BD with the Shino of 6th Street on it did he put things together. The Shino of 6th Street was little Camilla's output, Uzumaki Naruto. The thought had staggered him. Every time news of a scab operation being ghosted, all he could think of was that the man capable of it was with his godchild. The irony wasn't lost on him either. The little sister of Gustavo Orta, a leading figure of the Valentinos, was with the Chino, a 6th Street boogeyman. Not only that, but Gustavo himself was with Martha Young, or otherwise known as Martha Frakes, the child of a senior member of 6th Street. Marcus, inform our people to be ready, he told the man grimly. I do not know what he plans to do, but I feel that young Naruto will cause quite the ruckus. XXX. Ah, no offense Holmes, but a storage unit. Jackie leaned to look out his window at the fenced-in self-storage area while Naruto directed him to drive through and where to turn. I mean, I'm sure you could find a better place to stay than this. Turn here, 3rd unit to the left. He told the larger man, and I only stayed here every now and then. Usually keep some spare gear here. As they slowed to a stop outside his unit, Naruto sighed, hearing the unasked question. I stayed with Kami most nights. Oh. Naruto opened the car door and climbed out. Feel free to come on in. Jackie nodded and opened his door, joining him outside on the cracked pavement while he unlocked the gate with a small key and slung it open, the metal door clattering as it raised and making the man whistle. Holy shit, Mono. While the unit wasn't too big, measuring 10 by 10, Naruto had made it a small armory. Sorry about the mess, he joked, motioning to the shelf next to him with several guns haphazardly piled on it and what looked like a few backpacks full of random assortments of loose mags, grenades, and boxes of ammo. Give me a second, would you? Seeing the blonde grab a pair of pants off a cot against the opposite wall, Jackie nodded. Be right outside. It only took a minute until he was called back and returned to find the blonde wearing his spare orange outfit and stuffing some things into a duffel bag. Where'd all this come from? Mostly took them from people I went up against, he admitted. A few of them were just idiot kids. Figured I could at least keep them from doing something stupid if I took their weapons. Some didn't have owners anymore. Feel free to grab something you like. It was a strange feeling to let someone look through his stash. The only other person who'd been in here was Kami when he first got the place. Jackie looked intrigued and carefully started looking through the shelves, picking up a few things here and there before moving them out of the way to look at what was below it. Jackie had to admit, he felt like when he was a kid with his mother all those years ago, looking through a second-hand thrift shop, except these shelves had guns instead of clothing and knickknacks. Hey Jackie. The man looked over, holding a tech pistol from the shelves. What's up? Naruto had finished packing his extra gear, his remaining kunai, some medical stuff, a new overture revolver since his last one was lost somewhere in the Badlands, a Lexington pistol and some cash. His mask and plate carrier still safely sealed away on his person thankfully. His mask was one of the very first things Kami had given him and he never wanted to lose it. Do you really want to help me go after these guys? Without a moment of hesitation, Jackie nodded. Hell yeah I do. He set the pistol down and turned with his arms crossed. This ain't about no gang fight. I left the Tinos years ago. I'm doing this for Camilla. Then he chuckled. Besides, if you went off and got zeroed doing this, then I'm certain she'll haunt my ass till the end of my days for letting you go alone. He raised an eyebrow when Naruto reached into the bag and tossed something to him, making him fumble with it for a minute before realizing that he'd tossed him a thick stack of worn Eurodollars, netta. Looking between the bundle and the blonde, he was shocked and thumbed through them. Hermano, this has got to be like a few grand here. 10K actually. You want to be a merc, don't you? The Shino zipped the bag closed and stood up. Use that to get some gear you need. It was a good chunk of cash, but aside from what he made doing the odd gig with the Padre and Rico, most of it came from what he took from Gunner and his people when he raided their shit. Shit, I won't say no to this kinda scratch. Jackie stuffed the eddies into his pocket. I still gotta pay back Vic too. You mind stopping back there before you drop me off at her place? He felt a bit of fear well up in him at the thought of returning there, but he needed to. Jackie nodded. You got it, Holmes. You mind if I take this? He held up a rather nice-looking machete with some engraving on the blade and ivory grips with a picture of a saint carved on them. It was something he'd picked up from some scavs, and while it looked nice, Naruto didn't have any attachment to it. Yeah sure, take whatever you'd like dude. He played with it for a second before putting it in the small sheath it had. Sweet. What do you think? He held it by his thigh, then by his shoulder blade. Think'll look good here or on my belt. Whichever's easiest to get to when you need it, he answered truthfully. picking up the duffel bag and walking towards the car, stopping for a moment to pick up a backpack. Shoulder does look kinda awesome though. The taller man grinned and patted the blade like a 6-foot-tall child that just got a gift. Fucking preem choom. XXX. You sure you don't want me to stick around for a bit, Holmes? Naruto looked Jackie in the eyes and shook his head. Nah, you helped me enough today, man. He looked out the window at the apartment building he and Cammy lived in for a while. I think I need to be alone here for a while. The man nodded. If you're sure then. His eyes lit up. Shooting you my contact. Let me know when you're ready to move out and flatline those fuckers, alright. Naruto nodded, receiving the ping from Jackie as he climbed out of the car and shut the door. I'll be in touch, Jackie. He slapped the roof of the car and leaned to look through the now opened window with a small sad smile. They don't know what hit em. Damn straight. I'm probably gonna wait on it though, till after I can say goodbye. Jackie grimaced but nodded. I feel you, Holmes. Just hit me up if you need anything, alright. Oh, and you mind if I share your new contact info with moms? He nodded. You got it, Jackie, and sure, I don't mind. Saying their goodbyes, Naruto grabbed his bags from the trunk and closed in. Giving a little wave as Jackie drove off. He wasn't exactly a friend considering they'd only interacted a few times, but he felt that Jackie was one of the few good people left in this city. The Shino then turned to look at the apartment building and grimaced. Cammy deserved better than this place. If anyone heard his muttering, they didn't react. The building itself was a wreck, covered in filth and graffiti, but then again everywhere here in the sub-district of Vista del Rey was that way. You could probably say that this was the worst area of Haywood, eaten alive by widespread poverty and oppression by both the corpo elite charging to take as much as they could and gangs stealing the rest. Even now he could hear gunshots, probably not even a few blocks away, but then again that's nothing out of the norm here. Several people on the streets didn't even bother looking up from their own business as it happened. They were already so used to it after all. 6th Street claimed a lot of territory around this part of Haywood. Hey there, Choom. A gravelly voice croaked, bringing his attention to an old homeless man. Filthy and down on his luck like most of the city. Haven't seen ya around. Thought they might have got ya. He cackled. The man was half blind from the look of his eye, hair gray and thin. He was wearing several shirts and a coat, some of which had been given to him by Naruto, earning him a lifelong friend as far as the man was concerned. Hey old man, I see you're still kicking. Naruto tried to put on a grin for the man, but it was noticeably half-hearted. The hobo nodded and laughed. Oh yes, no gonk's gonna be getting me. Before looking as if he'd just woken up from a nap and seen the blonde for the first time. Hey kiddo, you look down. Cammy, she's dead. The words still tasted bitter. Oh no, his shoulders sagged. Such a nice girl, she gave me these shoes. He wiggled his feet showing the blonde a pair of old shoes, a little rough but in good shape. Gonna miss her. Always told her to look out. That they're always out to get ya, you know. Naruto let the man ramble for a moment. He was harmless enough, but something wasn't quite right with him. Something in his head short-circuited, as Cammy would say. Everyone always seemed to avoid and ignore the homeless unless it was for a cruel reason, something he himself had dealt with, so upon seeing the man outside her building, he at least tried to help him out. The man wouldn't accept any big help, but he was grateful for a coat when it was cooler despite the weather being mostly warm, and some kind words every now and then. Just those small acts earned him and later Cammy a friend. A friend who had yet to tell him his name, but a friend either way. Yeah, seems like the city's always out to get you, Naruto muttered, clenching the bags in each hand. I'll see you around, old man. Later's Choom. The sadness in the man's face vanished as he seemed to go back to his dreamlike state. Remember, they're out to get you. The inside of the building was just as rough, smelled worse too. At least outside you got a breeze every now and then, but in here you had a concentrated stink coming from the various bags of trash left sitting in corners. No one was at the front desk, just a scanner and terminal for dealing with rent and such. As a matter of fact, he's never even seen anyone behind that desk. The elevators were broken as usual, so he took the stairs and encountered a trio of new faces hanging around the second landing above him, 2 guys and a girl. The girl was sitting on the top stair, back leaning against the wall with her legs across the walkway. One guy was leaning on the railing next to the second set of stairs, propped on his arms and drinking a beer. The last guy was sitting opposite the girl, her feet in his lap. He walked up and stopped at the bottom of the steps. Hey, you mind moving? The three shared a look and looked back at him. I don't feel like it, the girl groaned, just sat down. The one leaning on the rail above them all stood up. Yeah, how about you turn around and use the other stairs? As a matter of fact, how about you be a chum and leave those bags here too? Honestly, he felt like he should have expected some shit like this. You know, I don't think I've seen you three around here before. What's it to you, gonk? The girl scoffed, leaning over and grabbing something next to her. It was a machete covered in neon splashes of pink and blue paint. She put the point into the stair next to her and played with it, spinning the weapon back and forth. If you don't drop the bag, you won't be seeing much else after we're done with you. He looked them over for a bit more and they looked more like a bunch of kids than gangers. I've had a really bad few days, chums. He stressed the word, not really having used it before, and I don't want to hurt a couple of stupid kids. The fuck did you say? The guy sitting snapped. Naruto dropped the duffel bag, the guns inside clattering together with his gear, and sat the other bag down softer. Let me put it to you in a way you might understand. He took a step up towards them. I'm in no mood to deal with three little shits. The guy pushed the girl's feet out of his lap. You're going to get out of my way. No, you're gonna get the fuck out of this building. The guy stood up, followed by the girl. And now, the question is whether or not the three of you are going to walk out. He made it up to the last step and got face to face with the first guy. Or be carried out. Naruto could see the three look him up and down. He wore his usual set of orange and black clothing, but none of his gear, even his holster, was empty. The only thing he really had on him in terms of weapons was a handful of kunai, and they were mostly out of sight in his back pouch, so to them he had to look like an easy mark. Alright chum, guess you're getting a tune-up. The guy tried to shove him back, to push him down the stairs, which was honestly a good plan, but as soon as his hands touched the blonde, Naruto caught them and twisted, tossing the punk over his shoulder and down the stairs himself. Oli! The girl screamed, swinging her machete, you fucking bastard. Leaning his body away, the blade missed the blonde and narrowly missed the other punk, making him stumble back in shock. The fuck, Nikki? He yelped as she swung again. You almost killed me, bitch. Fuck you, was her only response, grunted out between swings until her blade slashed the blonde's hand. Ha! Or so she thought. Naruto caught the neon-painted machete with his cyber arm, the blade digging into the synth flesh and most likely leaving a gouge cut into the palm itself. He gripped the blade tight as she tried to snatch it back and stepped in, his organic fist slamming into her stomach. Oh fuck, he heard the last guy muttering in a panic. Oh fuck, oh fuck. He looked like a small trapped animal and seemed to be considering running up the stairs. The girl, Nikki, fell to her knees, giving up on the blade to hold her stomach while gasping, her wheezing and gasping to refill her lungs, the being the only sound around them. Don't! Naruto snapped, spinning the blade and catching the handle to point it at the last man. Don't move. He stepped closer and closer to the now trembling man who backed himself against the wall. What's your name? N. Knox. The curve of the machete blade touched his cheek. No, not a stupid little nickname. Naruto pressed the blade down slightly, just below his eye. I want your real name. Donnie. My name's Donnie, he quickly answered. Look man, I'm sorry. I just hang out with these guys every now and. Donnie, shish, he shook as the blonde slowly removed the blade from his face. How old are you? 16, sir. Naruto hummed. 16 years old, huh? Pretty young age for you to die, isn't it? Chopped to pieces with your friends in some stairway. He watched the teen shiver and press himself into the wall harder. Then again, there are worse things than dying that could happen to you right now. Yes sir, please. In a flash, Naruto raised the blade and brought it down fast before stopping above his left shoulder. The kid's eyes must have flashed before his eyes as he locked up, no longer trembling, too afraid to breathe. I said, shish. He repeated, lightly patting his cheek with the blade. Here's what you're going to do, okay? The blonde looked him in the eyes for a moment. You're listening, right? Donnie nodded fast. Yes sir. You're gonna get her up. He pointed the blade towards the winded girl, who chose that time to vomit on the top step. Then both of you are gonna drag that. He pointed to the punk at the bottom of the stairs. Oli, right. Yeah, you're gonna drag Oli out of this building and keep walking. He let his words sink in for a moment, and if I ever see any of you anywhere near this place again. Spinning on his heel, Naruto slashed at the railing. The machete shattered, but the railing on the landing slowly slid down before clattering down to the bottom of the stairway, leaving 4 cleanly cut poles with the final snapped in half from the force. Leaving the teen standing there, Naruto turned and walked back down the steps, stepping around the girl in her vomit to grab his bags. The teen named Oli groaned and whimpered in a pile where he fell, one of his legs draped across the backpack which Naruto kicked off. With both in hand, he went back up the steps and started to pass by Donnie but stopped before sighing. Kneeling down, Naruto opened the duffel bag, letting the kid see the weapons inside while grabbing a bounce back before zipping it back up and standing. Give them this, he muttered. When the kid didn't move to take it, he rolled his eyes and tossed it at his feet. Remember what I said, kid? Donnie stayed there for a while, pressing himself into the wall as if he'd become part of it until the guy was out of sight. He heard a door slam shut above them and slid down the wall trembling. They fucked up and messed with the wrong gonk. That was a fucking edgerunner that could have zeroed them just as easily as he kicked their asses. He felt like crying. Looking down, he groaned. Well, at least he had on dark pants. He'd never live it down if they knew he pissed himself. XXX. Hey baby girl, I'm back. Naruto stood in the open doorway of her apartment, half hoping it was all a dream and that she'd be there grinning at him. The apartment somehow seemed even smaller without her. It was already barely a closet in his opinion, but it was all she could afford and she wouldn't accept him paying for a bigger place, not yet anyway, she had told him with a wink. It was twice the size of his storage unit at least, fit their bed, a small table with a chair, a wall-mounted hollow screen they watched together sometimes, and lastly a dresser. He dropped his bags in the doorway before shaking his head and picking them up again. She didn't like it when he left them there like that. What if someone opened the door and snatched it? She would say. She even made him a little spot to the side for him to put the duffel bags he carried his gear in, never once asking what they held. With them placed in the proper spot, he walked through the room just looking around. It felt so wrong without her. Sitting on the bed, he ran his hand over the red sheets she bought, one of the first things they'd got together for this place. They were still tossed aside. He could picture her now, throwing them back and stretching like a cat before getting up and getting dressed. She never made the bed, but then again, neither did he. Naruto grabbed her pillow and pressed his face into it, her scent filling his nose. That damn he'd been holding back broke. Pressing his face harder into her pillow, he clenched his fists into the pillowcase and screamed for what he'd lost until all he could do was sob. XXX. Good morning, Night City. Naruto looked over to where the hollow popped on. Kami must have set it to be a morning alarm. But he'd been up for the past couple of hours, preparing. Yesterday's body count lottery rounded out to a mighty fine 3925 out of Haywood, thanks to the unabated gang wars. Got a sudden blackout in Japantown. Netrunners are at it again, poking holes in the power grid and folks are not happy. Today he'd have a little conversation with Rico. He doubted that the man had anything to do with Kami's death, but he had to be certain. If he'd had his old contacts, he'd just call the man and set up a meeting, but since he'd lost everything destroying his phone in the Badlands, he'd have to go find someone who could get up with the man. While over in Westbrook, trauma teams scrapping gangland victims off the pavement, a little spillover from the fighting in Santo. And in Pacifica. Well, Pacifica is still Pacifica. His niece, whatever her name was. He knew where she worked and she had to have a way to get in touch even if the man had gone to ground thanks to this gang war. Tightening his new plate carrier, the large white 6 painted on the back making him a little annoyed, Naruto went about attaching his gear, knife, kunai and shuriken pouches, a new pouch for his exploding tags. With that in order, he loaded his weapon and holstered his new trusty overture on his thigh. This has been your man, Stan. Join me in another day in our city of bugs. Kami, what would you say if you saw me now? He wondered, standing up and walking to where his mask was laying. The snarling half-face grinning at him, its orange paint scratched and chipped in a few small spots. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the other mask she bought, leaning against the wall with a small photo next to it. It was one that Mama Wells insisted on taking the first, and only night they ate dinner with her. They were smiling together and looked so content. Her mask stared at him, a white full mask that reminded him of a fox-styled Anbu mask with pink flowers painted here and there with a pair of long ears extending from the top. That gave him an idea. "I'll be back, baby girl," he whispered, picking up the picture and cleaning the frame. "Gonna borrow this for a while too, okay?" He set it down gently and grabbed her mask. Naruto slowly slipped it over his face and attached it firmly, letting his hands slide down the front of it slowly before looking up. "Sorry, Jackie boy," he thought, knowing that the man would have wanted to join him on this. "I don't mean to pull a Sasuke, but they're mine." His eyes flashed red at the thought before returning to his normal blue. He could forgive some things. Hell, he knew the pervy sage would be ashamed of how he was going about this, but he didn't have it in him to forgive these enemies. He hanged himself back into his usual form and gave her picture one last look. "I won't let them get away. I love you, baby girl. XXX. To be continued. XXX. Here's a sneak peek of Chapter 9. We had to pay the price. Hey Uncle Rico. It was his niece. Why was she calling? Her voice sounded shaky, which was no surprise. Since her brother died, she's probably been mourning with her mother, but no, this sounded strange. Oh no, had something happened to her mother, his little sister? Hey, what's wrong? Is everything okay? There's some men here, her voice cracked. Oh God, Uncle, he says he needs you to come here now. Listen, where are you? He sat up straighter in his chair, catching the attention of those around him who quickly lost interest after seeing him on a call. Ortiz was the only one to notice his rising panic. I had to go to work. She told him, I'm at the dinner. Who is it? What does he look like? He looked around and stood up, making his way out. No one questioned him leaving or gave him a second look. I don't know, he's got on that army gear you guys wear. Not good. Had Gunner sent people after his family? Was he trying to use his niece's leverage against him? They're all wearing the same thing and have masks on. The guy in charge is blonde. Definitely not good. An actual disciplined squad. Not many of those in the gang, to be honest. Blonde though, he needed more. They got these weird masks on. His eyes widened. Only one person matched that description, but wait, he didn't have a team. The mask, is it a grinning animal face? It couldn't be. No, so it wasn't the kid then. But he has a mask like that, painted orange. The kid was alive. He must think that they tried to kill him, sent him out into the shit to blow him up. Oh fuck, this was bad. Why did he come after his family though? Why not just come straight for him? Listen, you'll be okay. Just tell him I'm on the way, okay? After leaving Kami's apartment and dropping by Vic's to give him the eddies from Naruto, it was already getting pretty late in the evening, so Jackie did what he liked to do after a long and stressful day, get his grub on at the Chubby Buffalo. There were a few more folks sitting around the joint than last time, so he grabbed a booth and chilled while waiting for his order to get to him, which got to him in less than 5 minutes. Impressive, since he ordered a plate of wings and a barbecue scop sandwich. He was about 3 wings and a bite of his sandwich when he noticed a familiar redhead come dragging in. Hey yo V. Several people glanced over at him before going back to their own business and meals. The woman's head shot up and zeroed in on the voice before visibly relaxing. Oh hey Jackie. You good, Holmes? You're looking a little rough. He looked her up and down as she walked over, her corpo suit looking a little wrinkled and she had dark rings around her eyes. If I didn't know better, I'd say someone gave you a pair of black eyes. V slid onto the booth with a groan. Just work. Boss is fucking psycho, but hey, what's new there, huh? She brushed a lock of hair from her face. Still got us looking into that anti-grav tech, but it's like it's vanished into thin air. No sightings, no whispers, nothing. Shit, some poor gonks stuck scrubbing through net forums for any clues. That made Jackie chuckle, probably not what they were expecting when they joined up. She nodded as the waitress came over. I'll have what he's having. Wings and a sandwich with Nicola. The waitress asked, her eyes flashing as she sent her order. We'll have it right out in a few, okay? It's so damn nice to sit down and get some actual warm food, she whined, acting like a petulant child much to his amusement. Last night I grabbed a burrito and it took me 2 hours before I could eat it. Oh, and get this, V leaned forward and motioned for him to do the same. Jackie took a gulp of his cola and did so. Apparently, She cut a look to make sure no one was nearby to overhear. She's been keeping an eye on the whole thing between the Valentinos and 6th Street, right? Well, listen to this. They caught wind of a coup going on in the 6th Street ranks. Looks like Militech might be supplying one side. V stopped when Jackie suddenly muttered several curses in Spanish. What's up, Jackie? You know something? Shit, V. Where do I start? He looked up and stopped, seeing the waitress returning with V's tray. Here you go, dear. Can I get you two anything else? V arranged her food on the table in front of her and returned the tray. No thanks, I'm good, which Jackie seconded. Alright, just give me a holler if you need anything else, okay? They waited for a moment as the woman left to help another customer a few booths away before V leaned forward again. Alright, Choom, spill. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Jackie sighed. You know the whole beef that started this, right? Some of it. 6th Street tried to zero some members, right? Yeah, they took out a few guys and tried to kill some of the bosses, he told her. V noticed how Jackie seemed to wither a bit more. I told you about my old buddy Gustavo, right? Knew him since we were kids. Well, they killed his sister in the attack. Wait, isn't his sister? Yeah, Camilla. Straight through the head. Killed her like that, he told her, snapping his fingers at the end. Holy fuck, Jackie. V leaned back in her seat. I am sorry, man. He waved it off. Thanks, Chica. But not only that, her mainline just got back to NC. He's close to going off the rails. Fuck, you should have seen him. Looks like he's been up for days and even burned out his neural wear. He took another sip of his drink. He came to the bar earlier today and wanted to know how it happened. Votto crushed a brosif with his Ganic hand and didn't even flinch. V whistled. Shit, and here I was complaining. She took a bite of her barbecue. You said he's a solo, right? He's gonna go after the ones who did it. Oh yeah. Jackie did the same and took a bite of one of his wings. Cabron's planning to wage his own war. I could see it in his eyes. He got any leads? He took a moment to think before shrugging. Said he had a line on someone who'd give him the deets. He got back up. She looked to him and saw the sheepish grin he had. Oh, of course you're helping him. Hey, if I let him go off and get killed on his own, Camilla would probably haunt my ass. Besides, I'm pretty certain that Gustavo and his boys will be more than happy to jump in and join us. V shook her head but couldn't blame either of them. Jackie had proved to her years ago in Mexico that he'd do just about anything to help a Choom and get payback for another. Hell, he'd go to the ends of the earth, no doubt. Well, if you're doing this, then look out, Choom. If Militech is supplying one side or the other, then shit's probably gonna get a lot louder than we thought. He finished. Somehow, V. I don't think Naruto will care. XXX. Pulling up on the corner down the street from Tom's diner, Rico killed the engine and put his head to the steering wheel, banging his head lightly a few times. You don't have to do this, Ortiz. Oh right, I'm just gonna let my Choom roll in and get himself flatlined, she grumbled, checking the mag of her Sidewinder smart rifle and securing her SmartLink. This ain't no kid you're coming up against, Rico. This is the fucking Shino, you need the help like it or not. The calibration was fine-tuned to her own systems to give her all the edge she could get. If nothing else, maybe I can distract him while you get her out of there. Do not, he stressed those words, leaning back into his seat to stare her down. Do not do anything stupid, Ortiz. He leaned and grabbed the stock of his Palico leaning against the passenger seat between her legs. Where she would normally make a joke about how close she was between her legs, Ortiz was strangely serious. If things went the way they feared, they'd need every edge against the kid. Smart guns gave them the added advantage of a targeting system and homing bullets, against a ninja that should be a huge help, they hoped. What do you think he wants? Rico sat there silent for a bit, multiple thoughts running through his mind. I don't know, maybe he's pissed about what happened out there in the Badlands. You didn't have shit to do with that, she exclaimed. He nodded. That's why I'm gonna try talking to him. And if he zeroes you as soon as you show up. Rico was silent for a moment, staring at her before slowly looking back down the road to where the diner was. Then I guess I'll just be shit out of luck. You scanning the area? Not much networked around here. She reached up and removed her holovisor to free up what little RAM it used with her cyberdeck, looking away from the man as she did. Got a few vending machines and some small appliances inside that I could cause a distraction with. Picking anyone up? She nodded. Yeah, looks like the employees are all connected to the local net. Can't see your boy though, or his boys for that matter. Must all be running purely in meat space. That would make things tougher for her. She couldn't hack his Chrome from here and would have to get much closer to do so without line of sight. Looks like they're all sitting in the booths, one is by herself. Got it. Where did he find a team anyway? She couldn't help but ask, still not looking towards him. He didn't know what to say. Hell, it wasn't like they went out for drinks and talked shop. The biz between him and the kid was purely that, just biz. Maybe I'll ask him about them. Better move out though, don't wanna keep the kid waiting. Rico chuckled, opening the door to his truck and stepping out. Hey Ortiz, if something happens. Yeah, I know, you've always loved me. She tried to joke but couldn't hide the trembling in her voice. And don't worry, I'll wipe your net history. Ah, he looked slightly worried at that thought. Yeah, please do, but seriously, thanks for everything. Couldn't ask for a better chum. Ortiz slowly turned to look at him, letting him see her face for the first time in years. From just below her left eye and all the way down to her neck was mostly scar tissue, stretched and twisted from the burns she sustained during the Metal Wars. They were her biggest insecurity and cause for anxiety, which he knew she tried to hide behind her mask, both literally and metaphorically. Rico just smiled at her, not reacting to her scars in the slightest. Go on and get your niece out of there. Her eyes lit up as she reconnected to the net. I'll try and cover you however I can. Keep in touch via the comms, and if shit goes sideways I'll come running. Rico nodded and shut the door. Taking a deep breath, he steeled his nerves and started walking. The walk down to Tom's diner was only a couple blocks but seemed to take hours. He kept going over the different outcomes in his head over and over, but no matter how he looked at it he couldn't help but feel like he was simply walking to his doom. Shit, he was probably in a sniper's crosshairs right now. If he was in the kid's place, he'd have a sniper on Overwatch. XXX. Why are you doing this? Naruto looked at the girl and slowly cocked his head to the side. She looked like she'd had a rough few days before he'd even shown himself, and now she looked terrified and near tears. Then again, having someone kick out your customers and basically take you and your coworkers hostage would do that. When he came in through the front door, his appearance had caused the entire place to go silent. Some of the workers in the kitchen tried to sneak out the back and were met with a couple shadow clones who marched them back inside and had them sit down at a booth in the far corner while another followed the original and let the customers leave out the front door. He himself had Rico's niece, Sarah, get in touch with the man while all of this was going down, then had her join him in the booth on the opposite end of the diner while his clones hung around. One was watching the workers, pouring each a cup of synth coffee, which confused them as this was probably the most civil hostage situation they'd ever heard of. I told you, Naruto spoke after a moment, your uncle may have information I need. You can't just call him. She snapped before realizing it, looking away and flinching. Lost his contact info honestly, but at this point I don't know if I can trust him. So what? You're using me to get to him. She looked at him aghast before starting to get angry. It's bad enough that you people got my brother killed, can't you just let us grieve in peace? The girl clenched her fists on the table. Why can't you gangoons just leave us all alone? I'm sorry for your loss, he replied softly. Really I am. I understand how you feel, but how could you possibly understand? She cut him off with a snap. How could you even begin to understand what we're going through? My brother is dead because of people like you. His fist clenched at her words. My mother is devastated, I'm devastated. So don't act like you know a goddamn thing about how I feel. She finished with a scream. Slowly, Naruto reached down into his pocket, making the girl pale and stuttering out an apology before flinching as he slapped his hand on the table. Beneath his fingers was a photo that he turned and slid halfway to her before raising his hand, letting her see it. It was the picture of him and Cammy, smiling at the dinner table while Mama Wells snapped the picture. You couldn't see it in the picture itself, but they'd been holding hands the entire time under the table. Sarah looked at the picture for a second, confused as to what a picture of some couple had to do with anything, before looking up at him as he reached up and removed his mask, slowly sitting it down on the table next to them. She looked between the blonde and the picture and realized that it was him. You want to know why I'm doing this? Fine, I'll tell you. Something about the calmness of his voice made her shiver as he slowly tapped the picture. Her name was Camilla Orta, Cammy to her friends, and was the love of my life. All the calm vanished as he snatched the metal napkin dispenser bolted to the table and sent it hurling through the diner with a roar where it exploded into cheap metal and springs with thin tissue flying everywhere. The other waitress and cooks ducked at the sound and tried to take cover by hiding under the table while his 3 clones stood around stoically. She was the one good thing I had in this goddamn city. He yelled, slamming his palms on the table and towering over her, the one bright spot in this fucking hell. He trembled and leaned closer to the now petrified woman to hiss through clenched teeth, and some bastards in 6th Street killed her. I really want to believe that Rico had nothing to do with it, but I'm certain he at least has a fucking clue as to who does. The diner went silent, the only sound coming from the now sniffling girl he just raged at while he gently picked up the photo and looked at it before sliding it under Cammy's fox mask. XXX. From her position, Ortiz could barely see what was going on but knew something had gone down. Activating her link to Rico, she shot him a message, "Yo Chum, heads up. Looks like something happened, everyone's hiding and shit. Fuck, I am almost there, keep me posted." Suddenly, the door next to her swung open. What the fuck? Hands grabbed her and snatched her from the cabin out onto the ground before she could disconnect from the local subnet. Blinking as she groaned, the techie yelped as she was pinned in place, "Hey asshole, let go." She kicked her legs but gasped as her arm was twisted behind her back. "Aw fuck you, that shit hurts." A pair of zip ties clinched tight around one wrist. She tried struggling to escape before the second could be secured but could only flail around like a fish out of water as her other arm was yanked back painfully. "Stop before you hurt yourself," her captor told her, locking the last loop around her other wrist. "You're the one hurting me, bitch." With the last tie in place, Ortiz knew she was fucked and not in the fun way. Her captor grabbed her under her arm and hoisted her up to her knees before stepping in front of her, making her freeze. He looked just like the Shino, only with the full face mask underneath that weird fox mask. If it wasn't so serious she'd be pretty turned on right now. She tried to think of something to say but blanked out so she just gave him a sheepish grin. "About those insults, yeah I was kinda panicking you know." The guy shrugged, no hard feelings. She knew it was coming, she felt it but just couldn't help herself. Really, she looked straight ahead at his crotch, nothing hard at all. XXX. "Ortiz, I'm going in," Rico sent through his comms, not waiting for her response as he walked up to the door. The tiny parking lot where customers usually parked was deserted and even the people that usually walked around going about their day seemed to be giving the place a wide berth. His shotgun was primed and ready to fire via SmartLink. If push came to shove he only needed to think about it and the gun would go off. Opening the door, the electronic bell went off making him wince at how loud it was compared to the silent diner. Stepping in, he saw one of the kids hustle sitting on the bar with his feet on a stool fiddling with a knife, face covered by a mask with long ears. To his right, another leaned up against the wall near his niece's co-workers who tried not to draw attention to themselves, and to his left, he saw Sarah, sitting in the far booth with the kid. "No Naruto." "I'll take that," the hustle sitting on the countertop said, his voice muffled by the mask while motioning to his sawed off, "Don't need any accidents." His grip on the barrel tightened, all he had to do was turn it and think, then scratch one gonk. "Uncle Rico." His niece's voice snapped him from those thoughts as she looked over her shoulder at him with a pleading look that cooled his thoughts. No, he couldn't put her in any more danger than he already did. "Fine," he growled, pulling the over his head and thrusting the gun towards the goon. He could still access the link via his implant and fire it if needed. Probably wouldn't be able to get the homing function to work properly, but it'd be a distraction. He still had his trusty holdout just in case. "Sarah, you okay?" he asked, only for her to wrap her arms around him tightly and nod. "Kid, let them go, they don't have anything to do with this." A tense moment passed. "Fine," Naruto looked at his clone and nodded, "let em go." It took a minute but the waitress and cooks quickly made themselves scarce once they realized that this wasn't some sick joke, that they weren't gonna be shot in the back like they half expected. Rico took Sarah by the hand and went to help her up from the table. "Come on, you Delta on home okay, I'll handle things from here." Not her. What? The man turned to look at the blonde still sitting at the table. Kid, she has nothing to do with any of this. I know, but she's not leaving, not yet. Naruto told him coolly before pointing at the seat next to her. Now sit. Not seeing any other way, Rico did as he was told and motioned for his niece to slide over and sat next to her. Alright kid, I'm here, let's talk this about what happened in the Badlands. I promise you that we had nothing to do with that. He idly noticed the kid's hustle, set his palika on the bar aimed towards the kitchen. Naruto tapped his fingers against the table. No, I know what happened there. Then what is this about Rico felt the seat behind him move as the hustle took the seat directly behind him, probably staring at the back of his head just in case and ready to flatline him if he even twitched wrong. The door opened again, the electronic bell going off, making both uncle and niece turn to look as another one of the kids' hustle walked in with someone over his shoulder. Ortiz. Sorry Chum, the girl grimaced, her scared face marred with a frown. Gonk got the drop on me. Never had a chance. Rico felt his heart race, his biomonitor once again alerting him to the increase in his blood pressure. The kid, Naruto had him over a barrel. The only backup he had was just brought in like a load of dirty laundry. Hey, where do you think you're putting those hands? He heard Ortiz shout, making the hustle nearly miss a step. I didn't even touch you like that. What if I want you to though? Ortiz was grinning like a fool as the man sat her down on one of the bar stools, making her friend want to smack her. Alright, enough. Naruto slammed his fist down on the table, making them all stop and turn back to him. Rico felt his niece stiffen and press herself closer to him. 6th Street started a war and I want to know who's fucking responsible. He looked between the man and his friend. You're gonna tell me who ordered those attacks? The shit with the Tinos? He asked dumbfounded. That's what this is about. The 6th Street lieutenant couldn't process it. This gonk, the fucking Shino of fucking 6th Street, was close to zeroing him out over a rival gang. What the fuck was going on? Answer the question, Rico. There was no trace of the kid anymore. This was purely the Shino sitting across from him. Did you have anything to do with it? Beside him, he felt Sarah move. Sir. A single pointed finger towards her made her go silent. Not you. He moved his finger to point at the man. Him. I want him to answer me. No. Rico stressed though gritted teeth. I didn't order this shit, and no. Before you ask, the general didn't have a fucking thing to do with it either. He leaned forward and looked the Shino eye to eye. A goddamn gang war is the last thing we need around here. Then tell me. Naruto leaned forward himself, meeting his gaze. Who was involved? You know good and fucking well that Gunner put that shit Togathor. After all the shit you did to him, making him look weak, he needed something to build up his cred. Killing a bunch of Tino assholes was just. Naruto lashed out, punching the man in his face. Rico felt his head snap back and fell back against the booth, dazed and seeing stars, while Sarah pushed herself against the wall screaming. Another fist collided with his nose, and he could already taste the blood on his lips. The man couldn't hear what else was said over Sarah crying in his ear and was too stunned to do anything else as the hustle behind him snaked an arm around his neck and squeezed, putting him in a chokehold that quickly brought him to his senses in a panic. Rico! Ortiz yelled, trying to jump off the stool despite being restrained the way she was. She made it to her feet to try and lunge to her chum's aid, only for the hustle near her to kick her feet out from under her. The man then pinned her down by stepping on her back. Get off me. She hissed, trying and failing to move. Stop it. Sir, please. The man's niece cried, trying to pull the clone's arm from around her uncle's neck while he kicked and struggled to breath, blood pouring from his nose while his face rapidly turned red. You're hurting him. Naruto signaled to his clone and it loosened his hold, letting the man gasp for air but not letting him go. Gustavo Orta. One of the Tino bosses. Rico gasped out, eyes wide as he coughed. What about him? I want to know who tried to kill him. The fuck? He didn't understand. Why the hell do you care? The arm around his neck tightened again in warning. Naruto stood up, grabbed the picture and moved to stand next to the man, looming over him. Look at it, he growled, holding the picture a foot from his face. Rico did, and it only added to his confusion. It was the kid with some Latina chick at a table. They looked like they'd had a good time or something, but what did that have to do with anything? You and some girl. Her name was Camilla Orta. The gears in his head started to turn, his eyes widened and it was as if ice filled his veins. She was the love of my life. Oh fuck. He knew Orta's little sister died from the attack that day, but she had been the kid's fucking mainline. This fucking psycho. Kid, look, you have to believe me. We didn't have anything to do with your girl's death. Members of 6th Street were the ones to pull the trigger, he snapped. Reaching down he drew his knife. That's a fact, Rico. If you're gonna lie to my face, then at least make it a good one. No. He yelled, seeing the knife and fearing the worst. I mean that our side had nothing to do with it. It's fucking Gunner trying to save face and take control with his boys. Prove it. The knife stabbed into the table in front of him, causing Sarah to cry harder from fear. I can. Naruto turned his head to the woman pinned to the ground. I can prove that Gunner's the one who ordered it. Ortiz struggled against the boot holding her down, trying to look up at the Shino. Just stop. Don't hurt them. He stepped back, gently putting the picture away while the niece sobbed quietly beside the man. How? Gunner sent out a bunch of gonk shit about how Morton was working with a megacorp, that he was a sellout. The techie explained quickly, trying to turn the others against him and show how he was the better boss by pushing out the Valentinos. I took one of the shards. The hustle holding her down stepped off of her and knelt down, cutting the zip tie around her wrist with his knife. Hand it over, Naruto demanded, wanting to know for certain. The woman slowly reached into her pockets and pulled out a small case. It's all on this shard. Naruto took the case and slid the shard out. He stared at it for a moment, then walked back towards Rico and set it down in front of his niece. Slot it. What? Slot the shard, he repeated. If they hid any nasty surprises on the shard, then they wouldn't let the girl chip it in. Rico tried to protest, but Ortiz assured him that it was fine, that she'd slotted it earlier and everything on it was fine. The girl was clearly afraid to do it but did as she was told. Her eyes widened as she got the deets from the shard, and when she popped the shard out, Naruto took it and slotted it into his own neural port, where he read over the details. They were telling him the truth. Rico had nothing to do with Kami's murder. He signaled to the clone to let the man go. Fine, I believe you. Naruto sat back down heavily across from them and looked at the man who pinched his still bleeding and most likely broken nose. Where is he? Gunner. Fuck if I know. Gonk went to ground when shit went sideways. The man winced as he held his nose. Look, kid, about your mainline. Don't. Naruto's voice went cold again. I want the ones responsible. I want to know who was there and where they are. They knew exactly what he'd do to them too once he knew where to find them. Then I'm gonna find Gunner and anyone protecting him. After that, this, he pointed between himself and the two members of 6th Street. Is over. And as far as I'm concerned, Rico, any debt I owe you is paid. They stared at each other for a moment. Do we have an understanding? Yeah, kid, all debts paid. The Shino stood up from the table and took Kami's mask, slowly putting it back on his face and looking at them through the slits. Good. Then I suggest you start looking for the shooters and send me their location, cause if I have to start hunting them myself, well, it's kinda hard to tell one ganger from another. He shot the man his contact info. With that he started to leave, his clones falling in behind him on the way until he stopped at the door. Oh, and I'm sorry about all of this. Well, you'll understand if I don't, right? Ortiz snarked, rolling over and trying to get herself free from the zip ties. I'm all for a little bondage, but this sucks. The Shino and his team exited Tom's diner, leaving the three behind and ignoring Ortiz, who flipped them off. XXX. Once the psycho kid left, he got Ortiz free, snatched up his gun and delted the fuck out of there before either the NCPD showed, which they most likely wouldn't to be fair, or the kid changed his mind. He peeled away from Tom's diner and didn't stop until they were safely back on their own turf with his own people. Ortiz's apartment was the closest, so they went there, where Ortiz quickly got to work surfing the net to find out what she could about the shooters. There was no telling how fucked the gang would be if he decided to just say fuck it and go open season on them. At first, he was pretty confident that they'd be able to flatline him if he ever started to lose it. Then he saw the aftermath of his scav hunt. A solo merc is one thing, but a ghost, that's a much different fight. Again, they'd probably be able to zero him, probably cost them both a fuckton of eddies and blood, but they'd get him. But a team. Where did he get a team? Ortiz was actively scanning for signals while running Overwatch through the net, just so that no one could sneak up and get the drop on her, but lo and behold, they got her. Sarah, stop it. Rico sighed as his niece fussed over his broken nose. From the way she was acting you'd think that she hadn't just been basically held hostage by a lunatic. It's just my nose, not the first time old Uncle Rico got sucker punched by some damn it girl. He cried out, jerking away as she squeezed the wrong spot too hard. Sarah snatched away, I'm so sorry. It's fine, he waved it off, she was just trying to help. I'll get the doc to reset it in a while. The max doc he used took the edge off and the bleeding had nearly stopped. Are we in danger, Uncle Rico? She asked him, taking off the now bloody rubber gloves she'd put on to try and help doctor him up. Is he gonna? Sarah trailed off, clearly worried about what could happen. I won't let anything else happen to you, he told her quickly, turning to look her in the eyes, I promise. So you're gonna help him find out who killed his girl? He nodded slowly, reaching into his pocket and pulling out his smokes. The blood on his hands stained the filter as he lit it. Don't really have much of a choice, kiddo. She frowned, seeing him smoking and sighed before leaning back next to him. Hey, can I have one? Wordlessly, he offered her the pack and his lighter. How did things get to this point? He found himself wondering again. The kid went off and got himself a mainline, and that girl just so happens to be a Valentino shot caller's little sister. Talk about a fucking small world. Then Gunnar goes pulling this gonk shit and gets the girl flatlined. He wanted to be pissed at the kid. Well, actually he was pissed, but he wanted to be even more angry at what he did, but that little voice in the back of his head kept pointing out that it was his mainline. Hell, he'd already sent his wife away to stay with her folks so that something like this wouldn't happen to her, like Diego. Hey Ortiz, he called, finishing his smoke and setting the butt inside an open Nicola nearby. After this, I think I'm done with that psycho. Shit, maybe I'm just done with all of this. She stopped typing away for a moment and turned to him, spinning her chair around to face him with a look of shock. Even Sarah was doing the same. 6th Street was his life and they knew this. Just look at how fucked this is. Because of one gonk, we're on the edge of all-out war. Some of our friends have turned on us thinking we sold out. Some are dead for sticking with us. Diego. He trailed off for a second. And now, the kid's pulled a fucking nutty since his input was zeroed by 6th Street to make shit even worse. XXX. I don't know who you're talking about, you fucking psycho. Naruto held a member of 6th Street over the edge of a rooftop in Santo Domingo. The woman had mentioned something about Gunnar being the new general of the gang and how he would turn things around, so when he got the chance he snatched her off the streets and hauled her up to the rooftops to ask her some questions. The first being who was the shooters responsible for trying to kill Gustavo Orta. Then how about you tell me where Gunnar is? He asked, lifting her up a bit and acting like he was about to drop her. Whoa, hey, don't drop me. She yelped, hands clapping around his wrist for dear life as he held her by the front of her flak jacket. Gunnar's gone underground, only his captains know where he is. He rolled his eyes, then where are they? It had been a day since he left Rico behind, but he just couldn't wait around and hope for news. He had to do something, anything. So he sent out his information network of clones. By pure luck one ran into this gonk laughing about the new general and quickly made his way to the clone's location. Hell if I know, man. Better start thinking hard then. He snapped, a fall from this height won't kill you but it'll hurt like hell. I don't know. She screamed back. Beep. Blinking, Naruto opened his messages and found a short one from Rico containing a picture of a bald man with a completely chrome jaw. Found the driver, Grady Franco. Holding up with some Gunnar's people. They're holding up at the old Electric Corporation power plant building on Republic Way. Reading over the message, Naruto focused back on the Gangoon he'd been unsuccessfully interrogating. Hey, the old power plant in the Republic, tell me about it. It's a hangout, man. She cried out, pale and shaking in fear. She was already afraid of heights and now this masked psycho was dangling her over the edge like it was a normal night out. Corpos cleared out for some reason and we moved in. She was low in rank and relatively new, but as she stared at him the woman slowly put two and two together. Oh fuck, no I know who you are, you're the 6th Street Shino. He just led her again, focus. Tell me about the layout. It's a fucking warehouse surrounded by walls. She held onto his wrist for dear life. Got some shit underground. Buncha weird ass tech for power and shit. Only been there once. You're useless to me then. Tossing her forward, the woman screamed as he let her go, falling down onto the street below. It didn't kill her, but from the way she kept screaming, it definitely broke her legs. The thought of silencing her for good crossed his mind, to keep her from possibly alerting them and letting them know he was coming. But, so what if they knew? He'd take out anyone who tried stopping him. Time to go and pay this Grady a visit. XXX. Sebastian Ibarra sat in his car deep in thought. He'd been keeping an eye on things as best he could since this whole mess started, even more so now that Naruto had vanished off the board and the Shino of 6th Street showed back up. Gustavo and Campo are beside themselves, jumping at shadows thinking that the 6th Street boogeyman would leap out and flatline them at any time. If it wasn't so serious, he'd find the situation quite humorous. If only they knew that their most feared adversary at the moment was actually their greatest ally in this war. That while 6th Street had cost Gustavo a little sister, it had taken a lover from the Shino. Padre, Marcus spoke, looking at him from the rearview mirror. Our contact called. We believe that the Shino is on the move. What should we do? Bless those who curse you and pray for those who mistreat you to find peace and salvation with the Lord, he mused, before shaking his head, for I feel that many of them shall soon meet the Lord. The man pondered for a moment before looking up at his driver. For now we will do nothing, keep searching for the shooters but do not get in his way. Once they found the ones responsible, he'd forward that information to the boy himself, free of charge of course. Gustavo might want to avenge his little sister, but the lad was avenging something much more precious in his eyes. For he too knew the pain of losing a love and even worse yet, a child. He hasn't shed a tear in many years, but when he learned that Cammy had been carrying a little one he felt as if he'd lost a great-grandchild as well as a grandchild. XXX. Along the edge where Arroyo and Charter Hill were separated by a large drainage canal, sat the old abandoned warehouse with Electric Corporation emblazoned along each side in glowing letters. The building itself was a mess of rust and stained metal that looked like the people in charge of building parts of it just up and left one day years ago. For a gang of military-obsessed gonks, they sure didn't take any consideration to the overpass above the building providing a major surveillance risk. You could try and block the view from the road all you wanted, but anyone just looking over the edge had a perfect view of the entire area. Parked alongside the road just outside were several 6th Street trucks and cars, each sporting similar OD green paint jobs or camo. 2 guards were posted outside, and unlike the scav population he hunted, these guards took their job much more seriously. Too bad they didn't bother looking up, or they would have seen the Shino standing on the bottom of the overpass above them. Her mask clung to his face, its little upturned fox grin hiding the dark circles around his eyes. He hadn't been able to sleep the night before. Between sending out his clones and processing their memories, he literally just had too much on his mind to rest. But Naruto didn't worry about it. He was a trained ninja after all. Between his training and energy he could last quite a while without rest. Looking over to the rooftop of the building next to the warehouse, Naruto could see several more of his clones crouched by the edge of the roof, hidden to those below. Inside past the gate was a small open yard with stacks of construction materials scattered around. On one side of the yard was the warehouse and the other, a crumbling building that looked like they were being used as a security post. Several 6th Street gangoons walked around below. Unlike the guards, these seemed to be relaxed and were just hanging out. From his position, he couldn't see for certain if any of them were his target. They'd have to check each one to make sure they didn't kill him by accident. He needed to have a chat with them first. XXX. Guard duty blowed. Everyone could agree to that, but hey, it was one of the easiest jobs to do. Pair up with your chum and shoot the shit for a while. Don't get caught fucking around too much, and if you want a little jazz or to smoke a little res, just share with your chum and it all nova. Hey G, let me run something by you chum. G was your typical run-of-the-mill 6th Street gangoon, discharged from the army due to budget cuts. After the war, tried to use his experience and training to sign up with Corpo Security, but ultimately fell in with his fellow disenfranchised soldiers and joined the gang. What's up, Cook? The man reached over and took the offered res and took a drag. Cook on the other hand looked like he should have been tucked away safely in some megacorp cubicle. Clean cut, skinny and scrawny despite a proven service record, having seen actual combat more times than half the crew older than him. The man looked around slowly for a moment, making sure no one was too close. It's about this whole thing with Morton, man. He took the res back and held it to his lips for a moment, the whole cough him selling out thing. The general gettin' in bed with Militech. G muttered, yeah, hell of a thing. A gonk move if you ask me, he must have short-circuited or some shit if he didn't think we wouldn't find out. Yeah, but don't you think it's kinda fucked up? Right after we hit the Valentinos, Gunner brings in a stockpile of Militech shit he stole from one of Morton's deals. G leaned against the wall and shrugged, I don't get where you're going with this dude. Cook rolled his eyes, Chum, I'm not going anywhere with this. Turning to face his friend, the man crossed his arm, all I'm saying is that if. He trailed off and looked behind the other man, hey G, is that? Oh hell no. Turning around, G searched the street, hand going to the SMG hanging by his side only to see a bum wrapped in rags staggering against his Chum's customized Thornton Mackinac which he called Warhorse. The man looked like he could barely walk a straight line, making him chuckle a bit knowing how pissed Cook was getting. He's going around behind it Chum, looks like he might try an interface with it. The fuck he is, taking another hit from the res, he handed it back and slung his M2038 shotgun over his back. Cover for me a minute, gonna go ventilate that gonk's skull. Yeah, just don't take too long or I'm smoking the rest of this shit. Cook stalked his way down the sidewalk, following after the man. He could see that the bum had left his truck alone and had staggered his way into the street, leaning heavily on one of his Chum's cars. Maybe he'd beat the shit out of him first then call some of the guys over to get their kicks in too for touching their wheels. Hey you, he stepped around his truck, looking at the scratch the bum left along the back panel which make him pissed. Hey asshole, I'm talking to you. Reaching into the back of his truck he snatched a trusty tire iron from the bed, he was gonna make this last. The bum stopped, mumbling incoherently under his tattered rags, long greasy hair, scabs all along his arms. Once he finished beating the fuck out of him, Cook felt like he'd have to wash himself. No telling what kind of filth this trash was carrying. Got shit in your ears huh? Cook jabbed the bum in the back with the tire iron making him stumble a few steps, catching himself on the next car. Get your filthy dick beaters off the wheels gonk. Wait, got something, you should hear. The bum grumbled out, his voice sounded like gravel to the gangoon before he coughed a few times, his words slurred and raspy. Cook stepped forward, fucking spit it out then huh? He spat, jabbing him with the tool twice in quick succession, once in the chest and another in his gut. What's wrong gonk? Thought you had something to say. The bum lashed out much faster than any bum or most men could ever hope to catch. Blood spattered along the side of the car in a long streak while Cook dropped the tire iron with a clatter and grabbed at his throat, bleeding profusely and staring wide-eyed at the bum who leaned close, not who I'm looking for. Cook felt his knees go weak. Staggering he fell to his knees and collapsed against the wheel as the bum knelt down beside him, a kunai in his hand. It must have been the blood loss but the bum seemed to be engulfed in a cloud of smoke. When it cleared there was another man in his place, wearing a weird mask with pink flowers and small spatters of his blood across the front. He gurgled out a few incoherent words before the man stabbed the knife into him again, making him tense then go limp. Alright then, that's one down, Naruto muttered to himself, leaning over and slapping an explosive tag against the car. Guess it's time to move in. With that, he vanished, leaving the rapidly cooling corpse leaning against the car in the road. XXX. Back at the front gate, G did as he promised if Cook didn't hurry and smoked away. He knew the gonk would take his time, that truck was his baby. That bum was fucked for messing with it at all. Damn though, Chum was taking his sweet ass time though. If the cap decides to show up they'd both get their ass chewed out. From above, Naruto detached from the bottom of the overpass, letting himself fall down towards the last guard. His movement signaled his other clones to move out as well, each either jumping over into the open yard or sliding down the wall to take down any gangoon they saw. He landed on the fence post behind the guard which wobbled under his sudden weight. But before the guard could turn, Naruto fell again, landing on top of the man and sending them both to the ground. G grunted, the sudden weight knocking the breath out of him. If not for his cyberlungs he'd probably be gasping for breath. He sent out a SOS via holomessage as his attacker yanked his head back, peering at his face for a moment. The sight of his attacker mask sent chills down his spine. That mask. This wasn't his target either. Naruto quickly ended the man with his kunai, slashing his throat and stabbing him once in the skull. Overkill, but one scav had somehow managed to cling on to life for longer than expected during his earlier hunt. He wouldn't make that mistake again. Standing up, he heard a few cries from behind the fence and turned to walk inside, where he spotted his clones finishing off the various 6th Street gangoons like a wave of death. Any that saw them coming had less than a second to react before they were upon them. Some tried to fight while the clones verified their faces, some tried pleading, one seemed to go berserk but couldn't overpower the ninja pinning him down. 10 gangoons died in the dirt around the warehouse, each left to bleed out wherever they fell. 2 were up on the ruined building. From the looks of it, they didn't fare any better. One actually managed to dodge the first ambush but was quickly overwhelmed and killed. Target's not here, boss, the closest clone grumbled to him, pulling his kunai from the goon's skull. The door to a small building on the side of the warehouse opened and out stepped a woman holding a shotgun. All right, you fuckers, who sent the SOS? She fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, several kunai from different clones riddling her body like a pincushion. Looks like one of them sounded an alarm, he said to himself quite literally. Grab their guns, we're going loud. XXX. When they didn't hear back from the guys outside about the SOS or the ones they sent to check it out, they instantly knew shit had gone down. Was it the Tinos? Were they officially declaring war on them? The old Power Corp building was pretty close to Tino turf, so it was possible. In the deepest part of the underground inside the furnace room, the 6th Street soldiers scrambled to get any last-second gear on. Sadie, the Sarge, one of many combat vets, quickly barked out orders to her people inside. Gunner had placed her in charge of this area for a reason and she wasn't gonna disappoint. They could hear the sounds of gunfire above echoing down the corridors. Every now and then there was an explosion, one of which seemed to shake the entire area. Contact on level 1, unknown attackers. Damn it, we need backup. Came the calls from their radios. Turning to the gonks near her, she grabbed her custom VST-37 Pazar power shotgun and checked the mag. Take positions around the area. Don't bunch up, she called out, then checked the pistol holsters under her arms. The sounds continued before a terrible screeching sound made them all winch, before everything went silent. They all aimed their guns at the door, waiting for the breach and preparing to fight for their lives. A minute passed, then 2. The group glanced nervously at each other only to jump when something pounded on the door. Get ready. Sarge snapped, aiming her gun at the doorway. Zero anything that comes through that door. The pounding slowed down. Guys, they heard a gasp from the other side. Guys, please, I need help. That's the kid. One muttered to the others just loud enough to hear. The kid was a fresh-faced recruit barely 20 years old. He probably shouldn't have even been allowed to join up, but the gonk was stubborn. They picked on him like they would any newbie, but he grew on them. Guys, please, they heard the kid outside gasp out. Please don't let them get me. Sarge, we can't leave him, one of her men muttered. It seemed like such a stupid idea, but she agreed. The kid was one of them. Fuck it, fine, open the door and bring him in. Windsor, Tank, Chapo, you 3 stack up on the door and get him in here. Medics drag him to the back and look him over. They nodded and did as they were told. One of them remotely opened the door and the kid stumbled in, arms wrapped tightly around his torso and covered in blood with tears streaming down his face. Guys, you didn't leave me, he sighed with a relieved look on his pained face. I thought they'd kill me for sure. The medic ran up to him, only to stagger back in shock as they saw the damage up close. One retched in the corner. The kid was holding a massive wound on his torso. Parts of his intestines could be seen slipping out. How he managed to get to them in that condition scared and awed them. Sarge, his guts are, the medic started only for her to cut him off. Just do what you can, Franco, she snapped before turning to the others, get that door shut now. The door was secured once again and they spread out. Seeing her people in position, she went over to the medic who was helping the kid as best he could. Franco, report. Kid needs an actual doc, Sarge. Stuffed him up and got him wrapped, but he'll need more than what I can provide. He grimaced, looking down at the pale and sweating young man. How he was still conscious, much less coherent, was an amazing feat. All he could really do was secure the wound and hit him with a bounce back to try and keep him stable. He should have at least been out cold from the pain by now. The woman knelt down and looked the pale man in the face. Soldier, you with me? What happened? Masked men, he gasped, holding his bandaged torso. They were on top of us before we knew it. Blink and you miss them. Were they Tinos? It was possible. Some were known to love their speedwear. He shook his head. No, it's worse. He whispered, motioning for her to lean down. She leaned down so she could hear him. It's not the Valentinos, it's me. Sadie felt her M10AF Lexington pistol be pulled from her shoulder holster and press against her chest. The kid's pained expression vanished before several rounds burst through her chest, sending blood spattering the ceiling above them with a fine pink mist covering both him and the medic. Sarge! Franco yelled, only for the kid to lash out and toss the woman's body at him. Another quick burst from the pistol ensuring that he wouldn't be moving quickly anytime soon as the rounds shredded his knees. The kid's gone psycho. One soldier cried just as the door exploded off its rails, the force propelling it across the room where it nearly killing one man as it skipped across the floor and bounced against the furnace. Several masked men all poured into the room one after the other. The gangoons who were able to recover fast enough fired wildly at the smoke, which only seemed to add more smoke to the mix, and they quickly found themselves being attacked from the masked attackers on one side and the kid on the other. The firefight seemed to last forever, where in reality it was over in less than a couple minutes, quickly devolving into hand-to-hand as the ammo ran out and they no longer had time to reload. They didn't stand a chance against these people. Those with decent combat chrome managed a bit better, but military training aside, it was like fighting a tidal wave. But the strangest thing, when one got a lucky shot with his holdout pistol, the gonk burst into smoke, only to have two more take its place. What kind of shit was this? Franco laid there, trying not to react to the searing pain in his legs underneath the Sarge's corpse. Thinking that maybe they'll think he died in the confusion and he'd live to see another day. But that hope was dashed when he felt someone stomp on his knee and grind their heel against it, making him scream before the body was pushed off of him. Grady Franco, the man growled out, lifting his foot from his kneecap. Several other masked men approached and snatched him off the ground. Any weapons he had on him were taken and he quickly found himself sitting on a chair in the middle of the furnace room, surrounded by his dead chooms which were being tossed into a pile nearby. He looked around for the Tratus kid but couldn't see him anywhere. Who the fuck are you people? Grady grunted out, his chrome mouth twisted in pain. Do you know who the fuck you're messing with? His hands hadn't been tied down, so he took the opportunity to clench his bleeding knees. We're fucking 6th Street, motherfucker. You don't know what kind of fresh hell you're about to bring down on you. Oh. One of them said. From the way the others deferred to him, the medic assumed he was the leader of this squad. Trust me, I know a little something about your friends. Then you know you're fucked. He chuckled. We are all fucked, Grady Franco, but not as much as you. The man walked over and placed his hand on top of his bald head. I have a few questions for you, but first, Naruto took off Kami's mask and set it down on a blood-spattered box nearby. You were the driver of a group that tried killing one Gustavo Orta. I want to know who the shooters were. He grabbed the chair and turned it slowly, the metal legs scraping the floor. You don't have to answer just yet. Take your time and think. My friends here are going to clean up some of this mess. The chair stopped, leaving him facing the blazing furnace to see the body of Sarge be stripped of her weapons and get tossed into the flames. I want their names and where to find them. Naruto continued, and I want to know where Gunner is for that matter. I don't. He shook his head and gagged at the smell that started coming from the fire in front of him. I don't know anything. You sure? The blonde asked, patting his shoulder. Think real hard, okay? Because as soon as they're done throwing your friends in the fire, if you don't tell me what I want to know, you're going in next. His hand clenched on his shoulder. Fuck you, man, I said I don't know anything. Next to him, he had to watch as a couple of those masked men went over each of his friends, tossing their guns into a pile along with anything else they happened to find. Money, shards, they didn't take any personal items, just eddies and anything that could have intel. Naruto nodded slowly. Okay. He patted the man again and stepped around him. I believe you. I guess I don't need to wait, do I? Huh, No wait, Grady tried to struggle as the blonde snatched him up by the arm like a petulant child, manhandling him toward the flames and slowly forcing him closer and closer as he tried to break free and away from the searing heat. I said wait motherfucker, I said wait. Throwing his hands out, he tried to stop himself from going into the open hatch by pushing against the furnace itself. His palms stuck to the metal, the searing pain making him scream in agony. When the man finally let him go, Grady snatched away from the furnace and fell back, pressing his burnt hands to his chest as he screamed. Naruto let the man writhe in pain for a bit and squatted down next to the man to stare at him. I'm waiting Grady, he said, voice cold as ice. Tell me what I want to know and I want have you thrown in and burned alive. He motioned for the clones to continue and slowly walked around the man, eyes slowly bleeding from his normal blue to his slitted red. You goddamn, fucking psycho. Grunted the man between groans of pain, why the fuck are you doing this huh? Cause we tried to zero that gonk. How much are the fucking Tinos paying you? Why am I doing this? He repeated with a growl, coming to a stop to crouch down next to the man again, who shivered at the sight of his eyes and paled as the whisker marks on his face darkened and his teeth visibly sharpened. I'm not doing this for money or because you tried killing someone. What the fuck are you? The man nearly whispered, trembling. I'm doing this because you did kill someone. Naruto continued, slowly and carefully taking out the picture of Kami and him. Look at it, he demanded, forcing the man to look. Her name was Camilla Orta. Looking between the picture and the blonde, Grady felt his heart sink even lower than before he recognized her from that day. You were the driver, I want the shooters. He trailed off for a moment to carefully put the picture away. Grady clenched his eyes shut, loyalty to his people battling against his will to survive this nightmare. Glancing over, he saw a fourth corpse get tossed into the fire which quickly consumed it, the smell of burning hair and flesh stinking up the area. He bit his lip, still cradling his hands against his chest. How about this? He continued, making the Gangoon turn back fearfully. Naruto stood up and walked over to where some of the dead goons' gear had been tossed and found a small pouch with a first aid pouch on it. He opened it up and pulled out both a bounce back and a max doc before showing them to the wounded man. Tell me where to find the shooters and where to find Gunner, and the pain stops. Grady grimaced again. I don't know where Gunner is. As soon as the words left his mouth the blonde tossed the max doc. He tried to grab at it despite his hands causing him agony, but it sailed over his grasp and right into the open furnace. No. Please, I don't know where Gunner is. He pleaded only to see the monster start to do the same to the bounce back. No wait, I know where Angel and Fatstack are, they're your shooters. I'm listening. They're shacked up together at Stack's garage, he told them, the words tasting like shit as he gave up his chooms, corner of Gibson, Rancho Coronado. Grady looked like he was about to be sick for a moment. They can tell you where Gunner is too, now give me that damn thing. Naruto nodded and tossed it on the ground next to the man. There you go, I always keep my word. He said only to get a muttered fuck you in return as the man gingerly grabbed at the injector and after a moment of fumbling, injected it into himself. Feeling better. The man grumbled again. Oh well, stand him up. What? Grady looked up as two men took him by the arms and hauled him to his feet. Pain shot up his legs as he was forced to put weight on his legs, but even as he tried to crumple back down, the pair held him up. What the fuck's going? He saw the leader reach down and draw his pistol. No, you said you wouldn't kill me. No, I said that I wouldn't have you burned alive, Naruto admitted while aiming the overture at the Gangoon's face. Never said I'd let you live. I'd ask if you had any last words, but honestly, I don't care. Fuck you. Gunner's gonna flatline your gonk ass. The revolver fired and Grady's head snapped back, his body going limp in the clone's arms. Fuck, that was loud, Naruto grimaced, rubbing his ringing ears. He should have known better after the last time he'd accidentally shot this thing indoors. Perhaps he should look into finding a suppressor for this thing. Turning, he saw the two clones about to dump Grady's corpse into the furnace. Hold on, don't throw him in there, I got a better idea. XXX. We're coming to you live at the scene of what authorities are calling the worst episode of gang violence since the summer of 2070. We are told that the number of fatalities are as of now unknown but are estimated to be in the lower to mid-30s. The camera panned over to where emergency crews were hauling out numerous body bags and loading them into the vehicles while several vehicles burned down the road. As it panned across the scene. As you can see behind me, several car bombs seem to have been used in the attack that may have caused damage to nearby infrastructure. She was cut off as a yell was heard from further back. It's gonna collapse. Everyone move back. The camera quickly moved to look at the overpass where several bombed-out vehicles were still burning and part of the support near the warehouse was destroyed. Several people in emergency uniforms were seen running away before the camera looked up to see a section of the overpass starting to crumble and collapse. Screams could be heard as tons of concrete fell onto the street below, damaging the warehouse wall and crushing the burning vehicles below. Rico could only stare at the hollow in shock. He knew that the kid would raise some kind of hell, but this was on a totally different level. Next to him Ortiz did the same, less shocked but more enraptured with the destruction. Oh fuck, he couldn't help but mutter before looking to his chum, we caused this didn't we? She nodded slowly with a little grin on her face, fuck yeah we did. XXX. Come on, pendejo pick up already, Jackie muttered while pacing back and forth in his garage home. He heard the explosion from across the river and after seeing the news, seeing the 6th Street gonks dead and being carted out, knew that Naruto had made his move. He was pissed that the gonk had left him out of it. Didn't he give him that fat stack of eddies to arm up for this? Did he think he couldn't handle it? When it went to the voicemail, he cursed and hung up, muttering curse after curse and starting to dial again when it started to ring. He didn't even give it a chance to light up and answered, "You fucking pendejo, how could you do something so estupido?" He snapped. He might not have known the guy for long, but being left out like this actually hurt. When the video function popped on, he saw the stern look his mother was giving him and paled. "Oh mama, I'm sorry I thought that." "Mijo, just who do you think you are calling estupido? Just you wait till I see you," she snapped, instantly pissed at how her son talked to her as soon as he picked up the hollow. "Mama. No, I wasn't calling you that, I promise, I'm sorry. I thought you were Naruto," he quickly tried to explain with a grimace. Last time he made the mistake of calling her anything unflattering, she wore his ass out with both shoes. She crossed her arms and Jackie just knew he would be smacked with her slipper the first chance she got, so he went on and did it She sighed while shaking her head slowly. "Foolish Nino, I just knew he had something to do with that mess on the news. You gonna go and find him." When Jackie gave her a sheepish look, she gave him a knowing look. "Jackie, mijo. I know you better than you know yourself. I raised you after all. You're gonna go charging into this mess to try and help him. That's just the kind of soul you are." "Yeah, I'm sorry mama," he told her with a small grin. "I know she'd never forgive me for how I ended things, not that I deserve it. But she'll find a way to zero me from the next life if I don't try to help him." Mama Wells frowned then shook her head. "Oh Jackie, Cammy already forgave you, if not for you she wouldn't have met him." Seeing the look he gave her, she shrugged. "Her words, not mine. But it's the truth. Just be careful, okay mijo?" "You got it mama." XXX. No matter the time of day, Militech's Night City branch never really stops working. Day and night corpos scurry along like good little cogs in the machine, making sure that the machine keeps rolling lest they be replaced. At this time of night, anyone remotely important is usually left alone and most tasks are delegated to middle management, and should someone higher up have to be called, it'd better be a matter of life or death. Because if not, it would be. Freshly promoted to her position as Senior Operations Manager of this branch, Meredith Stout was less than pleased to get stopped on her way home and asked to return. If this wasn't good, she was surely going to strangle someone. When she returned, the woman could feel the tension in the air and was directed to head up to one of the secure operations rooms, where she was met with several others waiting for her by dozens of holoscreens displaying all sorts of information. "What the hell are we looking at, people? Report." Her voice caused a few people to jump, not that she'd ever admit to enjoying it. One of her people approached and handed her a datapad. "Ma'am, we've received reports that several assets have been taken out." The woman told her as she scanned the data given to her. According to the datapad, Militech assets cultivated a relationship with elements within a local gang, one Will Gunner, of 6th Street. The man agreed to work with Militech in exchange for them supplying him with weapons and gear along with legal help should he need it after he took over leadership of the gang. The plan had been put into motion for over a year with them cutting off support to the gangs, old guard, and covertly helping their man look better. But something went sideways. Someone was undermining their efforts and now things had come to a head. While we've maintained surveillance of our assets in the field, ma'am, our systems sent out an alert. One of the other techs in the room reported, typing at a large console, not too long ago we lost contact and went back over the footage and found this. They queued up several camera feeds with the day's date and time stamped for a couple hours before. It was footage from the old Electric Corporation building in Santo. They watched as several goons milled about outside and just as she was about to snap at them to get to the point, several masked ninja appeared out of nowhere and slaughtered the lot of them. Arasaka ninja. She questioned, it was possible that their corporate rivals would pull something like this. But if so, why? What did they gain? They wouldn't do this kind of shit for no reason. Negative, ma'am. The subjects appear to be under the employ of a mercenary known as the 6th Street Shino. They watched as the men picked up the enemy weapons and moved into the building, systematically slaughtering their way through the first level. One tech questioned, but reports indicated that he was a solo. Meredith crossed her arms. Well, looks like he's got a team now. Seeing how they moved as if they already knew what the others would do, she smirked. A damn fine team too. Whose clusterfuck of an operation is this? Gilchrist, Anthony, another read, looking over the reports next to her. Wait, did that person just vanish? She asked, seeing one of the men get shot point blank by a shotgun, only to be engulfed in smoke. Several others shot the man dead, but as the smoke cleared, only the 6th Street Gangoon was left lying there in a pool of blood. Do we have audio? Surveillance only captured visual, ma'am. Cheap-ass gonks, she thought, knowing that the old corp that owned that building skimped on good tech to save a few eddies. But despite that, none of them could deny what they were seeing. The techie captured the clip of the man being killed and turning to a cloud of smoke, then played it back in slow motion. They could see the shotgun, AM-2038 with a pistol grip, fire and hit the closest ninja in his upper chest. They could even see the buckshot exit out his back and impact the wall behind him just before smoke filled the area. Meredith Stout couldn't put what she was seeing into words. After they collectively watched it half a dozen times, all she could manage to say was mirrored by everyone else with her. What the fuck? XXX. David frowned as he watched his mother quickly throw on her EMT jacket while trying to slip her work shoes on. Mom, you just got home, do you really have to go back? He'd seen the news earlier and worried for her. What if something happened to her out there? Gloria smiled sadly. I'm sorry, Dee, but they called me in. She sighed before stepping over and wrapping her arms around him, a comforting gesture for both of them. I have to go and try to help anyone I can. He buried his face against her and hugged her back, wanting to say that those people didn't matter, after all it was only a bunch of gangoons. But he knew that wouldn't stop her, and him pleading would only make her feel awful. Please just be careful, okay, Mom? You got it, mijo. She kissed his forehead and held him just a little tighter. Now you try and get some sleep, okay? Tonight's a school night and you'll be starting class at Arasaka Academy in a few weeks, so you need your rest, okay? She let go and finished putting her shoes on and headed to the door. I love you, mijo. He watched her heading out and sighed. I love you too, Mom. After returning to Pig Boy's Delight, Morton's favorite Irish pub and their faction's HQ in this little civil war, Rico was met by the general and the remaining loyal captains trying to figure out just what the hell was going on after seeing the news. Ortiz remained at her home, safely jacked into the net and digging through what she could for any new info and trying to keep an eye out for the kid. She was going to be so pissed to have missed the looks he got when he told them what happened. The bar was pretty much closed down to the public and shuttered. It was owned by the gang anyway, so the loss of business didn't matter now. The tables had been moved around and rearranged so that they had one big table to plan at, just like when they were planning ops during the war. His arrival was welcomed, but the sight of his bruised face and broken nose caused some concern, which he brushed off. They had bigger issues to cover. The first being to find out what happened at that warehouse in Arroyo. You mean to tell me that kid did all this? Morton asked, genuinely shocked. Holy fuck. The others in the room shared the sentiment and muttered amongst themselves. After all, they were still under the impression that the Shino was alone, and it's not every day you learn that one person was capable of a slaughter like what happened in Arroyo just hours ago. Rico nodded and sat down heavily at the table. Not exactly, he grumbled, lighting up a smoke. Kid ain't alone, he's got a team now. The Shino's running a unit. One captain questioned, a question mirrored by a few others as well. Oh yeah, probably just as skilled too. While the others continued to grumble, he didn't pay them much mind. He kept an eye on his chum, the general, to see his reaction. He looked thoughtful, contemplating the news and slowly starting to look pleased. Before you get any ideas though, General, there's something else you should know. Rico thought about the best way to put it before shrugging. The kid's done with us. The fuck you mean he's done with us? Another captain scoffed. I mean, he's done. Out. He's finished working with us, no more 6th Street Shino. The man mused before pointing at his own face. This shit right here, his handiwork. There were a few angry mutterings around the room, and I doubt he'd be too thrilled to get any job offers from us for quite a while. Honestly, we should just let it go and not bother fucking with him. Rico, the general was giving him a concerned look, reading between the lines, what exactly happened. The way he saw it, the 6th Street Shino was gonna be their heavy hitter, their Atom Smasher, or even their Morgan Blackhand. The same way the threat of Smasher kept many gonks from fucking with Arasaka, or how rumors of Blackhand working for Militech did the same for them. He wanted the Shino to be what kept the other gangs from going against them at all when they decided to actually expand in the future. Goddamn Gunner, he grumbled, ashing his smoke next to him on the floor. Gonk motherfucker got the kid's input flatlined. If it wasn't so serious, he'd probably have pulled an Ortiz and laughed at the looks he got when the bar went silent. Kid got back to the city and found out that one of ours did it. Hold on, how the fuck does he know 6th Street was involved? Someone demanded. She was Orta's little sister, that put an end to it. They all knew that a good part of their problems with the Valentinos right now stemmed from that. Yeah, some Tinos were killed, but Orta's sister wasn't a member, and the unspoken rule was you never targeted family. God fucking damn it. The man watched as his old chum lost his cool and whirled around, snatching a beer bottle off the table and launching it at the wall where it shattered. Just what the fuck we need. He continued, telling them everything, how he took his niece hostage with his team. How even with Ortiz on the lookout, one of them still managed to get the drop on her, and how if it wasn't for her being able to convince the psycho gonk that it was Gunner's group, well, he was pretty sure they wouldn't be having this convo at all. Rico, do we need to worry about him coming after us? That question had them all looking back at him in silence. It was one thing to be on the lookout for some gangoons rolling up, you could usually see and hear them coming for you. But the kid was another beast entirely. He proved to be a ghost at the best of times, and now, well, they all say the news. Honestly, the kid's a fucking psycho, but I think Gunner has a lot more to worry about than us. If we just leave him and his people alone, I doubt they'll even bother with us now. The other captains looked at each other for a moment, then looked to the general. After all, he had the final say either way. The man nodded slowly. Fine, fuck it. So long as he doesn't fuck with us, we'll leave him the fuck alone. At least the Gunner problem's gonna fix itself. XXX. Rancho Coronado was a subdistrict of Santo Domingo. The corporations that owned the factories of Arroyo planned and advertised the suburb as a place for their workers to raise their families and live the real American dream, while working their souls away. Once upon a time, the suburbs probably looked like a dream to those sick of the city itself but unable to actually leave. Although most houses were identical, reminiscent to the cookie-cutter homes of the early mid-20th century, the district was pretty much self-sufficient with their own bars, restaurants, a school, parks, and shops, so that a person could avoid going into the city itself unless they wished. Looking out at the suburban decay, Naruto couldn't help but think back to some of the early images he saw while looking up the district months ago. Where there was once fresh green grass was now patches of half-dead weeds and dirt. Many of the homes that weren't covered in 6th Street graffiti were surrounded by fences topped with barbed wire with signs threatening death on any that trespassed. Only a couple hours had passed since he took out his first target, cutting a path through dozens of gangoons that got in his way and getting the location of his other two targets. Angel and Fatstack, huh? He muttered to himself, rubbing his tired eyes as the previous adrenaline rush completely wore off, reminding him that he'd been up and going non-stop for, shit, he couldn't remember. Since he'd woken up and spoke to that monk a couple days ago. Beep. Jackie again, he thought to himself, looking at the name that popped up before dismissing it. He'd call him back later, first he needed to have a talk with two gangoons. Beep. Again, really Jackie. Clenching his eyes, he sighed and looked around. He was perched inside a large holographic billboard that projected ads in a circle. The massive pictures revolved around it slowly and could be seen from halfway across the district. They hid him from anyone looking from the outside as he leaned against the maintenance platform and looked down at the garage, planning out his attack. Jackie, I'm kinda busy dude. He started as soon as he answered the holo, Jackie's scowling face popping into view. He crossed his arms and stared at him for a moment with a frown. Oh, I heard hermano. Hell, all of NC's heard. The blonde raised an eyebrow for a moment. You made the news, didn't you know? Naruto reached up and rubbed the back of his head. Haven't really been keeping up with the news lately, Jackie. Yeah, more like making it. He ignored Jackie's grumble and cracked a small smile. The first one in what felt like forever. You upset I didn't bring you along? Fuck Holmes, putting it like that makes me seem like a child, Jackie gumbled, but yeah, I thought we were gonna tackle this shit Togathor. Looking down at the garage, Naruto didn't see any movement but did see a couple vehicles parked around. The streets were also pretty quiet, likely due to everything going down earlier and the normal civilians wanting to stay indoors hoping a stray bullet didn't find them or any of their tunes. Alright, he decided, focusing back on Jackie, you want in? Jackie nodded, face serious. How soon can you get to Rancho Coronado? Depends on where, he muttered, looking thoughtful. Rancho's sixer turf. With the shit going down they ain't gonna like some random vato like me just strolling in. True, Jackie wasn't exactly the best at blending in just judging from his size and style alone and some random Latino just showing up was asking for trouble. I am by the overpass on Gibson Street, by the big hollow tower thing. Jackie looked to be searching for something. Shit hermano, that's smack in the middle of sixer turf. The two that shot her are here Jackie, I managed to track 'em down. You found the ones that flatlined her. His eyes widened before getting serious. Listen hermano, Gustavo will help us out if we bring this to him. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, still leaning heavily against the rail. No Jackie, I'm not bringing the Valentinos here for this. If he let Gustavo come here, he'd bring a bunch of gangers with him ready to take on any 6th Street gangoons they ran across. If you want in, I'll wait for you but I'm not about to let a war start in the middle of a suburb. For a moment, Jackie could only stare at him, considering what you pulled in Arroyo. This is a civilian neighborhood, Jackie. Whoa, chill Holmes. He said quickly after the blonde snapped at him. I'm just saying man, you've already started a war there, like it or not. People are already freaking out. Hell, there's talk of NCPD shutting down the bridges between Haywood and Santo. Both men went silent for a few moments. Jackie, I told you before. You don't have to do this for me, I can handle it myself. That made the man roll his eyes and sigh. No, fuck that shit. I'm doing it for Camilla. His voice was firm, not wanting any arguments. Besides look, I almost forgot to mention but 6th Street's getting backing from Militech. No telling what kinda hardware these gonks are gonna be packing. Look, just give me an hour alright. I'ma call in a quick favor and load up. Just, promise you'll wait for me on this. Naruto stared at the other man before nodding. Alright Jackie, I'll wait. Alright, Ima Delta soon. Give you a call when I'm near okay. With that, Jackie hung up, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts with the holographic ads lighting him up. That small conversation took the wind out of his sails. The last couple days of going non-stop was starting to wear on his body and mind. Just 3 more, he thought to himself, leaning his head down to rest his forehead against the cool metal of the rail. Gunner, Angel, and Fatstack, he repeated the names over and over to himself before checking the time. 2:32 a.m. Since he had some time to kill, Naruto pushed away from the railing and leaned himself back against a large metal container marked control panel and slowly slid down, resting his head against the metal housing. With a quick scroll through his implant, he set an alarm for 1 hour and closed his eyes, hoping to catch a quick rest. XXX. Okay Jackie, vamos maldita si, he straddled his bike and pumped himself up. This wasn't his first rodeo but damn if this wasn't his biggest gig yet. Cruising in solo to back that blonde hombre up so he didn't get himself zeroed and possibly facing most of the 6th Street gangoons in Rancho. That's some afterlife shit. He just hoped that today wasn't the day he'd end up drawing the ace of spades himself. Just another chalk outline in the streets like the rest of the Wells boys. With the scratch from Naruto, he'd bought himself some new iron, mainly a pair of .45 new pistols and a DS-1 Pulsar submachine gun for its high rate of fire and small size, making it easy to carry on his bike. The rest of the jack went towards his new jacket or rather the armored inserts it had sewn around the chest, pricey and a bit on the heavy side but he had to admit, it looked badass on him. Wheeling his bike out, he stepped off just long enough to close and lock the door before turning to find his mother walking down from the back door of the bar, arms crossed with a small sad smile on her face. For a split second, he felt like a kid sneaking out of the house at night and half expected her to come at him with her shoe. So, she started before coming to a stop next to his bike as he climbed back on, off to save him mijo. He nodded, yeah, gotta go pull his ass out of the fire, he joked before leaning against the tank with a grimace. Just talked to him over the hollow mama, Vado looked rough. Mama Wells uncrossed her arms and wrapped them around him. Be safe Jackie, she whispered, hugging him close while he returned the embrace, and if you have to, knock some sense into that boy okay? Hee hee, I'll try to mama, he chuckled, on both parts. She stepped back and looked him up and down. Now go on and give me a call when you get back. Me and Pepe just finished closing the bar so I'll be heading home okay? Drive safe okay? Jackie hugged her one more time. Love you mama. I love you to mijo. XXX. Cammie's laugh was like music to him as she held his hand and walked in step with him down the long flight of stairs. Gotta say Naru, you're probably the only person in Night City to wanna take his girl to the park. She giggled as they passed a small group of people leaving Reconciliation Park. With her holding his Yannick hand, Naruto squinted and scratched his cheek with his chrome fingers. It's not that weird is it? He asked, half embarrassed. For NC. She mused before nodding. Oh yeah babe, definitely weird. But the girl raised his arm and brought it over her shoulder, making him hold her close with a grin. But for you though, I think it's cute. She kissed his arm and looked back at him. The blonde just grinned back and pulled her closer. This place reminds me of home. He told her, which really caught her attention. He never really talked about where he was from in much detail. Well, for the most part anyway. There's a lot less traffic for one. A car honked its horn above them and they could hear the sound of tires squealing. They walked together through some of the winding paths through the park. He told her little things about Konoha without sounding insane while she listened or asked little questions here and there. The vendor selling scop dogs was close by so they grabbed one and a Nicola and went to find a bench to sit down and eat. Hey, wait a second. He told her just before sitting down. She looked at him and raised an eye at how he grinned. I know somewhere even better, come on. She followed him, laughing a bit as he pulled her along by the hand. Slow down babe, I'm right behind you. The ninja led her to the little out-of-the-way area where he'd meditated with the monk and she gasped. Small flowers had bloomed here and there and the grass was thick and healthy looking like those old postcards she remembered her grandmother having when she was a child. Naru, this is amazing, she couldn't help but whisper, as if it would all go away if she was too loud. He led her into the little out-of-the-way nook and they sat down together on the ground next to a tree and laughed at her expression as she wiggled, the grass tickling her thighs. Hearing him, she looked at him with a raised brow. What? Nothing. Just enjoying the view. You're staring at me. I know, he winked at her, making her laugh and wiggle closer to him. The pair ate their scop dogs together and cuddled against the tree in peace, just holding each other. Hey, Naruto. He leaned his head against hers only for her to ease away and stretch. She got him to slide down and lean against the tree so she could cuddle against his chest. There we go, that's more like it. But I wanted to ask, you're home, do you miss it? Yeah, I do. Would you go back? If you could. Everyone knew that no one left NC for good. Once you lived there, you died there. But it didn't stop people from dreaming. Yeah. He said honestly, he missed Konoha, missed his friends. But at the same time, he'd grown attached to the blue-haired vixen currently playing with the zipper of his vest. And if I could, I'd bring you with me. You couldn't get rid of me if you tried, baby. They laid there for a bit longer. Tell me about your home. And he did. He painted a vivid description without hinting at being a totally different world. Told her about Granny Tsunade and how Shizune had to hide her alcohol to make sure she worked. Kakashi and how he was always late. The Ichiraku family and how their ramen was the best in the world. The Hokage monument and how he used to sit on top of his father's head when he fell down and needed to think. How he and his friends would get into numerous wild situations that made her laugh. And all the while she stared, enraptured at how he spoke straight from the heart in a way that no one in this city ever did. No matter what, the people of NC never told the whole and honest truth. Oddly enough, she found it pretty hot. After I painted the monument, I led probably the entire security force on a wild goose chase for hours and oh hello. He twitched and looked down to see her looking at him innocently, fingers slipping under his belt. I'm sorry, was I boring you? She kissed him, not at all, making me a little excited actually. Beep. Ignore it baby, she captured his lips again and bit his bottom lip playfully making him groan. Gotta be quite Naru, don't want to get busted, she teased, nuzzling against him. Beep. You can see what they want later, she giggled, looking around. For now, you're all mine. Beep. Eyes wide open, he lunged to his feet with a gasp and looked around in a momentary panic, trying to find Cammy and panting like a wild animal. After a few moments he finally realized where he was. He wasn't at Reconciliation Park, he was in Rancho Coronado, and Cammy was gone. With a growl, he slammed his fist into the tower's control panel, smashing through the thin metal and breaking all the delicate electronics inside with a shower of sparks and making the holographic ads around him flicker and vanish, leaving him in the dark. Jerking his hand back, he grimaced, both from the pain and how his hand looked. His knuckles were shredded and burnt, small shards of metal were embedded into his hand along with what looked and felt like melted plastic. Beep. His holo went off again and he quickly answered it, seeing it was Jackie. Yeah. Wasn't easy, Holmes, but I made it. Jackie popped up over the link, grinning at his own luck. Everything good there. Looks like one of those advertisement towers just blew its wad. Naruto glances back at the damaged panel, sparks still coming from it in sporadic bursts while a small emergency light above the panel dimly popped on. Yeah, I'm good, just give me a minute, I'll be there in a minute. XXX. Getting to Rancho Coronado was a bit more difficult than he'd hoped. Turns out that the fuzz had actually got off their asses long enough to try and quarantine Santo by shutting down the bridges and setting up roadblocks with their pig rigs. From the looks of it, anyone remotely Valentino or 6th Street looking were told to fuck back off where they came from, and luckily for him, he was able to skirt around the roadblock by blasting down the sidewalk at high speed. From what little he heard as he flew by, the cops were more annoyed than pissed, and the car full of Tinos they were in the process of detaining were cheering him on even as they were cuffed on the ground. Then from there it was simply a matter of not running headfirst into any Sixers. There were a couple of close calls where he had to turn down another road, but in the dark early morning streets, he was able to manage and made it to the overpass Naruto said to meet him at. After ending the call, Jackie continued to sit on his bike and leaned forward on the tank while he looked around for a bit, waiting for Naruto to show up. Barely a minute passed before someone landed in a crouch just a few yards ahead of him. Fucking hell, he jumped at the sudden arrival, pushing himself up and reaching for his gun only to huff when he realized it was the blonde he'd been waiting for. Don't just jump out like that, cabron. Gonna scare the shit out of me. Jackie trailed off as he got a good look at him. If he looked before and looked rough over the holo, Naruto looked like hell warmed over in person. He could see through his vest in spots where it looked like bullets tore through. The dark fabric around each hole looked slightly wet with what he suspected to be blood. Small burn marks marred places along the left side of his clothing, and his left arm had splotches of dried blood while his fist looked burnt. Sorry Jackie, my bad. Naruto gave him a small grin and scratched the back of his head, but the grin seemed half-hearted. As he stepped closer, Jackie could see the worn look on his face and whistled lowly, Damn Holmes, you good. I'll be fine, he replied, waving off his concerned look and turning to motion towards the garage up the street on the corner. I already scouted the place a bit earlier. The garage itself was a concrete building with two large vehicle bays. The place looked like it used to be a business, but once the Gangoons took over, that quickly changed as the doors leading to the street were welded shut and the signage was torn down and left on the sidewalk without a care. The lot was surrounded by a chain-link fence with a privacy lining and topped with razor wire, barbed wire's edgy and aggressive cousin. Inside the yard were a few cars, most of which were junkers, but two were covered in 6th Street markings and parked beside a trailer also bearing the same treatment. And the two shooters are inside the trailer, Naruto finished, laying out what he'd seen while scouting before Jackie had called the first time. Putas got themselves a little compound Jackie mused while rubbing his chin and looking at the area. You got a plan. Kick in the door then kick in their teeth, Naruto muttered while crossing his arms. Simple enough. The man looked at him for a minute and shook his head. Just like that. Not exactly. Since you mentioned that they have Militech backing them up, I'm gonna cause distraction while you sneak around the back and hit them from behind. There's a dumpster in the alley you can use. Just watch out for the razor wire and get on top of the trailer while I get their attention and draw 'em out. What kinda distraction are we talking about, Holmes? Looking over to the blonde next to him, Jackie grimaced, while the grin he gave before looked forced. The smirk he had now gave him chills. XXX. Oh, what have you gotten yourself into now, Jackie boy? He kept asking himself while looking at the razor wire atop the fence in front of him. The edges gleamed in the streetlight, just waiting to slice him open at the first wrong move. The roof of the trailer was right there. He could easily climb right to it, but he needed to be quiet for the most part, and getting tangled up in this shit was far from stealthy. Lucky for him, he could hear loud music playing from inside, so chances were good that the gonks inside wouldn't hear him climbing on the roof, he hoped. Just climb on up, he mocked in his mind before huffing. I'm no climbing diablillo you pendejo. I'm a gorilla de tierra baja, thank you very much. After a moment he grinned at his own little joke before easing his foot up on the fence between the wire. He just had to take it slow and steady. Easing himself up onto the roof, tugging his pant leg as it got caught, he let himself relax for a moment before creeping along and kneeling down to look out for this distraction while moving the Pulsar SMG from his back by the sling. Considering the shit Naruto pulled earlier that landed on the news, he was a bit surprised that he was going on a more tactical route for this. Maybe because there were only two gonks to go after. Either way, he needed to be slick and not end up accidentally flatlining them by mistake. Naruto wanted them alive. The thought as to why he wanted them still breathing did cross his mind, but he tried to ignore it for now. He'd cross that bridge when he got to it. Where is this distraction that's supposed to draw them out? He wondered while looking down the road. Seeing a light flash in the distance, he saw a 6er van approaching and laid down flat, not wanting to be seen by the approaching vehicle. Damn, gonks driving pretty fast, he couldn't help but mutter before the van jumped the curb and shot across the road, making a beeline towards the gate with its engine roaring. Madre de Dios. He grunted, eyes going wide as the black van sporting the 6th Street skull burst through the gate, breaking it from the hinges and sending one part flying into a junk car, the other bouncing along the ground before denting one of the garage doors. Through the now broken windshield, Jackie could see the blonde behind the wheel and realized just what he was about to do for his distraction. You crazy puta. He cried out just before the van crashed into the trailer, jolting the entire thing, and had he been standing, probably would have sent him tumbling to the ground. Jackie was stunned by what he'd just witnessed. He'd seen some crazy shit growing up on the streets of Haywood, but what the fuck? This goddamn gonk was insane. What the fuck? He could hear someone scream from inside the trailer. Peeking over the edge, he could see that the front end of the van had pushed the trailer wall in a few good feet, probably breaking through the wall. The door burst open and a chromed-out woman in shorts and a tank top came charging out with a rather large shirtless man in only a pair of jeans storming out behind her, a large pistol in hand. Who in the goddamn hell did this? He screamed, looking at the damage to his home. The woman looked at the gate, then back at the van. Whoever it is, I'm gonna fucking zero him, she hissed out in a shrill voice, fists clenched as she stormed around to the driver's side door. Gonk, you better not be dead in there. Not until I give you a fucking tune-up. She walked around the van, beating her fist on the side panels as she did when the back door burst open and struck her with a solid thump. The hit sent her stumbling, and seeing this, the large man raised his gun to the van, yelling out, "Angel, babe." Oh hell, here we go, Jackie thought, jumping from the roof and landing on the man's shoulders. The pistol went off, the round kicking up dirt near the van's back tire as both men tumbled to the ground. He'd thought about just shooting him, but Naruto wanted them alive, so the hard way it was. Latched onto the Sixer's back, Jackie groaned as he landed on top of him but quickly shook it off as the man tried to roll him off and scrambled to wrap his arm around the gonk's neck, where they struggled, rolling around in the dirt like a pair of dogs fighting. Now Jackie was a large man and built like a bull, but this gonk had a good 7 inches and 100 or so pounds on him, so when he rolled, Jackie could only hold on and hope that his chokehold knocked him out soon because, ah you fat chingada madre. Pulling back, Jackie started throwing punches with his right hand and snatched his left hand away, looking at the bloody bite mark on his forearm. You fucking bit me, you cocksucker. XXX. Looking over, Naruto saw Jackie scraping with who he assumed was Fatstack, and turned to square off with the woman, Angel. She was chromed out a lot more than most. Her legs were replaced with a pair of sharp pointed feet that made her look like a ballerina. Even as she staggered back, she quickly regained her balance and glared at him. Gonna fuck you up, pretty boy gonk. She snapped, charging at him with surprising speed, and to his shock, her forearms split and a pair of long mantis-like blades unfolded and carved deep gouges into the metal panel of the van as he dodged out of her way. The blades sparked with electricity as she spun in place, chasing after him in a way he expected a genin to go after someone as he dodged slash after slash from the screaming chrome fiend. You're half decent at this, he told her as drew 2 kunai and blocked each mantis blade with ease. The current hurt like a bitch as it coursed through his knife and down his arm. The woman pushed down with all her might, says the cunt that can barely keep up. She mocked before twisting and breaking the stalemate, performing something akin to a pirouette and slashing at him with her leg. Naruto backrolled over the hood of one of their cars and threw 1 kunai at her, which she impressively slashed out of the air with her mantis blades. Neat trick, he mused while clenching his fists. I got some tricks of my own. Steam seemed to roll off of him, and with a growl, Naruto kicked the front end of the car, sending it skidding across the ground towards the now shocked Gengun, who just barely managed to flip over it, where it slammed into the back of the wrecked van. What the fuck are you? She stuttered out, turning back to him only to panic and try to backpedal away from the attacking blonde. A gash opened up across her cheek even though she swore it missed, another cut her chest. Each time he attacked she was so sure that she managed to dodge, even using her speedwear like she was, but no matter how fast she seemed to dodge, another cut appeared. Get away. Terrified now, she activated her Sandevistan, bringing the world around her to around 1/4 its normal speed, the chrome in her spine heating up faster and faster as she pushed it to the max and lashed out, hoping to kill the blonde that was tormenting her like this. She grinned, giggling madly that she was about to win and kill this monster. Shing, her mantis blade sang and her heart sank. Ninja art. Bare-handed blade block. Naruto grinned, seeing the look of terror she had as he caught both blades with his bare hands. With her held in place, he jerked her towards him and headbutted her, breaking her nose with a visceral crunch, then roared back to hit her again and again, slamming his head into her face until she fell limp with her face a bloody mess. He knelt down next to the woman and grabbed a handful of her hair, which made her groan as he pulled her half off the ground. Still awake, bitch? He questioned half mockingly as her eyes fluttered. The woman groaned again and said something he couldn't understand before spitting. The blonde instinctively turned his head as blood and saliva splattered against his cheek and part of his face while she laughed weakly. You think this is over? She rasped, wincing when his grip on her hair tightened. All this noise, you just wait till our chooms get here, you're fucked. The woman laughed again. Naruto grit his teeth and wiped his face with his free hand, leaving a small red streak down the side of his face. You think so? He growled, turning back to her. We'll see about that, bitch. Seeing her move to spit at him again, he lashed out and punched her in the cheek before rearing back again and striking her again, this time letting her head slam back down onto the ground where she twitched. He wanted nothing more than to keep on swinging, to keep punching her until nothing was left, but he couldn't, at least not yet. She would pay with her life for what she did, but first he needed information. Those blades in her arms were a surprise though. Kinda cool too. Maybe he'd see about finding one for his arm, but for now he needed to secure her. He didn't think his zip ties would help when she could unfold a blade like that. His thought was interrupted by the sound of breaking glass, and he turned to see Jackie wrestling with Fatstack, who slung him around and into the side of a car door where he shattered the window with his ass. "You okay over there, Jackie?" he called out, seeing the man slug his larger opponent before grabbing him around the back of his head, bringing it down on the roof with a loud thud. "Muy bien." Jackie grunted, quickly wiping a trail of blood from his nose as the larger sixer pushed away from the car and swung at him like a wild animal. "Got him right where I want him, gracias." Fatstack growled, veins pulsing in his neck as something seemed to change in him before he charged, surprising Jackie and catching him off guard. He clearly didn't expect the man to blindly charge, and the pair ended up back on the ground, rolling around in the dirt while taking any opportunity to jab at each other. "Mierda." Jackie growled out, "It's like I am wrestling a goddamn mai-mai." Naruto walked over, once again trying to wipe the blood from his cheek, not saying "I don't trust you, Jack, but would you like some help with that?" "No, I can handle him," he called out before the man grabbed him by the front of his synth leather jacket. "Actually, yes." He grunted, the man picking him up and bouncing him on the ground while still pinning his legs with his weight. On second thought, he grunted again, "Fucking help." The gonk must have been chipped with a berserk or something. Out of nowhere he'd gotten a hell of a boost and was knocking him around like he was just some punk. Next thing Jackie knew, the gonk sent flying off of him, flipping head first over him with a scream as he landed in a pile of garbage bags while clutching his rear. It wasn't pretty and not exactly how the technique was meant to be performed, but Naruto channeled his inner Kakashi and used the dreaded 1000 years of death via kicking Fatstack in his fat ass. "I had him." Jackie groaned, arms flopping out to his sides as he huffed, "but thanks for the assist." Naruto stood over him and held out a hand to help him to his feet. "Now that we got the gonks, what's the plan?" Naruto walked over to pile of trash and kicked the groaning man in his face, knocking him out completely. "Gonna ask them some questions, and one way or another they're gonna tell me what I want to know," he muttered before looking back at him, making Jackie nod slowly. "Okay, oh." He recognized the dark look in the blonde's eyes. "Oh shit, Holmes, I don't know if I can be a part of that." He was all for flatlining them, but if Naruto was planning on doing what he thought he was, then don't, was his short, frosty response. The blonde reached down and grabbed Fatstack by the ankle. "You're free to go whenever you want, Jackie. I appreciate the help. Stay or go, I'll pay you back either way," he told him, dragging the man out from under several filthy blue plastic bags. Watching this for a second, Jackie crossed his arms and thought. They deserved to die as far as he was concerned. Payback for killing Camilla, that's what this was all about. But if he was gonna torture them, he wasn't prepared to go that far. He didn't need that on his soul, but at the same time he didn't feel like he should just delta and leave Naruto this deep in sixer turf. "Aw fuck it," he groaned, "I can at least help you get them loaded up." "Loaded up?" Naruto repeated with a raised eyebrow, pulling the much larger man along behind him like he didn't weigh several times more than he did. Jackie nodded. "Yeah, you know, so we can delta." He replied, "All the noise here, won't be long before we're up to our eyes in 6th Street gonks rolling in heavy wondering what went down here." "I wouldn't worry about that, Jackie." Something about the way he said that gave him the chills. He dragged Fatstack over to one of the garage doors, the one that wasn't dented in by the metal fence he'd crashed through minutes earlier, and raised it, revealing a typical body shop full of tools. "Of course you're just gonna do it here," Jackie muttered, followed by several curses. Watching Naruto drag him into the middle of the shop, the hombre turned to where the woman was and stalked over. He'd at least drag her over, but that's as far as he was going. Seeing the state the woman was in, Jackie couldn't help but whistle. Damn, Vato, don't mess around. The woman was chipped with some impressive hardware from the looks of it, the guy was too for that matter. Just looking at her he could see the combat chrome she'd replaced her legs with, the mantis blades in her arms, a pretty decent set of optics, and if he wasn't mistaken it looked like she had some speedwear of some sort. Kneeling down, he started lifting her up and wondered about just how light she was considering all the chrome. But his thoughts were interrupted by the cliché sound of someone racking a shotgun, making him look up to see a small ragtag group wearing tactical gear thrown over a random assortment of clothes heading towards him. It looked like they had quickly thrown on their gear over whatever they had. One was even in a pair of boxers with bunny slippers on his feet while one woman had on a tack vest over a nightgown. Hey, the fuck's going on here? The one leading the group spat out, shotgun in hand. You think you can just come and fuck with our chooms and get away with it? In a snap decision, Jackie hoisted the woman up and held her around the waist, holding her against him while drawing one of his pistols and jamming it underneath her chin. Ah, Naruto. He called out, might need some help out here Holmes. Put her down, asshole. One of the Sixers called out, you're already fucked, make it easy on yourself and we'll make it quick. From the garage, Naruto stepped out making the Gangoons switch back and forth between aiming at him and Jackie. If you guys know what's good for you, he told them slowly while stalking towards them, you'll turn around, go home to your families and stay there. Who the fuck do you think you are? The one in bunny slippers demanded, stepping forward and leveling his rifle at the blonde. You're on 6th Street's ground, how about I just zero you right? The rifle, AD-5 Copperhead painted with the stars and stripes, clattered to the ground followed quickly by that goon's corpse, a kunal buried in the back of his head. The group looked around wildly. One or two kept aiming back and forth between Naruto and Jackie while the others searched for the attackers. Anyone have eyes on? One barked, sweeping the streets with his own Copperhead rifle. Oh fuck, another gasped, Sergeant, the rooftops. Each soldier looked up and tensed, they were surrounded. Figures wearing white masks stood out against the darkness of each rooftop that they could see. Got 7, no 10 on our 6, one called out, on her knee with a scoped rifle. They were leaning or sitting on top of the houses across the street, houses that some of them had just left with their families still inside. Sarge, they're on my house. She muttered through clenched teeth. 5 at our 8 o'clock. Ah guys, got one by the road. He aimed his gun at a lone masked man leaning against the corner of the garage by the road, idly spinning a overture around on his finger. When the man pointed up he paled at the sight of 4 more looking down at them from the top of the garage not too far from them. They got us surrounded. Hearing this, Jackie looked around his unconscious hostage and was just as surprised as the Gangoons to see a bunch of gonks in masks looking down at them. He gripped his new tighter and gulped. Ah, Naruto, these are friends of yours right? Naruto glanced back at him. Yeah, something like that Jackie. Ah, cool I guess, would have been nice for them to help out earlier you know. Who the fuck are you? The sergeant called out, the barrel of his shotgun noticeably shaking as the blonde turned back to stare at him. You think you can just roll up on our streets and pull some gonk ass shit like this? You're fucking with 6th Street. Naruto stepped forward again. You have one last chance. He reached down into his leg pocket and pulled out his original mask. Turn around and walk the fuck away, he growled, stressing the last part while putting on the orange snarling mask. Naruto was gone and the Shino was out to play. Fuck this, the sniper whispered, her rifle clattering to the ground as she stood up, hands raised, I'm going home to my kids. If that cunt Angie and Fatboy did something to piss him off then fuck those gonks, I ain't fucking with the Shino. The Gangoon took several slow steps back away from her chooms before turning and heading down the street, trying to ignore the gonks watching her on the rooftops as she headed home. Slowly, the other members of 6th Street slowly did the same, leaving their guns on the street and backing away until the sergeant was the only one left. His shotgun was visibly shaking at this point. Naruto made his way right up to him and wrapped his hand around the barrel, steadying it. Well, Sarge. He mocked, raising the barrel and placing it against his chest. It's just you and me now. The fuck are you doing? The man asked. Seeing this, Jackie felt his heart sink down to his stomach. Santa Mierda, what are you doing? He yelled. You trying to get yourself shot by pendejo. Do it, Naruto muttered. Fucking put me out of my misery, do it. He snatched the barrel around and stuck it to his forehead. Free me from this hell. Send me straight to her. Pull the trigger, do it. When the man could only shiver and stare at him, stuttering incoherently, Naruto snatched the gun out of his hands, leaving the Gangoon shaking in the street and staring at the snarling mask. He'd seen the BD and heard the stories about the 6th Street Shino and they were nothing compared to how insane he seemed in person. Please, I'm sorry, he whimpered, unable to move as Naruto turned the gun on him and pressed the barrel against his head. I'm sorry. Jackie could only stare, waiting for the inevitable and too nervous to speak himself, afraid that would be the trigger to make Naruto snap and flatline the poor fucker in the middle of the street. But it never came. To both his and the Gangun's relief, the blonde just lowered the gun and jabbed the barrel into his chest, making him stumble back. Do you have a family? He gulped and nodded quickly. Naruto hummed and stepped closer, his masked face just inches from the monster. Think about them, and I mean really think about them. What would they do if I spatter your dumb ass across the street, huh? He stuck the barrel against his knee. Or if I cripple you, what will they do then? The man gulped. Do you love your family, Sergeant? Yes, came the whispered answer. Naruto eased even closer, mask nearly touching him. Then I suggest you turn around. Go home and wrap your arms around them. Cherish each and every second you have with them, because you never know when some animal will snatch it all away from you. Now go. He stared at the shaking man, then pushed him roughly in the chest before barking, I said go. The man stumbled back, tripping over one of the fallen guns and landing on his ass in a panic before scrambling back to his feet and running as fast as he could, tears pouring from his eyes. In his mind he cried that he'd earn an honest living, he'd be a good man. He'd never risk something like this ever happening again for as long as he could help it. When he got home, he scared his wife by hugging her tight and crying, promising to be a good man for the rest of his days. When he turned, Jackie shivered himself. Ah, Holmes? He asked, slowly lowering his own pistol but not putting it away just yet. Are you good? No, Jackie, I'm far from good, he whispered just loud enough to be heard before his eyes visibly hardened while looking at the man, or better yet, the woman he was holding. Let's get her out of the open. Hoisting her up and over his shoulder, Jackie took a breath and followed after the blonde and entered the garage, an anxious pit forming in his gut as he looked around the body shop. He lowered her to the ground and saw Naruto wrapping a chain around the fat man's arms, looping it around one of the arms of the lift. So Holmes, he cleared his throat and chuckled nervously, the Shino, huh? I knew you were a merc but damn, didn't think you'd made a name for yourself this quick. Especially, the man trailed off with a nervous chuckle. With the chain secure, Naruto removed the mask and set it down on the lift. Jackie, you don't have to be nervous, he told him, his voice much softer than before. I appreciate you, really, you're a good dude, a real chum. The praise made Jackie chuckle and rub the back of his neck. Thanks Holmes, means a lot. He watched as the ninja came over and grabbed the woman's leg, dragging her over to the opposite side of the life. Hey, so what's the play here? Using another chain, Naruto wrapped both of the women's forearms, securing the hidden blades, then attached it around the lift like he did the other one but leaving a bit more slack. I'm gonna ask them some questions, Jackie, he told him, stepping over to a small lever on the wall nearby. There's one more person that's gotta pay. The hydraulic lift hummed to life and groaned as it slowly lifted itself up, bringing the two unconscious gangers with it. He continued raising it until the lift reached its maximum height, leaving them hanging by their arms. Just question them. The look Naruto gave him said it all before he sighed. Like I said, Jackie, you've done more than enough for me. Go on home, you don't need to be here for this. I don't know, Holmes, you might got your boys out there to back you up, but I don't wanna just up and delta on you. The man crossed his arms. I wanna see this through, it's just. The look he gave said it all. He wanted to see it though, but he didn't want to be a part of this, in particular. A groan from the man suspended from the chain caught their attention. I understand, Jackie, if you want to sit this part out then feel free to wait outside. XXX. Looking back, Jackie met Naruto's eyes one last time just before the blonde reached up and closed the garage door. While he never outright said what he was planning to do, Jackie just knew that Naruto was about to do some heinous shit, and honestly, it scared him. Not only that, but he was the Shino, the scourge of the scab population. He knew that he was a merc and that the Padre respected his skill, but holy shit, now he knew why. Camilla really knew how to pick him. When he walked back to his bike, he noticed that the masked hustle that Naruto claimed were his were watching him. Making sure nothing happened to him, he hoped. It was right where he left it, safe and sound, parked underneath the overpass. Naruto being the Shino was a shock. Every time he thought about it he had to do some mental gymnastics. Camilla's main line was the Shino, a 6th Street heavy who had the gang's rivals nervous. Gustavo was afraid of the boogeyman showing up to flatline him, and that very gonk was his sister's lover. Ain't that some shit? Although it did explain why the Shino hadn't actually hurt any Valentinos so far. Wait, did Naruto know that Camilla's brother was Gustavo? The more he thought the more his head spun. Mounting his older model Arch, he raised the kickstand and connected to the bike's system, deactivating the kill switch he'd installed to ensure that no one would be able to just start it and steal the damn thing. It rumbled to life and he just sat there for a moment contemplating before moving it back down the street closer to the garage to wait for the deed to be done. XXX. What the? Looking around, Fatstack groaned and tried to rub his aching face, wondering what the hell happened only to realize he couldn't. The fuck? He tried pulling against the chains but to no avail. What the fuck's going on? Remembering what happened, he grit his teeth and struggled to free himself before noticing his girl hanging across from him limply with blood dripping from her face. Angel. Son of a bitch. He grunted, struggling even harder. Just hold on baby, I'll help you. About time you woke up, he heard over to his side, making him turn his head. And to think, I was just about to slap you. The fuck are you? He demanded, looking the blonde up and down as he walked over before smirking, and where's that cuck with the top knot huh? Run off to change his panties after that beating he got. Coming to a stop in front of the man, Naruto snorted, oh he's around, Jackie's a good guy, too good to be involved with. He motioned between the three of them, this. And who the fuck are you? He finished it off by spitting, making Naruto grimace and whip his face again. When my boys get here, we're gonna string you and that Tino cunt up. You spit again and I'm going to fucking hurt you. They glared at each other for a second until the larger gonk accepted the challenge and spat again, laughing, fuck you little bitch. He sneered, think I'm scared of? Naruto backhanded him, spinning him around several times only for him to laugh. Try it again pussy. Didn't even feel a. This time a backfist spun him in the opposite direction making him chuckle again at the blonde. You dumb motherfucker, my pain editor's active. He, didn't feel a thing from your limp-wristed ass. That surprised Naruto, a pain editor. He repeated slowly, so you can't feel any pain at all huh? Yeah dumb fuck, Fatstack mocked as the blonde looked thoughtful. Not a damn thing and if hey what are you doing? Seeing Naruto turn from him and walk over to his angel, he growled and struggled against the chain again. Hey you bitch, I'm talking to you hey. The chains didn't give an inch, all he could do was glare and curse the blonde. The fuck do you think you're doing? Naruto looked at the man over his shoulder. There's more than one kind of pain, he told him, then slapped the woman the same way he did the man, making her groan as she spun around. You bastard, don't you touch her. As the woman's eyes fluttered, Naruto hit her again, making the man rage behind him as she sputtered, spitting 2 teeth out of her mouth and onto the floor below. What the? She gasped out, blood once again pouring from her mouth as she took in her surroundings. The fuck? Angel. The man called out while the blonde stepped away. Baby, are you okay? Fuck, babe. That hurt like hell, she groaned. What's going on? By now she realized that she was chained in the air and began to struggle as well, trying to use her mantis blades. The internal mechanisms in her arms vibrated under the strain before deactivating, a small error message popping up in her optics. Who is this asshole? Naruto started while opening up the various drawers and cabinets by the workbench, the one who's got questions for you to answer. He dug through one drawer, pushing aside several tools in his search, and the first one is, who wants to answer my questions first? Fatstack snorted, go fuck yourself. I'll take that as you volunteering. Naruto muttered, aha. He turned and grinned at the pair, holding a roll of duct tape. Now, the sound of the tape being snatched off the roll echoed in the room. Since he's going first, I need you to stay quiet. Angel struggled and tried to stop the blonde from taping her mouth shut. She even tried to slash at him with her feet only for him to snatch back once the tape was secure. Damn, almost forgot about those. She dangled helplessly, still kicking at him and cursing him through the tape, which only made him laugh, pissing her off more. You son of a bitch, when my crew get here. Naruto laughed again. I wouldn't count on them, you see they're more afraid of me than you. I believe their words were, if that cunt Angie and Fatboy did something to piss him off then fuck those gonks. He told them while walking towards the man, left their iron in the middle of the street and went home. Bullshit. Well, you'll just have to wait and see. Oh, and if you're trying to access your holo to make a call, I destroyed them already, the woman behind him kept yelling incoherently while the man growled. Anyway, the first thing I want to know is, where is Gunner? Who? Rolling his eyes, Naruto crossed his arms, do you really want to play this game? Fatstack shrugged, or tried to, don't know anyone by that name. His eyes widened when the blonde reached down and drew his pistol. Hey, what are you? Turning, Naruto fired a round into Angel's leg just above her chrome into her thigh. At this distance, the round punched through with ease, blood splattering the floor behind her as she jerked in pain, screaming behind the gag. You son of a bitch. Fatstack yelled, veins bulging in his neck. When the blonde cocked the hammer again, he roared for him to stop, only for another round to hit just below her hip with the same result as before. Naruto winced, holstering his overture and turning away. Fuck, keep forgetting about that. He groaned, plugging both of his ringing ears with his fingers, wiggling them around. He just could hear the man yelling at him, calling him several colorful slurs over the girl's muffled screaming. Why the fuck are you doing this? His response was to raise one finger. Just hang tight. Be with you in a sec. He could feel the ringing in his ears starting to die down. He definitely needed to look into finding a suppressor for this, or another pistol that could use one if this one couldn't. Sorry about that. Naruto turned back to the red-faced man hanging there. Now, as I said before, I want to know where Gunner is. And I fucking told you, the man growled back. I don't. When the blonde once again went to turn towards his angel, hand reaching for that fucking overture, he quickly yelled out, wait, fine, just fucking stop. He waited until Naruto stepped away from his output and took his hand off the gun. He's hiding out somewhere since all this shit went down, only his captains know where he is. You're telling me what I already know, Fatstack, Naruto growled back, you're one of his captains, now tell me where he's hiding. Me. The man snorted, glancing back at his girl who had stopped screaming and was left groaning from the pain, still bleeding steadily. You got the wrong gonk, I'm. First off, compared to the other members of 6th Street, you're chipped with some high-end chrome. Naruto slowly started walking around the man. Those arms, a pain editor, and from what my chum said, you seem to have some kind of berserk mod too. He finished his loop around the man and started looking over the woman. Your girl here, Angie, Angel or whatever, well where do I even begin huh? You stay the fuck away from her, you hear me? The shinobi waved him off and continued looking her over. Let's see, her legs are kinda obvious, oh yeah, and the arm blade things. Looks like she had some little speed boosting chrome too. He looked a little closer and noticed the cyberware lines half hidden by her shirt, and looks like she's got some more chrome inside too. You two are packing much more serious hardware than your chum, so it's pretty obvious that you're higher up in the ranks. We just happened to get a lucky connection is all. He snapped back, making Naruto roll his eyes. I'm not finished. Not too long ago you were certain that your crew was gonna come and help you, but then again, I'm sure you'll say that's not how you meant it, so let me move on to my next point. Your chum's already ratted you out. He continued stalking around the two in a large circle like a shark in the water. Your chum, Grady Franco, was the one that sent me to you. You were the shooters that Gunner sent to Zero Valentino leader Gustavo Orta, driven by Grady. You attacked him at a family gathering, failing to kill him but harming several others including his output. The attack also resulted in the death of a few bystanders, including his sister, Camilla. Fatstack tried to hide the shock he felt as this random gonk pretty much laid out the deets on how the hit went down. He missed the look the blonde had on his face at the last part. That's what this is about. He questioned, you suckin' up to Morton and his old guard. That worn-out gonk's time is through. Gunner's the only one with the balls to do what needs to be done. I don't give a damn about any of that. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Morton can fuck himself for all I care. The rest of you fucking animals can too for that matter. He stalked right up to the man and glared right up at him. The thought of kicking him did cross his mind, but seeing his girl whimpering in pain behind that blonde fucker put an end to that thought. For now all he could do was grit his teeth. Gunner will pay and anyone that gets in the way will suffer too. Naruto continued, staring him in the eye before turning to look around the shop. Your little pain editor stops you from feeling the pain, but like I said before, there's worse kinds of pain. Spotting something, he moved around the other man and disappeared from his sight. Hundreds of thoughts crossed Fatstack's mind while listening to the blonde move something behind him. Where was his crew? Had they really up and left them to this asshole? Why was he coming after them in the first place? His heart ached at the sight of his girl in pain. Maybe he should just give up the general and get her to a ripper. Gunner was packing some serious hardware thanks to that Militech shipment. Hell, he'd probably flatline this gonk in less than a minute. I'm done messing around with you, fat boy. He heard the gonk say from behind him. Naruto reached up and grabbed his orange snarling mask off of the raised lift, slipping it on over his head and letting it hang around his neck. When the blonde came back into view, his eyes widened. Hey, what are you doing with that? In his grip was a CHOOH2 canister, the liquid inside sloshing around as he carried it towards Angel, who shook her head in fear. Hey. The man ignored his yell and pulled the lid off. Fucking listen to me, stop. We can make a deal. The CHOOH2 sloshed around as Naruto splashed the woman with the liquid several times, drenching her from the chest down while the man screamed at him to stop. With that done, set the can down and grabbed a propane torch off a nearby counter. You want to make a deal, fine. Tell me what I want to know and you don't get to watch her burn to death in front of you. Seeing the torch spark as the man fiddled with it, the man's eyes widened. I don't know exactly, but the torch lit, a small blue flame hissing at the end. Wait, please. I can find out. I can call him up, ask for a meeting. Tell him that, he quickly tried to think of something, his heart pounding in his chest, that I know how to hit Morton, that we can flatline him and his old blood. Just cut that fucking thing off. Naruto did so, setting the torch down next to the CHOOH2 can and taking out his hollow and disconnecting himself from it. Do it. Dialing the number the man growled out to him, he held it up to the man as it tried connecting. Remember, fuck around, and he trailed off, motioning to the soaked woman behind him. As he said this, the man's eyes widened, his gaze on the mask around his neck. Why you're the, he stuttered only for Naruto to shush him, pointing to the hollow ringing. The hollow rang for several moments. The longer it rang, Fatstack felt his heart thudding against his chest. What would he do if the general didn't answer? Would this asshole actually light her on fire? The longer it rang, he felt his panic starting to boil over. Who the hell is this? He could have kissed that sob for picking up this early in the morning. Hey General, it's Stack. Stack, what's with the new number? Looking at the deadly serious gaze the blonde had, he gulped. Had to get a new one, some kind of virus whipped my shit out. Told you about playing those games on your hollow. Anyway, what's going on? Why are you calling at the ass crack of dawn? Yeah, sorry Chum, but listen, I need a face-to-face. Got some deets on how we can hit Morton, take that gonk and all his boys down together, show him who the real boss of 6th Street is. The voice on the other line was silent for a second before laughing. Preem, alright. Look, got us a setup over here in Mega Building H6 Floor 19. Gonna make this our new HQ, fuck that gonk ass pub Morton keeps dragging us to. See you soon brother. Yeah, he felt like a bastard now, see you soon General. Naruto ended the call nodding slowly and looking thoughtful. Good work Fatstack, he mocked, reconnecting the hollow to his own implant and putting it away. Just fucking let us go. Naruto looked the Gangoon in the eye. You got what you wanted, I need to get Angel to a ripper. I got what I wanted. He shook his head slowly. Oh believe me, I'm far from getting what I want. What I want is for none of this shit to have happened, but because of people like you and this bitch, he sneered towards the gagged, soaked woman before turning back to the guy. I've lost probably the most important thing I had in this world. The fuck you talking about? He took out the picture of him and Cammy, staring at it lovingly for a moment before walking over to Angel and letting her get a good look at it, making her pale. You asked me before, why am I doing this? Well, it's simple really. Stepping over to the male, he did the same, letting the man look at the picture making him curse. Her name was Camilla Orta. Look, I know how you feel but. Naruto growled, literally growled like an animal, which made the hair on the back of their necks raise up. You don't know shit. Turning on his heel, Naruto snatched up the torch, but you will. No, no please. Struggling against their bonds, the couple knew what was about to happen and tried with all their might to escape. Don't do this. The torch hissed once again, spitting out its superheated blue flame. Naruto looked at it for a moment then looked between the two. I always thought I was stronger than this, above revenge, but maybe Nagato was right. Even the most ignorant, innocent child will eventually grow up as they learn what true pain is. It affects what they say, what they think, and they become real people. You act like you understand me. Tossing the torch, it bounced off the woman's chest before she burst into flames, screaming and thrashing wildly. Fat Stack screamed, cursing the blonde who yelled back, "Do you know how I feel now?" He let her scream for a moment then ended it, drawing his pistol and firing a single round into her head, killing her instantly. Her screams stopped leaving the man thrashing and crying while the CHOOH2 burned her corpse. What else did he say? Naruto mused, ignoring the ringing in his ears this time. Oh yeah, when we lose someone precious to us, hate is born. Well I guess he was right, because I fucking hate you. He finished. Smoke started to fill the air above them and Naruto holstered the gun once more, looking at the fire that slowly started to consume the workstation where various tools and surfaces were already covered in flammable substances and material. And I want you to suffer, even if it's only for a few minutes, he hissed, kicking the CHOOH2 container over and spilling gallons of it along the floor under the man. When he slung open the garage door, the fire raged out of control, the air outside gave it more oxygen to feed on. For a moment, Fat Stack's crying was heard but quickly turned to blood-curdling screams as his pain editor gave out. His screaming would be heard all throughout the quiet neighborhood and soon, news would get out that they crossed the Shino and paid dearly. XXX. Leaning on his bike, Jackie passed the time by listening to his radio via his link to the bike, allowing it to play in his ear. Partly as not to blast music in the middle of the early morning but mostly to drown out any noise he might hear. That scream he heard after those first two shots was gonna haunt him for a while. It probably wasn't smart to be distracted like this, in the middle of 6th Street turf with his music drowning out the world around him but he kept an eye out for any movement and besides he felt somewhat confident that Naruto's crew was keeping an eye on him too. Something grabbed his arm, making him jump. The foo, he stopped, seeing the haggard-looking blonde standing next to him and put a hand to his chest. Santa Mierda. You scared the shit out of me. Turning off his radio turned out to be a mistake. That screaming chilled him to the bone more so than earlier. Against his better judgment, he glanced over and saw the smoke pouring out of the open door, the scream slowly dying out while the flames grew stronger. Naruto didn't meet his eyes when he looked back at him, so, you get what you needed. Yeah Jackie, I got the location. Mega Building H6. So, the man grimaced as he smelled the smoke, we heading there now. Naruto rubbed his face, no, not yet, gonna wait a little while, I need to rest. Liking the blonde up and down, Jackie couldn't help but agree, yeah Holmes, you look like you're running on fumes. Want a ride somewhere? The guy looked dead on his feet as far as he was concerned, eyes bloodshot, covered in grime and blood, clothing a mess. How about we run by Mama's house, she'll whip us up some grub and you can crash on the couch. I don't. Come on Choom, Jackie half pleaded, I tell you, her couch is something else. Something about it makes you sleep like a baby, sides, she'll smack me with her shoe if I just left you here, hell she'll probably come after you too. He chuckled a bit weakly, Shino or not, gonks round here have nothing on her when she gets going. Not today Jackie. Naruto sighed, I just need some time to think about everything honestly. I'm just gonna head back to, he paused for a split second, to Kami's, and sleep, I'll call you in a few hours okay? We'll plan our attack then. Seeing that he wouldn't convince the blonde, Jackie sighed, alright man, just promise to come see mom soon alright. Want a ride? Nah, I'm a walk, doubt anyone will mess with me. That made Jackie grimace, glancing over to the burning building which was now a raging inferno thanks to all the chemicals inside. Especially after this, he thought to himself. Alright Holmes, just, take care of yourself alright. I'll be waiting for your call. Naruto nodded and watched as Jackie cranked his bike, the engine roaring to life before purring as he shifted from park. I will Jackie, drive safe. Jackie looked like he was about to say something but just shook his head before starting to pull away, giving him a small wave. Sorry Jackie, but I can't let you risk your life on this, he thought while the man turned a corner. He'd already helped get payback for Cammy as far as he was concerned. Gunner on the other hand was all his. Besides, if this was gonna be Gunner's HQ then chances were that he had a bunch of muscle backing him up and he didn't want Jackie getting killed. XXX. After the Fourth Corporate War, megabuildings were constructed to house the thousands of displaced residents now rendered homeless thanks to the disaster caused by Silverhand when he went nuclear at Arasaka's NC headquarters. At the time, one building was designed to house approximately 128,000 occupants at maximum with over 8,000 apartments holding 16 per apartment. Officially that's what happened. Unofficially, many more than that were forced to stay in these cramped conditions while more megabuildings were quickly constructed, often with poor construction that caused multiple deaths in the following years. Nowadays, those that still remembered those early days found life in a megabuilding much better as the overcrowding was somewhat reduced along with new services being added to the common areas such as shopping, food service, and entertainment while the apartments themselves were upgraded as time passed. Each one had MediaCorp promoted cable, radio, and even net access nowadays. Management of these buildings once depended on rented corporate cops to keep the peace but soon, they found themselves outnumbered by the criminals in the area which quickly took over in many places and either just killed the ones in charge of keeping the peace or kicked them out if they were lucky. Standing at the front steps leading up to the ground floor of Mega Building H6, Naruto scanned the area around him while looking at the massive monstrosity of a building painted a dull orange he could respect if only it wasn't worn and chipped, half covered in graffiti ranging from dicks to a freshly painted 6th Street skull branded with a 6 between the eyes. A massive pair of pipes ran up into the structure, no telling what for, but every now and then it rumbled and vibrated against the wall. Several people gave him a wide berth as they walked around him, either due to the state of his clothing and his looks or due to the gear he wore, most likely lumping him in with the other gangoons that claimed the area. Even now, he could hear some people muttering about 6th Street gangers causing problems from a couple that walked past him, speaking in hushed tones as not to be heard and most likely beaten up and robbed. Taking out Cammy's mask, he looked at it with a small smile before sealing it away and raising the snarling half-mask to his face. He'd thought of wearing her mask for this, it would be a fitting tribute to her he thought, but they were afraid of the Shino and knew him by this mask so he'd show them just what he could do and why they were right to be afraid. Bro, I'm telling you, Trav's got the best shit around here, man, laughed a teen with blue hair sitting on the rail near the bottom the stairs, eyes lit up as he made a call over the hollow. I'm not walking about that gonk shit that Fossil's been pushing. He trailed off as Naruto stepped past him, 5 shadow clones behind him all wearing Cammy's fox mask. Oh fuck choom, no, some shit's about to go down here, yeah, I'm gonna delta the fuck out of this place. Halfway up a small group of 3 were standing around, 2 watching the third shadow box, just like this and down he went, you shoulda seen. The boxer stopped and backed away as he passed, pressing his back against the wall while his chooms did the same, backing against the rail going up the middle of the steps. At the top, they spotted 4 gangoons surrounding a small service counter on the other side of a small set of tables. 3 were beating the shit out of the owner while the last riffled through the man's stuff, pocketing anything she found interesting. Please, I've already paid up this week. The man cried, covering his face and head with his arms while the other 3 kicked and stomped him. Several folks around them tried to act like they didn't see what was going on, hoping that the gangoons wouldn't involve them next. There's a new general, didn't you hear? Laughed the woman, holding up a small roll of eddies and pocketing it. Morton's days are numbered, you pay. Her throat opened up, blood spurting out as she gurgled and fell to the floor, hands grasping around her neck as she struggled to breath. Seeing this, one of the bystanders screamed, drawing everyone's attention to the scene. Vicky! Cried one of the gangoons, who the 3 clones shot towards them, one sliding over the table between them, another jumping over them completely while the last springboarded off the wall. The first leapt onto his target, latching onto and bringing him to the ground before snapping his neck. The second, who jumped over the others, brought his heel down violently atop his target's skull, a sickening crack echoing down the corridor as the man crumpled to the floor. The third clone, kicking off the wall, struck his target with a roundhouse kick, which sent him face first into a vending machine while spat out several burritos in rapid order which fell on top of the unconscious man. What the foo? Another Gangoon came around the corner after hearing the commotion, only to get pelted with several shuriken from all three. Oh god! Cried one person, they're dead. Let's delta the fuck outta here. Dude, did you see that? One of the teens yelled. Preem. Choom, you should see what I just witnessed. Some Gato and his squad just rolled up and flatlined these Gangoons. As Naruto passed, he ignored the panicked civilians scurrying out of his way and stepped up to one of the elevators, pressing the button to bring it down. Glancing to one of the clones, it nodded and broke off from the group, heading past the gates towards an area marked as restricted. Hey, he turned towards the voice and saw a small boy looking up at him with wide eyes. Thank you for helping my dad. Looking up from the boy, Naruto saw a woman fussing over the man that had been beaten up. You guys were so Nova. The child cheered, grinning from ear to ear. Andy. The woman tending to the man yelped, noticing where her son was. She rushed over to him and wrapped her arms around the boy, looking at the masked men in fear. I'm sorry, he didn't mean to bother you. It's fine, he responded, feeling a little amused at how the boy acted. You should take him somewhere else for the day though, he shouldn't be around for what's about to happen. That made her gasp and nod quickly. Why yes sir. She picked the young boy up and turned to rush back to the father. Thank you, she said, stopping just long enough to turn back. As she rushed away, the little boy smiled at him over her shoulder and waved, which he slowly returned as the elevator doors opened behind him. The four clones piled into the elevator behind him, waiting for him as he watched the woman help the man to his feet and escape. Boss, one called out, snapping him from his small daze, you coming? Shaking his head, Naruto joined them. The elevator was poorly maintained with stains and paint all along the metal walls. Out of 4 hollow screens mounted to the wall, only one worked, the others broken. One even had a bullet hole with what looked like blood smeared across the broken screen. Facing the door with his clones behind him, one pressed the button for the 20th floor while he hit redial on the hollow. Since he was reconnected to it, the display popped up on his optic so they'd see each other when they answered. It rang several times before Gunner picked up, his face filling the window. He was a tall, rugged-looking older man with short gray hair and stubble with a few faded scars on his face. Stack, the hell's taken you so long? The man grumbled before realizing that he wasn't talking to who he though. You ain't Stack, who the fuck are you? Fatboy's charcoal, Naruto told him, his eyes like ice while the elevator took them up, and so's his bitch, Angel. You killed Angel and Fatstack. The look the man had was amused at first before turning dead serious. Grady too. The man glowered at him over the hollow. You know who you're fucking with boy. Wait, I know you, you're Rico's little pet ninja ain't ya? The fucking 6th Street Shino. Let me guess, you get tired of sucking Rico's cock now you're coming after OL Gunner. The man mocked, you might be a sneaky little gonk but I bet you ain't shit in a straight up scrap. Keep on talking, Naruto growled back as the elevator doors opened. I wiped out your boys at that old power corp and burned your 2 attack dogs alive. When I get my hands on you, what do you think will happen? His clones stepped out and started moving while he stood there. Not shit, Gunner laughed, so you zeroed a few of my boys, I got hundreds more ready to step up all over the fucking city. That's so. Naruto pressed the display, setting the elevator to go down 1 floor. Tell me something Gunner, out of all of your loyal goons, they willing to die for you, the kinda gonk fuck question is that? Course they are. Well I hope they are ready to prove it. For your sake, everything went pitch black as the power to the entire building went out. A couple seconds passed and the emergency lights popped on, bathing him in a dim red glow that matched the red bleeding into his bloodshot eyes. "'Cause I'm here. Fuck." Naruto cut the call short and looked at the gate. His timing had the power die before it could open, so now he'd have to force it. XXX. Padre, our contact in Rancho called. Running his finger down the edge of his well-worn Bible, Sebastian nodded at his bodyguard driver's words. I see, what do you have for me Marcus? He carefully closed the book, a relic older than most yet worthless to many in Night City. The man sat in his kitchen, enjoying his morning cup of synthcoff while reading a couple pages from the good book just like he did every morning. We suspect the destruction on Republic Way was caused by Mr. Uzumaki, he reported, his voice calm and cool as always, as if he were talking about the weather. We managed to trace one of the people involved with Ms. Orta's death to the location, but the boy already tracked him down. It seems so. The older man hummed to himself, tapping his fingers on the worn cover for a moment before setting it down on his table. It would seem that the lad had a capable information broker, but then again, he was affiliated with 6th Street, so he'd have access to more information pertaining to them unlike any of his own people. The destruction he reaped at the old Electric Corporation building was biblical to say the least, and while he wasn't one to relish in senseless bloodshed, he would have to look into seeing if there were any recordings for him to view. Any ideas where he is now, Marcus? Not currently, Padre, the man answered before clearing his throat, although, interestingly enough, Mr. Wells was spotted leaving his residence early this morning around 3 a.m. Heavily armed compared to usual. I see. Tracked him to the bridge leading into Santo. It seems that he broke through the police cordon and escaped before he could be tagged. That made the older man snort a little in amusement. That's Jackie all right, I figured he might get involved. Anything else? No, Padre, but I'll let you know as soon as we receive anything new. Thank you, Marcus. Go and enjoy your breakfast, I'll be ready to head out at our usual time. The man nodded and turned to exit his kitchen, no doubt to go down the road to the little diner where he would flirt with the waitress there, leaving Sebastian alone with this new information in his thoughts. So not only could the lad sweep though like a ghost, but could deliver destruction upon his enemies like the wrath of God. Last he heard, the estimated cost to the city was over 30 million eddies to have the overpass repaired. The cost was inflated no doubt by greedy public servants, planning on pocketing a good amount and skimp on the repairs. The more he learned about the boy, the more impressed he was, and troubled. They will be entangled among thorns and drunk from their own wine. Let them be consumed like dry stubble, he muttered. You are my war club, my weapon for battle. With you I shatter nations, with you I destroy kingdoms. Naruto Uzumaki, your origins are a mystery. It is as if the Lord has put you here to be his instrument of change, and change things you have. XXX. Hey Gloria, look alive partner. Opening her eyes, the woman looked around for a moment before yawning. Sorry Danny, this double's been rough, she groaned, stretching what little she could while in the passenger seat of the ambulance. Hell of a night, huh? Her partner nodded. You're telling me, I'm just glad we don't have to deal with that shitshow on Republic anymore. They had both been called in to help with the mess that went down in Rancho Coronado and arrived not too long after the overpass collapse, expecting to help deal with all the corpses that kept being hauled out onto the street or patch up anyone that might have just gotten hurt. Not even half an hour in, a dozen or so Militech trucks came barreling down the road with a couple armored AVs, the Corpo goon inside rounding them up and pretty much kicking them all off the scene while some blonde Corpo bitch told them that this was now a Militech issue and for them to fuck off. Like literally told them to fuck off. Gloria was both annoyed and grateful. Grateful now that she didn't have to try and drag some gangoon out from under the rubble, but annoyed because she spotted a couple prime pieces of chrome just waiting to find a new owner. Oh well, she thought to herself, feeling the weight in her EMT jacket pocket. Before the Corpo squad rolled up and made them unload the bagged corpses, she managed to snag some gangoon's severed cyberhand with what looked like some built-in tech hidden in the fingers. Probably wouldn't get much for it, but she wouldn't be leaving the scene empty-handed. Sorry about waking you though, the guy told her, but we got another call, waited till now to wake you at least. She looked around. Please tell me it's not some kinda disaster again, she muttered, half expecting to see another road collapse or something along those lines. Nah, got a simple cleanup. 3 corpses, callers said it was a shop fire on the corner of Gibson and Arroyo. When he saw the look she gave him, he nodded. Yep, right smack in the middle of 6th Street territory. Good thing we got these vests just in case. Gloria looked down at the armored vest she had on under her high-vis EMT jacket, then at the pistol on her thigh. Hell of a day when we're armed like this, she huffed, reaching up and brushing a strand of red hair from her face. True, but at least 6th Street ain't like those maelstrom gonks, he shrugged. Sixers at least leave us alone, we're like the only service that actually comes around here to help folks. The ambulance pulled up and they saw a small group of said gangers standing outside of a smoking garage, And speaking of the gonks, Danny grumbled. He pulled up closer to the gate where one of the armed goons waved them over. Alright Gloria, let's do this. As soon as the doors opened, the smell in the air nearly made them gag despite being veteran EMT techs. They powered through though and climbed out of their rig. Hey thanks for coming, one shaken-looking ganger told them, his tone surprising them. I'm Sergeant Chambers, second in, well, actually I guess I'm in charge now. There's 3 bodies, 2 are in, he nodded to the open garage, there. The last one was on the street, we moved him just inside before any kids saw it. Gloria looked towards the street and saw the blood staining the streets, probably just a drop in the bucket compared to how much these streets have seen in the past before. A trail led past them and through the broken gate where they noticed several more gangoons hanging around looking at the open garage with varying looks of grief and worry. They went in to assess the situation first before dragging anything out. Aside from a few mutterings from the group, they left the pair alone while the sergeant followed them in. The first was laying just out of sight from the road with a OD green military-style jacket draped over him. Corporal Kelsey, damn fine soldier, the sergeant stated as they neared. Several goons around muttered the same in agreement, rest in peace bro. Gloria lifted the jacket and nearly flinched when she saw his face looking right at her, eyes wide and unfocused with half-dried blood trailing from each nostril in his mouth. Upon further inspection, she found the cause of death being a wide stab wound in the back of his head. Single wound to the back of the head, she observed while Danny took notes on a small tablet for their report. Death was instant, gone before he hit the ground. The last part was mainly for the gangoons around them. Telling someone their friend died instantly always went over better than saying they suffered in agony before dying. After a few more notes, the pair headed towards the open garage door. They could still see some of the foam used to fight the fire coating various surfaces. "I'ma wait out here," the sergeant grumbled. "Seeing them once was more than enough for me." Looking at each other, they stepped inside and gagged. Smelling it was one thing but they expected burnt corpses sure but the implications, handing from the lift, arms bound in blackened, soot-covered chains was a large man and a woman. Dios mío, Gloria gagged, Danny these guys were. I know, he grimaced, forcing himself not to be sick, don't say it. Let's just. The man paused for a moment, covering his mouth, fuck it, let's get the masks. Both left the garage and jumped into the back of their rig and grabbed the respirators stored inside. Let's take these notes and Delta, get him to the morgue and be done with this alright, Gloria whispered to the man, who nodded and unhooked the stretcher while she grabbed 3 body bags. The less they had to be near this legit crime scene the better. With the masks in place, the pair didn't have to fight the vomit-inducing smells as they returned and quickly set about taking notes. Female shows extensive cyberware, she's damn near bored out, Danny muttered, Gloria taking the notes this time. Cause of death, she asked, let me guess, the fire. You'd think so, he pointed to the woman's head, single shot to the head, at least whoever did this flatlined her first. Big guy on the other hand, looks like he suffered till the fire zeroed him. NCPD should be here honestly, this wasn't some accident, this was torture and an execution. Gloria glanced behind her to make sure none of the gangoons were near. I know the cops don't come around here at all but. She looked again and stepped closer, why are they here and not hunting the gonks that did this? Danny gave her a puzzled look before blinking. Oh yeah, I didn't tell you since you were sleeping. They're pushing for this to be swept under the rug, and get this as an accidental death. Accidental. She snorted, the one outside, maybe. But these two. They just chained themselves up and she just so happened to shoot herself before the fire started. Whoever's responsible, Danny started, stressing the, whoever, they got the guys outside scared. Did you see how they looked at the place? I don't know about you but if they got 6th Street soldiers scared, I don't want to know anything else about them. XXX. Hey, who knocked out the light? I don't know but when I find him, I'll kill him. All over the mega building, people groaned and cursed the outage as their mornings were disrupted. Laundry stopped, half-nuked food stopped cooking, jerk machines stopped mid-tug leaving guys with a case of blue balls and all in the dark before the red emergency lights popped on. As his optics quickly readjusted to the dim light, Gunner ran out onto the outer balcony and yelled out at the top of his lungs, look alive you gonks. He yelled, whipping out his pistol and firing it into the air, were under attack. Several gangers stumbled out of their apartments, half-dressed and barely awake. I said, "Wake the fuck up." He yelled again, emptying the mag into the open air above them. We got. The building's alarm sounded, a shrill screeching alarm running on the emergency generators. "All residents, please return to your rooms and seal the doors," an automated female voice announced, the emergency system activating for the first time in a while. "All residents, please return to your rooms and seal the doors." "What the hell is going on?" yelled one Sixer, stumbling into the common area in his boxers before the sound of grinding reached his ears over the alarm. He had to squint as he looked due to the dim lighting, but he found the source coming from the barely open elevator door and saw what looked like someone forcing it open. Hold on, I'll help you out, dude." He groaned, thinking that it was a fellow Gangoon caught inside. He staggered over, still half asleep, and passed one of his chums. "Hey Devin, come on and give us a hand, huh?" The man groaned. "Yeah sure, give me a minute." Devin reached into his apartment and started sliding on his boots. "You know what the hell's going?" He glanced over to the elevator door, seeing his chum look through the gap. Bang! Part of his head turned into a pink mist before his body fell like a drone after an EMP. The gunshot echoed around much like the ones before, and after a second, he shook his head and dived headfirst back into his room, scrambling for his gear, screaming, "We're under attack." His girl shot up in bed, wide-eyed and tits out. "What? Get your ass in gear." Devin growled. "Mel just got dusted." She rolled out of bed and scrambled for her clothes, foregoing panties and just pulling on a pair of pants and one of his tank tops while both threw their tack gear on over their heads. "Who's attacking?" "Fuck if I know." He grunted back, checking his shotgun before opening his door and checking around the corner. "But they don't know who." He was cut off as a hand jerked the shotgun and yanked him out the door. "Baby!" she yelled, snatching the Liberty pistol off the nearby table and running outside. Just outside, she spotted Devin struggling against the wall, the shotgun pinning him to the wall by his neck by a masked man. "You fucker, get away from him." Naruto used the shotgun like a staff, nearly crushing the Gangoon's throat with it when he heard the woman scream and raise her gun to fire at him from point blank. Thinking quickly, he adjusted his hold on the grip and pulled the trigger, pulverizing her upper body as buckshot tore through her less than 6 feet away. "Baby no," the man tried to cry. Naruto cut him off again by slamming the weapon against him once again, this time crushing his throat with a visceral crunch. When he fell to the floor, choking and grasping his neck, Naruto racked the gun and finished him with a single shell. From the floor above, his clones swung themselves over the edge near any enemies they saw and began cutting them down one by one while they tried to figure out just what the hell was going on. Between the alarm, the automated announcement, screaming and gunshots, they weren't too sure of what to do as panic started to set in. Several Gangoons started pouring out of the various apartments, looking around wildly before spotting him standing over 2 bodies. "There!" one yelled over the alarm, pointing his rifle in his general direction and opened firing. Naruto ducked and dived out of the way as a few dozen rounds impacted the area he'd been, chipping the concrete and further damaging the 2 corpses he'd left behind. He scrambled back to his feet and pressed himself against the wall next to the door, waiting for the bullets to stop before hearing something bounce by his feet and grimacing. Shit! It was a grenade. He scooped it up and tossed it back, hearing and feeling the explosion moments later. Just then he got the memories of one of his clones and wondered what killed it. It had taken down several Gangoons, dodging several rounds from one that had been hiding in his room, only for the bullets to curve midair and slam into his head. Several more explosions shook the mega building, making the dim red light flicker several times. "Shino!" Someone screamed out over all the chaos, "Come on out and die gonk." Thundering gunshots echoed through the air, making him wince as another clone fell, ripped apart by several large rounds fired from a heavy machine gun. "You're fucked ya here." The voice screamed during a lull in the fighting before another burst of high-caliber machine gun fire. Several more clones popped into existence and sprinted from the room, followed by several more, then more. Some died shortly thereafter, killing a few more 6th Street goons before falling, but using their memories, he knew where the shooter was. Bursting from the apartment, Naruto sprinted down the corridor as Gunner trained the massive gun towards him. The thundering shots kicked up dust around him, brass raining down to the levels below as he rained hell towards him. He kept ahead of the bullets fired at him, the ground behind him being torn to hell and taking massive chunks out of the floor and walls. Gunnar didn't even bother stopping as the blonde passed any Gangoon, his MK.31 HMG willing to rip friend and foe alike to shreds while the man roared out his battle cry. While it may have felt like an eternity, less than a couple minutes had passed since the battle began and even less time had passed since Gunnar opened up on him with that HMG which soon ran out of ammo. Not bad Shino. He yelled, everything much quieter now after he'd unleashed hell with that weapon. Not fucking bad at all boy. Can see why folks fear ya. Naruto turned the corner to find Gunnar alone in what looked like a dining area with a few picnic tables and abandoned, damaged stalls. The man tossed the massive gun to the ground and picked up 2 rifles while facing him. You're finished Gunnar. Oh ya think so huh? The man chuckled, well it's gonna take more than some pussy-ass ninja to take down ol Gunnar. He fired the 2 rifles blindly in the blonde's direction. Naruto's eyes narrowed as the bullets seemed to move slower before veering towards him. Fucking homing projectiles. He thought, sprinting behind cover. While they could curve towards him they didn't actually lock on too well. Once he put something between them or got past them they couldn't make any tight turns or go around objects. I will make you pay for what you've done. What I've done. He mocked. Gonna have to be more specific boy. Ol Gunnar's done a lot of bad shit these days. Naruto leapt over his cover, a waist-high concrete bench and weaved his way past the slower-moving homing projectiles as he himself homed in on the man. Several bullets found their way to him, punching into his leg, a couple drilled into his gut but he was too close to stop. The last round curved towards his face taking a small chunk out of his cheek and ear before he was too close. Gunnar tried to fight back as the guns were wrestled out of his hands but Naruto proved to be too strong, even breaking one of the man's fingers as he twisted one of the smart guns from his grip. Goddamn boy, the fuck are you made of huh? He demanded, drawing a knife and trying to stab him. Naruto caught the blade, the sharp edge tearing into his palm. Better shit than you, he growled, headbutting the man in his face while snatching the knife away. It clattered to the floor as he continued to step closer while the man backpedaled away. Better than me. He laughed, raising his fists, gotta have a big ol pair to claim you're better than me boy. Gunnar threw a punch, which he slapped aside countering with a punch of his own to the older man's gut. The man hunched over, staggering back with one arm clenched protectively around his gut. Lucky fucking shot boy. Luck's got nothing to do with it old man, he growled. Naruto countered another swing, one after the other before Gunnar found himself backed against the railing. I'm just better than you. Fuck you, ain't no one better than me. He huffed, nose bleeding and lip split. I'm the general of motherfucking 6th Street you hear me. You're just a tired old dog that should have been put down years ago. His hands shot out and wrapped around Gunnar's throat, should have killed you months ago, but no, they wanted to avoid splitting the ranks. Naruto growled, eyes now fully glowing red, if I'd have just stamped you out she'd still be alive. Gunnar grabbed his wrists, struggling to breath. I'd still have her. She's gone because of you. Naruto clenched his teeth and grinned pressing down on the man who started to sink to his knees. All of this is your fault. Gunnar's eyes widened then narrowed, his red face turning purple and arms going limp. Just die, just die, just fucking die, huh? He felt something and looked down to see Gunnar's arm open up, a large barrel pointed at his stomach. Boom. Naruto felt himself be thrown back from the force of the explosion, his body slamming through several tables and rolling to a stop as a burning pain engulfed his torso. It took him several seconds to shake off the daze and push himself up only to see all the blood around him. His stomach was shredded, charred and bleeding profusely, and was that one of his ribs. Goddamn boy, he heard the man rasp and looked up to see him staggering to his feet, really put this ol boy through the ringer. He looked like he'd taken some damage from the blast as well but nowhere near as much as him, but like I said, ain't one better than ol Gunnar, he. He grasped his arm and reloaded it. What was that you said? Something about a girl. Well don't worry, I'll do ya solid and send you right to the gonk bitch. Don't call her that, he grunted, pushing himself up and back onto his feet, blood pouring from his wounds that were slowly trying to heal. Tough little shit ain't ya? Well tough shit boy, a bitch is a bitch no matter how you look at it. Hee and to think, all of this was caused by some stupid little whore. Must have been some preem pussy to make a man go this far. Shut your goddamn mouth. Or what, you'll bleed on me. Gunner coughed a few times. Too bad she's dead, might have tried her out my. Naruto saw red and charged. Gunner's arm mounted PLS firing again only for the blonde to reach out and swipe it from the air with his right arm where the projectile exploded, destroying his cyber arm. He roared, pushing himself forward through the pain, through the explosion, and through the smoke to wrap his hand around Gunner's throat once again. The older man grunted as his back slammed into the railing just before the blonde crashed into him, sending both over the ledge where they fell to the ground 20 floors below.